Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you. I believe we have two items on our agenda this morning. Item number one is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds from McFarland Park Splash Pad, project number PK04019. This is District 4, Super District 8, and it's sponsored by administration. Could we have someone from administration present? So we need a motion, Council. Moved and seconded by Chair. And now go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, Cleo Griffin, Deputy Director of Parks, 2599 Avery. Yes, just a resolution to allocate and appropriate the $1.2 million from a CIP project in fiscal year 2023 to be funded by PAYGO funds for the McFarland Splash Pad.
What is your time that you think this is going to be up and going for the community?
This summer, we were shooting for Labor Day for both the Hollywood and McFarland sites. We're about a month behind right now.
So we're thinking June?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so that would be good because I think that's what people want to hear when we're going to have those up and going. Right, any questions, Councilman?
Yeah, what about my splash pad?
What about his splash pad? No.
You know,
I'm serious.
I'm having issues. Which one? Everybody's getting things. I've been kind of nice. I want District 6 need everything that everybody else already got. Okay? I talk loud enough. But I'm kind of getting disgusted. Okay?
Yeah.
So you find me one, and you find the money. Okay? I'm talking about this year. I'm through. This year.
Thank you, Councilman.
Because I'm gonna raise $1,000 worth of hell.
We're, I think after the committee, perhaps you can have an offline conversation with Mr. Griffin, and we'll try to come up with something. Okay, all those in favor of McFarland Park Splash Pad, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No opposed, that passes. Item number two is a resolution allocating appropriate funds for Crockett Park, project number PK07128, District 7, Super District 8. Motion to approve.
Move.
And seconded by me. Go right ahead, sir.
A similar situation where we are allocating and appropriating $2.2 million from fiscal year 2023 CIP project for Crockett Park, funded by PAYGO funds.
And the so what's the story on that particular project? Same thing? Come up to the chair. Let the record show that Councilwoman Swearington Washington has arrived. Good morning.
So the situation at Crockett Park, staff at Parks is designing assets currently in-house, and so it will be later this summer, possibly this fall, before all of those improvements are completed at Crockett Park. We're talking about a new playground there. We're talking about an adult fitness area, or we call it adult fitness zone, where there's equipment, there's outdoor equipment for fitness uses for adults, and a climbing structure for children. And eventually we will have a disc golf course out there. Now this will be next year, and as well as a pump track for bicyclists. So.
And when do you think those two things will be available?
The pump track and the disc golf course will not be completed until next spring or next summer. This year we're working on the neighborhood components to the park, the playground, the adult fitness area, fitness equipment, and the climbing structure for children.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Chairman is also an aye. I have one other issue that I'd like to bring up with you guys. We've received a letter from the Cooper Young Business District, and evidently in order to have some sort of information placed in our new, I guess, event center there at Liberty Land or, Liberty Park. They're trying to get $5,000 from the nonprofit Cooper Young Business Association. Is there some way that you can intervene with this, or do we need to do a council resolution to tell them that they, to get them to do something more appropriate? Have you seen this letter that came from the Business Association?
Cleo Griffin, I've not seen the letter and not exactly sure what the actual.
We'll get you a copy of
Okay.
it. But the bottom line is they've been over backwards working with us, getting this thing up and going. And now that we've got something in there, the group that's in there is wanting them to pay money, okay, to be able to show, hey, we're a business over here. Let your people who are staying here know they can come over here and shop. And now they're wanting them to pay to advertise when they've helped to get the thing going. So I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do, if that makes sense.
It does. I
Okay,
think
so
we'd
if
be
y'all
happy
could
to-
talk with them and maybe get them to try to work with the people instead of extort them. Okay. Yes, sir.
We had said change to that 5,000 that they want. I think that would be the right person to talk to give them that money. Okay, so that's one of the things.
And I don't think they need that $5,000. They're wanting $5,000 just to let people bring stuff and leave it there, not to make the advertising. They just want to bring the stuff and give them information that they could give out to people who are staying in the hotels and stuff, and they're wanting to charge them for the right to do that. Okay. All right. That being said, there are no further business before this committee. We're now adjourned.
All right, everybody. Good morning. This is Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. I'm going to call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Warren. Excuse me. Chair Ford.
Present. We have two items. The first item is a presentation on City of Memphis MWBE Q2 spend requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, I'm going to turn it over to you. Who do we have here for that? Y'all come right on up.
Thank you, Chair. It's just been a while since we have had an update and just wanted to see where we are with all of the changes that have come down the pike in leadership and administration. So if you would, I appreciate you all being here today.
State your name, address, please.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
It's in y'all's notebook.
Okay.
So, good morning, everybody. So, I am Van Day, the Director of the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance. And, this is just a Q2 update on our MWBE numbers.
Thank you, Andy. So OBDC has, as of Q2, has seen 506 total clients. We've hosted 9 workshops and with 238 workshop attendees. And we continue to do our community and outreach efforts. We had our Client Appreciation Day. We participated in MWBE Day. We hosted a holiday pop-up shop for our small and minority women-owned businesses during the holiday season, as well as we continue to do ongoing certification outreach. And these are just a few of the highlights from some of the events that we've hosted. And Sarah's going to talk about our methodology for our...
Sarah Harris, Director of the Office of Performance Management, 170 North Main, 38103. Before we get into the numbers, we just wanted to remind everyone how we calculate this report. And so at a high level, the spend is the MWBE spend over the total city spend. We can break that out a little bit farther, and the MWBE spend is comprised of both direct payments to MWBE vendors and then subcontractor spend, so payments where the city pays the prime, who then pays the subcontractor in accordance with the contract goal. Looking at total spend, we take the city total spend less any exclusions, and we'll talk about that more on a later slide, but exclusions are things where either it's not possible for that type of payment to be to an MWBE, whether that's a government agency or a nonprofit, or there's no MWBE in the market. Just to run down on the right-hand side of the data sources, we're pulling this from Oracle, which houses the city's financial information. In addition to OBDC manages the B2G system, which hosts the certified list of MWBE vendors, as well as contract compliance manages the subcontractor spend in that system as well. You want to talk about the numbers?
Yeah, so we are very proud of our Q2 numbers for this year. So looking back at FY22 Q2 numbers, we were at 15.99% and a 19.61%, which include our certified and non-certified spend. For this year's Q2 numbers, we have increased those numbers to 25.34% and 28.04% for our overall certified and non-certified percentage spend. And that is a direct reflection of the efforts of our office. We had a huge backlog of unlocked contracts, and so my team has worked very, very hard to lock in those contracts, and because of that, we've been able to increase those numbers, as you can see here on the slide.
The next slide just gives a rundown by division, and so the bottom is, of course, that citywide number. You see the 25.34%. Just running through each column, total spend, that's all the checks the city wrote by division through this report period. Eligible spend is, again, total spend minus exclusions. We then have total MWBE spend, and then it will break out the percent of both the certified spend and then the non-certified spend. Likewise, this breaks down the MWBE spend by both gender and ethnicity. So you can see if you look at the column that's labeled percent of MWBE spend, of the 64 million we spent with an MWBE vendor last year, 75% went to a Black-owned business. These next two slides we introduced, I think, last time we presented to council, and so we wanted to break out and show the distribution of the 64 million, what vendors are getting that money and how many vendors is that being spread to. And so in total, you can see the top 10 vendors received 45% of the city's total payment. With that, though, there were 18 certified vendors that received over $1 million from the city through Q2 of fiscal year 2023. There was also an additional non-certified vendor that exceeded over $1 million in payments. And then finally, we break out the exclusions by category. So of the, I think it's 250 million that we're counting as an exclusion, what is that comprised of? And you can see the bulk majority is payment to a government agency. So payments to Shelby County, payments to MATA, things of that nature, where it's not really an opportunity to spend with an MWBE vendor. Likewise, you can see nonprofits and then bank payments are the next two categories. So we just wanted to show and kind of demonstrate, we know we count a lot of as exclusions, what makes up that.
And so this is just a list of our current activities that we have, our outreach and community engagement, which includes, as I said before, we always host quarterly certification workshops, and those are two different sessions that we hold, as well as our CBPA program. And the city of Memphis will host the 2023 ACCA National Training Institute. That's the American Contract Compliance Association, and we are looking to host about 900 attendees for that conference here in August of this year. We also do many workshops and sessions in Spanish, so it's our business tax preparedness session, as well as our client appreciation day. So, and that's all that we have. Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you, Chair. I have one question, and thank you so much for the update.
Before, let the record show our chair. Right here.
How are the workshops and the outreach efforts shared with those that are eligible?
So we have our system B2G, and it allows us to have an outreach component. So we send out notifications as well as social media as well. And we also send it out to our other quasi-governmental agencies like MATA, MLGW, and they share it with their pool as well.
So who's in that system, like the reach, those that you send it out to? What
Right,
pool
they're all
is
of our
that?
certified firms.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have about almost right at 500 of those.
At one time, we talked last year about when we don't have someone in that space, reaching out to them to try and come together to work together to get some of the contracts. Where are we on that?
Right, so we always encourage joint venture opportunities where we take a larger firm and put them with a small minority-owned firm, and they partner. And they have been doing that. They've done a really good job at partnering. Our larger firms, our prime contractors, are always, they're willing to do that, and so we've had a really good response from that.
Do we have anything in place that will make that happen, or are you just encouraging them? What do you mean by encourage?
Right, so we just encourage it right now. We allow them the space and the opportunity to come together, but we're looking at reinstating our mentor protege program.
Yeah.
That will really help with that as well.
So if you could come back or send information on a formal way to make that happen, and it's called Mentor Protege Program. Yes. So we could get an update on that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Any other council members? Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. In a response to Councilwoman Logan, maybe you could put us on your mailing list. So when you send something out, we get a copy of it as well, and we'll be made aware.
Yes, absolutely. We can do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Appreciate you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Mhm. Second item is presentation from Memphis Brand Initiative requested by Councilman Smiley. Who do we have here? Okay. Councilman Smiley, listen. Hold up 1 minute, please. See if we.
Is Councilman Smiley listening? No, sir.
No. Councilman Smiley, is he gonna be listening? Okay, well, we're gonna start. Okay, and then we can give him an update on everything. Thank you for coming. Name and address, please, and then we can continue.
Sure. Good morning. My name is David French. I'm president of the Memphis Brand and 1387 Carr Avenue, 38104.
Okay.
First of all, I just want to thank you all for having me this morning and the opportunity to present the work of Memphis Brand. For those of you who don't know, Memphis Brand is a very unique nonprofit. We were established in 2016, and really the goal of our work is to elevate Memphis in a very contemporary manner, centered on inclusivity, opportunity, culture, really pushing the boundaries forward on what Memphis is known for and what Memphis can be. We truly believe in this intersection of mission and marketing. The idea that the work that we do can create catalytic change for all, whether that is driving jobs or investment, tourism, or in fact, civic pride. And in many ways, we like to call that soul. Soul to us is more than just food or music. It's heart, it's compassion, it's giving back. And today, I'm lucky enough to be able to walk you all through some of the work that we do on a daily basis. That includes a deep fortitude and centering on this idea that Memphis is a center of diversity, equity, inclusion. In fact, I would make the case it is our greatest strength, is our people, and that is what we put front and center as part of our brand. We are highly data-driven. I will share some of that data with you today as we look through some recent events and how the perception of Memphis has been seen and perhaps changed. I'll also note that we are very active in elevating stories, in particular stories of citizens creating change, not just for Memphis, but for the country. And so we have a very driven PR practice that delivers both locally and globally. We are deeply committed to digital performance marketing. You hear me talk a little bit about lead generation, but also social community, creating a movement of ambassadors that celebrate Memphis. Also, I like to say to my team, which by the way couldn't be here today, but behind me and supporting this work, you have some very young, proud Memphians that every single day wake up thinking, how does Memphis win today? I represent them, but they're also the ones that help lead us in our partnerships. In fact, I like to say partnerships are our currency. So whether that is working directly with the city on a multitude of issues or our local nonprofits, we are constantly out there building those. And then finally, civic pride is actually part of our mission. Elevating voices, celebrating our community is part of who we are. And in outward-facing perspective, you often see us as we are Memphis in our brand work. So today, I'm going to walk you through some data. Like I mentioned, we're very committed to monitoring, measuring. In fact, we flight 2 market research studies. We flight a market research study twice a year, once in the fall, once in the spring. And we've been doing it now for close to 6 years. So what you're going to see here is both trend line and also fluctuations over the years when we have encountered things like COVID-19 or more recent events. And we start here with actually this time last year. What I'll note here is that Memphis was actually reaching some all-time highs when you look at things like familiarity, favorability, positivity. These are all things that we ask questions about on a regular basis. And even that connotation with soul. We know that 97% of people have a positive reaction or association with that concept. To make Memphis that epicenter of soul is paramount for us. And so we even saw that at all-time highs, especially with our national audience, with African-American audiences, young people 35 and under, and then we center on target markets as we look to elevate Memphis's message. What I'm going to show you next is specific to Memphis and the reaction that we had in the events of September of 2022. These events were heartbreaking and difficult for the brand, but difficult for the community at large. We saw widespread media coverage in what happened both with the Eliza Fletcher, but also the Ezekiel case. What I'll notice here is that we were able to quantify that. And what you're seeing on this slide here is that overall national reach of both these stories combined in September of 22 reached 9 billion PR impressions to our measure. That's over a course of about 4 weeks. We also saw Memphis was trending significantly across social media, which is not a surprise, but perhaps what is a surprise, if you look at this bottom graph, bar graph on the in the red, that is search volume around the key term Memphis or Memphis news over the course of 10 years. What you see on the far right there in that very last bar is September of 22. So it goes to show you the volume and the reach of those events. Now here at home, you'll look at the key at the bottom there. You'll see that City of Memphis, Shelby County residents, and then Memphis DMA residents. When we talk about DMA, we mean all residents that still get Memphis media coverage but live outside of Shelby County. You will see them represented here. The question that is asked of them, how would you describe the tone of information you hear about Memphis as negative? We've been asking this question since July of 2017. What you see here from a trend line perspective is we're making progress. The tone of information as people describing negative is actually on the decline, less than less than 40%, almost a 12% drop over the course of a period of time. But as you look at these individual segments and you look at the events of October 22, you certainly see a spike there, which is worth noting. This has perhaps been one of the most difficult measures to move. The number of Memphians or residents that will select dangerous as the predominant word to describe our city has honestly stayed relatively flat. Obviously, as you get farther away from the city, you see that represented by the DMA. That is more prominent, becomes less prominent as you get closer to the city. What we see here is that, again, fairly level, although we did see some declines, but again, a spike in October of 22. As we think about this concept of soul, once again, being less than about food and music, but about heart, passion, grit, determination, change. Again, seeing some really remarkable incline over the trend line here, from 40% to now a majority of our residents feeling that way. What's really interesting is that even moments of pain and hurt that we saw in October of 22, we saw a rise in that concept of soul. What does that tell us? It tells us that soul, as much as it can be about community and congregation, is equally about hurt and healing and coming together. And so another powerful tenet of the brand. Now we're going to move quickly to target markets. Again, you look at the key at the bottom below. I'm sure the question will say, well, how do you select target markets? In large part, these markets are all experiencing out-migration patterns of talent, especially diverse talent that we are attracting here to Memphis. They also have some strong, in the case of, for example, Atlanta, very strong cultural overlays. Really important to note here as you look at trend line, the question is, would you describe the tone of information you hear about Memphis as favorable? What we see here is almost a 20% increase over the last 3 years in these target markets agreeing that they hear positive information about Memphis, which is remarkable and something that we're really excited about being able to push. But I'll also obviously note, again, when you look at October 22, you saw a decline given the massive amount of news coverage that we saw. Finally, I'll also point again that soul continues to resonate, not just here at home, but in our target markets and nationally at large. We are now seeing a massive increase across the trend line, almost 75% on average. And again, we continue to see that really stay steady for us, even when we look at target markets during the crisis of September of 22. Let's jump forward now to January of this year. What I can say is that the events of January of 23 pretty much dwarfed anything that we saw in September. We saw over 600 articles and broadcasts around the Tyree Nichols story, 31 billion PR impressions. You recall we were looking at about 9 billion back in September. We saw significant coverage across social posts, 65,000 mentions of Memphis compared to the same time of the previous year. You also notice this bar graph at the bottom is a reflection of search volume and goes to show you kind of the magnitude of the story. What I will say about the media coverage is, while what we saw in September was fairly localized and national, this story is obviously global in nature. It is complex. It has layers to it. We saw media coverage that was very negative on the city, but we also saw media coverage that was very positive. It is a dynamic story, and we will continue to see ripples of that as we continue to go through this process. What I will say, as we continue to go through this process, when we have anniversaries and also as we go through the trial and case. The couple things, though, as we look at what has happened over the last 6 months that I want to point to and some key takeaways is that branding is a long-term endeavor. A brand is a living, breathing entity and thing. And so what we're seeing here is even in these moments of crisis, the work that we've done now for years make sure that we're not going all the way back to where we're started. In fact, when you look at many of those graphs, we're still ahead of where we started from. I am, again, a firm believer in diversity and culture being our greatest strength. We are an epicenter of change. Our diversity drives that. I believe that to be the true core of who we are as Memphians, far more than our historical legacy or tropes. I'll also note that one incident or action does not define a city, especially this city. We have a rich mosaic of things, of people that have made change here in Memphis and continue to create change here, and that's what we're focused on. Also, I think we're all deeply aware, especially given the events of the last week, that the news cycle moves extremely quickly, and so time does heal. Creates space for recovery. It also creates space for community and healing and coming together, and that's really where we are Memphis, and that idea of soul comes together in the work that we do at Memphis Brand. It really is about energizing a movement and allowing people to come together to heal, but also to celebrate our community. And if we've learned anything in the very early research that's being done from some institutions like Pew or Bloomberg, that as communities go through these tragic moments, there is also opportunity for community to come together, to heal together, to emerge stronger than we were before. And really, that is what we have been sharing and echoing as part of our work as we are Memphis and Memphis Brand. Here's a couple ways in which we do that. Right now, across the city, you'll see our Soul Lives Here campaign, really celebrating the diversity, spirit, and celebration of our community coming together in a very diverse, inclusive manner. We work to identify and elevate stories for national media coverage. We tend to focus much more on people than on place, meaning we will not necessarily be telling the story of a particular attraction, but we will be talking about the individual that might be in one of the core issues we see here in Memphis and how they are creating change. To date, we have generated about 350 stories for Memphis. It creates about 4.2 billion positive PR impressions. If you had to buy it, it's about $61 million in advertising value. And from every media outlet, from the Washington Post to NBC, here's some of the greatest hits we have from the last year or so. Again, from the New York Times to Forbes and Fortune, but also to Edition, Essence, and AP. You see the stories we're telling here really fall into a space that otherwise would not be told if it wasn't for Memphis Brand being out there. It's about our citizens creating change, not just for Memphis, but creating change for the world. And those are the stories we're really excited to tell, as not only does it give hope to our residents, but also it really provides an impression of what Memphis is to the rest of the world. As I mentioned, we're also creating a movement. We Are Memphis now has over 400,000 followers, largely Memphians, former Memphians, or people that are interested in Memphis. Every single day, we're on that social platform, sharing the good things that are happening here and how Memphis is creating change. That extends far beyond just our followers to explosive growth in our reach. You can see across Instagram and Facebook, as well as just the usages of the hashtags that we employ. We're really proud of our partnerships here, too. It's about Memphis's own Coffee Black and the movement that he started. It's about partnering with groups like Blavity and their Afrotech platform, which we've done for the last year to really elevate our diverse technologists and how Memphis can be an epicenter for the future. I'll also point to wearememphis.com. If you have not been there yet, I encourage you to go there now. I will not be offended. But what I'll show you here is that this has become a hub for Memphis culture. We continue to see year-over-year explosive growth from sessions to page views. It has really become an epicenter to celebrate the culture of our community, and we're really proud of the work that's happening here on a daily basis. And then finally, I'll also point to the fact that the work we do outside of Memphis is paramount. In our target markets, we actually have something called our Why Memphis campaign that generates about 500 leads a month of people interested in visiting, starting a business, moving to Memphis in some way, shape, or form. It is largely driven by our billboards, but also a dedicated digital marketing program. We generate about 5 million billboard impressions every year on this campaign in cities like New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, and now San Francisco. All this to say is we know brand, and to deliver an impression about Memphis, it takes a surround sound approach. It actually takes 9 impressions for someone to remember who you are. That's what we are delivering every single day, is to move Memphis into a very contemporary narrative that is not what Memphis was, but what Memphis is and what it is becoming. And that is what we celebrate as part of our work at Memphis Brand and the We Are Memphis platform. So part of my job today is also to share with you the current status of Memphis Brand, as we have now kind of summarized the work most recently. As you can probably infer, I believe this work is more important than ever, and I'm not alone. As you can see in the materials that were passed out, I have a dynamic and very engaged board who also believe the same thing. To run down a little bit around our sustainability, we are currently forecasted to end this fiscal year with a limited balance, unfortunately given the economic pressures that we're currently facing, and a funding gap of about $300,000 to create a balanced budget this year. We've already put significant cost reduction measures in place. In fact, we've unfortunately had to reduce media partnerships like Blight and Afrotech. We've cut our digital marketing by about in half. We're limiting media trips, and we've even moved out of our office space. Our current operating budget is about $1.5 million, which has up to this point been largely supported by Memphis's private sector, who's been extremely generous in supporting this work. I'll also say we've been evolving and really working to be innovative. We've actually grown earned revenue. That is actual institutions or local brands here in Memphis hiring Memphis Brand to support their work and their brands. One example I will give is Crosstown Concourse, who has hired us to move their brand forward. That allows us to actually earn money to put directly back into the Memphis Brand work. We've been able to grow that line from 7% to 34% in the last year. We have 5 current clients. We have 6 proposals on market, so we're aggressively moving in that direction. But it won't be enough to move Memphis Brand into a sustainable place. We are evolving where I really would love to see both the private sector, the public sector, and our earned media all coming together to fully support Memphis's brand work. So my job today is really to, in a very clear-cut fashion, outline where we'd love to see the city's support. We have traditionally received $100,000 every year out of the Office of Communications line item, out of their budget, and we're extremely grateful for that support over the years. We would love to propose that City Council match that existing contribution for a total funding of $200,000 a year. That would certainly make a significant dent. But optimally, we would also love to propose a $300,000 a year investment in Memphis Brand. That would actually allow us to return some of the activities that we have been impacted by our budget cuts, and again, establish an equitable funding process and a diverse portfolio across private, public, and earned revenue. Finally, our goal, a balanced budget with income streams across those 3 areas will allow us to really thoughtfully continue to grow Memphis and Memphis's brand in a very contemporary context, knowing that every dollar we earn or raise goes back into supporting the Memphis Brand. I've been a Memphian now for 6.5 years. I have 2 little Memphians that have grown up here. I just moved my mom and sister down from Philadelphia. For on a personal note, I will just say I love this city. And it's not perfect, and no city is, but we have an immense opportunity in front of us. And I'm just thrilled to be in the position that we are in as Memphis brand to help see the city forward. So that I will stop and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have to say that right now with the current situation we have with our crime and our murder rate and everything else going on, we need you guys more than ever. My question is, have you gone to the county commission and the county government to ask for an in-kind contribution? Because everything you do that works for Memphis works for the county and the county government. So as we move forward, I think that may be another place that you want to look. I personally think the council needs to make sure you guys have a balanced budget, because right now, with everything we've got going, we need this type of PR and we need this type of information to get out to make our own people feel good. You know, I can't tell you how many people I'm hearing saying, well, this doesn't get better, I'm leaving. We don't need that. We've got them here. We need to keep our citizens here, and we also need to bring new people in. So thank you for your hard work, and please think about going to the county.
I'm heartened and grateful for your comments. Thank you. Mayor Harris sits on our board, as does Mayor Strickland. Shelby County is actually one of our clients right now, so they are paying us to do an art campaign with them. But I would welcome the support in moving that conversation forward with Shelby County, and certainly, and we can have those conversations offline. But I agree with you. I think as goes Memphis, does Shelby County, and so that's a place where we would obviously look for increased support as well. Thank you for the kind words.
Okay, we're gonna have Chairman Jones, and then I'm gonna come back. Councilman Smiley, he brought this to the floor, and I'm gonna let him speak after that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I had an opportunity.
Let the record show that Councilman Smiley is present.
Council Vice Chair Smiley met with Mr. French individually and recommended that I meet with him individually. And I agreed that it would be important for us to have this conversation. If we look at, I guess I spent almost an hour with Mr. French looking at probably 40, 50 different slides. But where we are right now, I think that Memphis has always been, in my opinion, a city that needs to be sold. We need to tell our story. We've let negativity sell our story more than we've let positivity sell our story. And so I thought that something like this would be important for the entire council here. So I thank Vice Chair Smiley for having most of us here, or many of us here, to hear this particular story. We have to do a better job of telling our own story and selling ourselves. And, from the apparatus that I've seen us do that, I haven't seen anything like this. Maybe it hasn't come before me that tells Memphis' story like this. So I would be supportive of any type of measures that we do to tell our own story. I was, just a side note in the conversation that Mr. French and I have, I think that we have a platform with this, but we can use it and leverage it to a much greater degree than we're doing right now. Just think about, I use social media. We have a platform with social media and the expertise that they have to tell a message in a much more cost-effective, a broader but more targeted way than any other thing that we've had, to my knowledge. And I would encourage us to utilize this and to help rebuild the brand that Memphis has and tell a more positive story about our city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. Thank you all for waking up early to hear this presentation. I know that Chase and I, we were struggling. But
it's off the carpool day.
But in all seriousness, when I met with Mr. French and just have an opportunity to travel different places, especially now, what I've been hearing is Memphis in a very dark light, and I think with the information that Mr. French has presented to this body, keeping in mind we're coming very, very, very close to budget season, I think it'll be advantageous for us to, we spend a lot of time talking about, areas that this body need to invest in. We need to be investing in programs for our youth. We need to be investing in sanitation and various different other departments, but I also don't want to allow this opportunity to escape us to investing in the story that is told about the city of Memphis, so that we are able to recruit businesses that pay more than a warehouse's wage, so we can actually have good, sustainable jobs for the people of the city of Memphis, but also to attract tourists, but also to combat all of this negative attention that our city has seen recently. And I think we will go. It would do us well to invest in Memphis Brand Initiative. So thank you for this presentation. Thank you for getting up this early this morning. And when I bring a resolution to fund this organization, I hope to have you all support, because we have to tell the story of Memphis, and I think they're doing a hell of a job of doing that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for your presentation and for Councilman Smiley for bringing this. I just had a quick question about, and I do apologize, I had to step out, and you may have covered it, but in terms of determining what the brand is and community input or the direction of where you're going, how do you get to that point? I saw the board of directors and just wondered if you have any other type of advisory or community engagement input regarding it.
We do. One of my managers is focused specifically on community engagement and is out in the community on a regular basis getting that feedback. I also say in order to determine the brand direction overall, some really core research was done and a full listening session was done back in 2016 and 17 to really get that input. And I would say we continue to get that input on a regular basis as we're out in the community. But as you see through all the other slides, we're very data driven. So all of these decisions were done on a very database, both through online research, but also out in the community, first person feedback to help say, yes, soul, heart, community is where we want to focus our brand.
Okay. And in terms of 2016 and now, how things have changed and how things tend to trend and change, is that something that's fixed, or is that something that you all continue to look at and craft and massage in a way that continues to represent who we are? I know Chairman Jones is always, talking about selling to people we want to attract in terms of utilizing biomedical and the different types of industries that we have here to attract a different caliber or different group of a population of residents. Do y'all take that in? I noticed a lot of soul and grit and all of that, but where are we, how are you including that other side as well?
So we tend to lean into not only our own research, but a lot of third-party research. We actually have a dedicated research agency that we work with, along with PR and digital, that helps guide us to make sure we're constantly evolving and getting better. So we're seeing the macro trends nationally in terms of engaging talent. For example, knowing that millennials highly value, diversity in the workplace, that they highly value the opportunity of flexible work hours, that they value cost of living. That's what you see us reflect back in our Why Memphis campaign, is that we go based on the data and the messaging follows that. To the point more globally about how we are evolving, given recent events, we're actually going to be flighting a third type of survey over this summer here, perhaps the fall, and it's going to be a livability study. You may have often seen studies about best cities to live in, for example, but those are all done by a third party, and you never get to see behind the data. We're going to do our own version of that here so we can get a better understanding of kind of livability metrics and then start to compare that year over year. So we are constantly evolving, to your point, and for any and all of you, I'd be happy to have separate conversations to walk you more deeply through the data.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We really appreciate that. Last question, are you all connecting with or how do you see the media or the relationship or conversations with the media will impact what you're going to do?
So we talk to the media every single day. I will not be shy about the fact that we tend to take an outside-in approach. We know that when we go get national media coverage, it's usually covered here locally. So we get a 2-for-1, if you will, rather than just focusing on local media coverage. The local media coverage is obviously significant in terms of its impact. I will note, I have a slide. It's not in here, but I have a slide that will show you that the trajectory of negative headlines and the emotional impact it is having is not a Memphis problem. It is happening across our country, and negative news coverage is dramatically on the rise. So we have to combat that in a way. It is a monumental task to change broadcast media, and that's why we really look to go around it. It's worthy of note how younger generations are consuming media, and it is not through TV.
Broadcast.
It
Great.
is through social content and those platforms, and we tend to focus in that direction, knowing that we can do a bit of an end around. But that being said, we know all the producers and we stay in touch. And when there are good stories to be had, we make sure that they're out there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
No, thank you. I
Just
appreciate your
looking forward
questions.
to it.
Okay.
I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
Good enough. I appreciate your time. I'm looking at it right now. This is what I want you to do.
Yes, sir.
I know Councilman Warren said you need to go across the street too. If you got an issue of trying to go across the street, I can hook you up for going across the street. You know, I want to say this, there's some things gonna happen very soon. We're gonna be stuck in the middle of everything. Okay? And if anybody get the point I'm talking about, from Nashville back to West Tennessee, not East Tennessee, only West Tennessee, okay? So I need you to go across the street right now, okay? Because money is going to kind of be a little bit tight if things happen the way in which Nashville wanted to happen right now, okay? Because they want to cut money because of certain issues, and we need to get beyond those issues. And I wish people would, you know, see the light. But please do that. And I'm on. This committee is adjourned, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
morning, everyone. It's 8:48, Tuesday, April 11th. I hope everyone had a nice Easter and or Passover or whatever you did with your family. With me, we made it. That's all I'm going to say. We just made it. we made it through the weekend. I hereby call to order the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Zones, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlo.
Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 7 items on today's agenda. We're going to go out of order here. We are going to take, Councilman Smiley, we are going to take item number 4, resolution to amend the fiscal year 23 council grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. There's a request to add to fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Councilman Smiley.
And I so move.
Is there a second to hear this? Any questions, objections? Seeing none, all those in favor with same 9 minutes and adding to fiscal consent agenda, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This is unanimous. Moving on. I don't know why I tapped the gavel. Item number 7, resolution to reallocate and reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Raleigh Civic Center District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by council members Logan and Canale. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Chair.
Moved by Ford. Do I have a second? Second by Johnson. Councilman.
I'd actually like to hold this until HCD, the HCD committee, when Director Cash is here.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to move this item out of Budget Committee and into today's HCD committee. No objections? Seeing none, let's move on to, what are you guys doing down there? Presentation? All right, we'll come back. Let me know when you're ready. We'll go on to some other stuff. Administration's ready to go into EOB. Okay. Item number 1, ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 92 to extend the sunset clause for the Equal Business Opportunity Program, all council districts, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Johnson and Ford. We'll put them down together. I got someone for the administration. Wouldn't mind. Oh, presentation as well? Yes. Perfect.
All it is extending it for a year. It's just gonna run out.
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
name and title for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Zandria Davidson, Interim Director, Office of Business Diversity and Compliance. Again, good morning to everybody. I have attorney Rodney Strong here, who is the firm that is conducting our 2023 disparity study, and he's going to give us an update on the project. Attorney Strong.
Attorney, if you wouldn't mind pressing push to talk, and if we could have your name and address for the record, sir. Please, the floor is yours.
Sure. My name is Rodney Strong. I'm the chairman of Griffin and Strong, 235 Peachtree Street, Suite 400, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the disparity study that Griffin and Strong is conducting for the city of Memphis. We are in the middle of our study process right now. The slide that you see talks about our study process. We began with a legal analysis and a policy review, and we spent a lot of time collecting and cleaning all of the data. We're at a point now where we're doing relevant market analysis, utilization analysis, and then, of course, we've got various other analyses, and we're going to produce a final report with findings and recommendations for you. We can go to that next slide. So where we are right now is that we've got a number of tasks that we've already completed in the disparity study. We finalized the project plan. We've had our kickoff meeting and our data assessment meetings with all the team here at the city of Memphis. We've produced a data assessment report and all of the data requests, and we've completed our legal review and had it approved by the city and by the city attorney's office. We've launched a website. We've had informational meetings. We've conducted over 30 anecdotal evidence interviews. We've had public hearings, and we've completed our data collection, and we've also had a complete survey of business owners here in Memphis. So we've come quite a ways. We can go to the next slide. So right now we're in the process of preparing all the databases to produce the prime data summary and the relevant market analysis. The policy chapter is under review right now. We've completed it, but it's under review by the city. And we're going to be conducting focus groups to add to our anecdotal evidence in the first week of May. And we'll also continue with our organizational interviews, groups like the Chamber of Commerce, the Black Business Association. We're interviewing various members of those organizations, and we're also analyzing, and we have a firm that's analyzing our survey of business owners, which has been completed. We can go to the next slide. And so next, we're going to be conducting all these analyses that you see before you: the utilization, availability, disparity, private sector, statistical, and the findings and recommendations. We can go to the next slide. And so just want to give you a little bit of a summary of our anecdotal, just a preliminary summary of our anecdotal. With our public informational meeting, which was held on October the 19th, we had 22 participants. We had public hearings that were held on the 14th and the 15th. We had 17 participants. Both public hearings had a lot of valuable commentary. With public hearings, the commentary is especially valuable because people feel strongly enough to publicly state what their concerns are. And the key concerns that we observed was just a desire for transparency, better access to information about how best to engage the city for successful bidding and contracting requirements. People wanted to know, what do you need? How much bonding do you need? How much insurance do you need? And we made some determinations about people feeling that maybe there might be some barriers in terms of doing business with the city. Go to the next slide. And we also did this joint survey of business owners. We did it with the City of Memphis, Shelby County Schools, and Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And we the survey was reviewed in a collaborative process between all three agencies. We didn't want to send out different surveys for the different entities. And so we launched the survey in January. We closed it April 17th, and we got 256 completed survey responses, which is a good response rate. If we go to the next slide. And then our anecdotal evidence, we've had different anecdotal interviews, and those are in-depth interviews where we sit with a business owner. We talk to them. We ask them various questions about their experience doing business with government, and we stratify that group so that we make sure we cover the various ethnicities and genders that are involved in the program. So we've had interviews with African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic, Native Americans, non-MWBEs, and non-minority women. So we've covered the gamut in terms of those 30 interviews. Those were in-depth interviews. And we've completed the data collection. We coordinated with all the city departments, and we had basically a few delays in terms of getting all of the data that we needed. We found some glitches in some of the data, and so it has required us to push our project completion date back to August 31st of this year. So a few months delay, primarily because it took us a little longer to get all of the primary data that we were looking for. And we're completing our prime data summary this week. And this is will help us identify the relevant market for the city and also who the prime contractors are and where you're spending your dollars. So we're moving along really well at this point with the analysis. And so this is our study timeline. We just did a little slide to show you our study timeline. When we initiated everything last summer, and then the work we've done with anecdotal that we talked about, data analysis and preparation, and the survey. And then what we intend to do over the next few months are complete the quantitative analysis, produce a draft report, get the city to review the final report, and then we hope to present to you a final study in August. And then, of course, as you can see from our chart, we've done quite a bit of work already, and so we're at the 4th stage of a 5-stage process. And we've produced an updated project schedule. That's just to give you an idea of what each task is that we've done, those that are in progress, and those that are still yet to begin that we expect to complete. And you'll see we have a final report to you by August 31st based on that updated schedule. All right, I just wanted to give you an update. We're asking for an extension of time, and I just wanted to let you know what we've already done, what we still have to do, how quickly we expect to get this project completed, and I'm open now to any questions that you might have so that we can hopefully answer those and assure you that we're moving forward in an expeditious fashion to get this project done as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming in town. I don't think the extension is going to be an issue. I'm curious, and I don't know how familiar you are right now as prime data is being collected, but I'm curious if you could tell us anecdotally what the chief complaint or maybe the top 2 or 3 are of doing business with the government.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have problems with bonding and insurance, especially if they're in the construction business. And then I think the other issue is a lot of people just don't understand how to do business with government. And they're not aware of what the opportunities are. And so we've made some very specific recommendations already about things that can be done to address that.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Yeah, streamlining, and even the way our payment cycle works is problematic for a lot of them because they can't float for subcontractors, right? They can't float 30, 40 days, 60 days, sometimes like that. So I'll be interested to see that. And then you mentioned one more thing, and this is more just out of curiosity. I'm not worried about your extension. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send it downstairs for first reading tonight. But
well, thank you.
I'm curious. Did you have trouble getting partners to sit down and do interviews? Is that one of the things you're saying you struggled contacting people, or was that easy? Yeah.
Well, we didn't really have a lot of trouble with our anecdotal evidence interviews here in Memphis. We're fortunate enough to have a firm here that we've worked with before, and they're locally based. In fact, we like their work so much that we're using them right now to do work on a study we're doing for the state of Connecticut.
Yeah. Would you mind me asking what the firm?
Yeah, I'm. You know the name of the firm? I do not. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, my project manager works with them all the time and is crazy about this particular firm. And we actually discovered them working on the previous City of Memphis study that we had done.
Perfect. Colleagues, any other questions?
I had a quick question.
Vice Chairman Smiley.
You talked about this in-depth interview. Are we asking these same questions to every interviewee? So
yeah, it's that the idea is to be able to look at the answers and then sort of say 20% of the people felt that bonding was a problem. I'm just making that up, but
I was just trying to make sure that the questions were consistent so that we could actually say, okay, have measurable statistics. Okay,
Yes, one of the things we do with our anecdotal, we try to tell a story with our anecdotal. That's a big part of it. We want to know, what are the issues, but which is why we do qualitative data. But there's also a quantitative element to it, and that's why we do exactly what you're saying, which is to ask similar questions, almost the same question of each person, so that we can then sort of look at those issues and say, hey, we're hearing these same things enough times for us to realize that that's something here in the community.
And the data that you're ultimately gathering, and are you presenting that to council, or is it going straight to the administration?
What we're doing is we're verifying each time we collect data. We verify everything internally with staff and with the city attorney's office. So, for instance, our legal analysis has already been reviewed, approved. Each step that we take, we review it. So when we complete our data and get all our databases complete, we ask them to check that data because we want them to look and see if there are some outliers there. There might be data that we got that indicates that there was a project that $5 million was spent on, but Zendaria could look at it and say, oh, I know that was more than that, or that was less than that. So we have a sort of a process by which we have internal collection. We don't usually show that to the public until we've basically analyzed it, but we have all the databases.
Not to cut you off, I think ultimately that's my question. Is the council considered the public?
Your time, and I'm not having, I know where council, if you could go back to the timeline, the slide timeline specifically, there were, the steps were listed vertically on basically a spreadsheet. The last step basically, and I leaned over to Councilman Smiley and said, last look basically goes to the administration to finalize the report and the executive summary. And I think that's where Councilman Smiley is drilling in go ahead, Councilman Smiley.
I think I just have a hard time always being the last to know something. And I think this council, at some point, we are supposed to use our positions to make sure we have enough information so that we can adequately inform the public. A lot of times what happens, at least in my point of view, a lot of times information comes in and it gets stuck on the administration side. I want to make sure that, we're able to make suggestions or potential changes that we believe will be beneficial to the public. It's 13 of us, and it's one mayor. I think we are able to better adequately articulate the needs of the community.
Well, Mr. Vice Chairman, I will say that we will make sure that when this thing is at a point that the city attorney has given, the approval that it's ready to be released to, obviously when the city council receives it, it becomes public information at that point, in the sense that, right now it's attorney-client privileged information as we're going through the various databases, the various internal work. But you will see every chart, every document, everything before, there is necessarily a widespread release of this thing.
Councilman Carlisle was reading my mind today. So there's a rough preliminary draft, and we also mentioned attorney-client privilege. Well, this body has an attorney. We can have an attorney-client meeting with Attorney Wade, and we can talk through that rough preliminary draft as well, because it's difficult to shape policy if you don't know what information is out there. And I'm going to quote Councilman Jones, who's quoting Sarah Lewis, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And we can't manage anything if we don't know what the data actually presents.
I think that's a great idea. I'm all for it. I think that those kinds of discussions, and of course, I'm very familiar with Attorney Wade and have the utmost. Well, let me put it like this: he was already probably the most prominent attorney in Memphis when I was in law school. and that was 40 years ago. I'm having my 40th reunion this year, so he's been around a while.
Attorney Wade, we're talking about how old you are, sir.
And Vice Chairman Smiley's right. We can sit down, and Chief Sink often joins those meetings, and obviously our Chief Operating Officer is a bar card carrying attorney, so we can have the administration represented in those meetings. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Welcome home, Mr. Strong.
Glad to be here.
Question that I have, and it sort of goes back to just a comparison between the Shelby County disparity study in ours. One of the things, I don't know, in previous disparity studies, I think that the area that we looked at was the metropolitan area, not just Memphis and Shelby County. I think, and I'm going back to perhaps the first disparity study that since I've been on the council that Shelby County did, they have one where they specifically look at Memphis and Shelby County versus the MSA. And so I think will there be a part in this disparity study where we can say, and I think what's important to us first is how much are we spending with Memphis firms? Now I know that, there's certain parameters or guidelines, but if we're not looking at, to be honest with you, I don't care how much we spend in the MSA as long as Memphis is getting its fair share of the property taxes that are generated within Memphis. So I don't remember seeing in the previous disparity study that we had that we could look at just what our Memphis/Shelby County spend is versus the entire MSA. Would that be part of this disparity study?
Yes, we can definitely do a look at what your local spend is. We actually do what we call telescope out. And that just means that we'll start with the smallest jurisdiction, which will be the city of Memphis, and then we'll look to the next jurisdiction. Real quick, don't want to belabor this, but I want to say that based on the court case that we're responding to when we do a disparity study, we do what's called a relevant market analysis. And it's basically a concept where you look to see where 75 to 85% of your spend in a particular category is. So if you take a particular area such as construction, where do your prime contractors reside that you are already doing business with? So it really is dependent on how you're currently spending your dollars. So if it turns out that 75% of your dollars are going to firms that are based inside the city of Memphis is going to be your relevant market, for the disparity study purposes. And so it would be very easy to say, we want to align a program to our relevant market. But what happens is if you look at the city of Memphis for that one particular category construction, and you see that about 50% of your construction dollars are spent in Memphis, the next thing you do is go out to the county. How many in the county? The next thing you do is to go out to the MSA, and then you basically can say, well, the market for construction services is the MSA, or it's the county, or it's the city. So that helps us refine how the program is drafted, but that doesn't mean you can't have the information and know how many dollars were spent with companies that are based right here in the city of Memphis.
Okay, as long as that's part of the report, because I won't be here for much of the duration of this upcoming report. I think that that's still going to be instructive to future councils because we want to make sure we have a healthy core. That old saying I used to hear growing up, charity begins at home, then spreads abroad. So we want to make sure that Memphis businesses are getting their fair share of Memphis-generated tax dollars.
Right, and there's nothing to say that you can't direct certain resources in terms of supportive services and other things to businesses in the city to help them scale that you don't provide to, to businesses that are outside the area. So when it comes to recommendations, we're going to make a bunch of recommendations, but we're also going to be in conversation. And I think Vice Chairman Smiley's comment is a good one, which is that we ought to be in a dialogue with you about what comes out of this study. Right. We want something that's going to be productive and it's going to increase the economic development of Memphis. And we ought to be looking at how we can do that. And we'll, as advisors, we will work with you as closely as possible to try to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great comments. Colleagues, anything else on this? And I think I just will shape it. It's not that we have an issue with it, anything being cleaned up or out of the report, but the body is anxious to help in this regard. I'm not surprised to hear bonding and insurance. I'm glad recommendations are coming. We have talked ad nauseum with every group, I think, under the sun that touches prime white contractors here all the way down to minority and women-owned contractors that are, and just to startups. And it is constantly coming down to that bonding capacity and resume building and insurance. So I really, that seems to be the ultimate crux. And I'm interested to see if there are any recommendations or best practices you're seeing around, whether it's picking up a fiscal agent and throwing, $10 million into a fund that basically is a guarantee fund. Like, I don't know what that is, but I know what the guarantee fund is. I don't know what the solution is to the insurance and bonding capacity to accelerate the ability of minority contractors that are capable from having those financial burdens lifted sooner rather than later.
Mr. Chairman, you are hitting on something that I'm, very passionate about. And one of the things I always suggest is that we look at all of the resources that are available, such as SBA loan guarantees, SBA bonding guarantees, and see where we can coordinate those kinds of services. And I know that we're going to be looking at those kinds of things and making very specific recommendations on that. And then to the extent that there's an appetite for doing more, like some type of a fund, as you suggested, that, obviously does nothing but enhance your ability to build some of these businesses. Because, the thing about Memphis, and I just want to say this parenthetically, the thing about Memphis is that Memphis has the highest number of African-American businesses according to the most recent economic census data. But when you look at those businesses,
Single member
very
LLCs.
few of them have employees.
Right.
And so you have to have some kind of mechanism by which you can scale those businesses. And so the problems that you have in Memphis are not necessarily the same problems that you have in some other place where you don't have a lot of business opportunity, but you also don't have businesses that have a lot of capacity because you haven't figured out how to scale. So one of the things you want to do is to do more supportive services and those kinds of things. And so,
I'll piggyback. We continue to look at what do we do with our youth that are coming out of school that a 4-year education is not an opportunity for them. And you look at jobs like carpentry and construction, and these are like very well-paying jobs. And so again, if you're growing, and a lot of our minority contractors have connections back into our local high school system, like they're born and raised in Memphis, and so they know young men or family members or others that are coming out. And so if they're able to scale their business, it's only accretive downstream too. And then as we get into this Blue Oval, as Blue Oval and these other projects have ramped up with $3 billion in state funding for infrastructure, $1 trillion in federal funding, we're losing out on labor cost as consumers because all these contractors are going and flooding those big federal jobs and big state jobs. So we need somebody local to help backfill local contracting opportunities so costs can stay down for consumers. So I'm really looking forward to the report and the work you're doing and the recommendations and best practices in particular. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, I'm going to move that we send this down for first reading tonight. Is there any objection to that? No objection. All right, no objection. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the decision is unanimous. Thank you. All right, colleagues, we are going to move on here to item number 2 and 3. 2 is a presentation, so it's really 3. I'm just going to move it as item number 3. Resolution to reallocate, reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Memphis Food Waste Project. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Move.
Second.
Moved by everybody.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Tortoise in the hair there. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Janet Boscarino, I'll let Janet do the presentation first, and then I'll read part of the resolution, and we can discuss if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
That would be fine, Councilman.
Janet, if you would come forward, please.
While they're getting ready, I'm just going to go ahead and probably take this on. We may have a very brief discussion on 5 and 6. I'd like to give just a touch more guidance, and because we're running out of time and it's going to be a long day, I think what I'd like to suggest happen is I'm going to, instead of us voting on this in a formal matter, I'm going to write a letter and attach your recommendations or your desire and have Chairman Jones and I sign it and send it to the mayor's office. And then we can come back as we get into budget season and start chipping away on them. Some of them, thank you, Councilwoman Logan, and others are very specific dollar amounts. And some are just kind of general ideas. And I want to start to try and put dollar amounts to more of the things on there. Even if they're not perfect, we need to come up with a totality in order to give guidance to Shirley and the mayor, and then we can duke it out. But it's not fair to send Shirley something that just says general CIP in this arena, we've got to have some sort of order of magnitude, I think to be reasonable. And if you don't know, I mean, reach out. If it's an engineering thing, go grab Manny or Randall and say, hey, what is the average light cost? And we can put that number down. I mean, worst thing is that the administration says we can't do it, and then we have to figure out, again, how to enter the Thunderdome. Yes, ma'am. I will get the list back to your staff members, and then we can go from there. But ultimately, and I'm sorry to take up your time, ultimately my goal was to make sure that we kind of knew what everybody's wanted. I think there's a lot of synergy. I mean, there's several people that want to do more neighborhood improvement stuff like sidewalks and street calming. And so to make sure that those big themes are hit, and then just to say, we really believe, like last year, I think we did $1.2 million to cover the speed humps. Like, is that really, and I think Jones is that really enough, right? So we got to start figuring out what that is, and then we got to figure out where the ceiling, and I think Chief Ford at next meeting is going to tell us we probably hit that ceiling already, and then we got to figure out, what are we willing to cut, or do we have to go the other direction and raise revenue? So that's kind of the driving conversation. That being said, hi, welcome. If we could have your name, position, and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Janet Boscarino. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Memphis. We're an environmental nonprofit in town that works on a variety of environmental issues with the city. Our office is located at 2112 Court Avenue in Midtown. So I'm happy to be here today and share a little bit about our work. A little closer? Is that good? Better? Okay. So when I actually made a presentation to this body a couple of years ago about the Memphis Food Waste Project, we've combined that work under Project Green Fork, which is our restaurant sustainability certification. It just is better alignment for us instead of having two brands running at the same time. So that's why you'll see Project Green Fork here. But I wanted to remind you guys, since it's been a couple of years since we talked about this issue, what we're really getting at. So in the U.S. every year, 40% of the food that is grown or produced is wasted. About $220 billion is spent annually on growing and transporting food that never makes it to anyone's table. Meanwhile, we have 1 in 5 people that are food insecure or lack access to healthy and nutritious food. And I think that's actually more like 1 in 4 in Memphis and Shelby County. So it is in that space that we are working to try to reduce the amount of that surplus food and make sure that it's getting to people who can use it. And that's what I want to talk to you about a little bit today. So in 2019, we are a part of a regional cohort with Natural Resources Defense Council. They're a national organization working on this issue. We're in that cohort with Nashville, Atlanta, Orlando, several other cities. And what NRDC does is help us develop strategies around source reduction. So how do we educate the public on reducing food waste? How do we expand food donation and food rescue? And then how are we expanding composting? So those are sort of the 3 big buckets that we're looking at. What NRDC has given us as information, they did a whole evaluation of where we're losing food waste. We have about 5,000 tons of rescuable food every year in Memphis and Shelby County. 5,000 tons, that's a lot of healthy, nutritious food that's currently being wasted. Now, nationally and here locally, we are rescuing about 7.6 of that through the Mid-South Food Bank. So Kroger, Walmart, Costco, all those places do food donation, and there's rescue going on. But as you can see, we have a lot of potential to rescue more healthy, nutritious food and get it to people who can use it. Because we do have about 115,000 Memphians who are experiencing food insecurity every year. So, and nationally, about 60% of that surplus food ends up in landfills, which is a complete waste of all the energy and resources that were put into growing it, transporting it, and into producing that food. So, when we received some funding from the council from ARPA funds 2 years ago, we're very grateful for that. That allowed us to bring on a staff person to help. One of the things that staff person has been doing is making these connections between people who have surplus food and our last mile organizations or feeding programs, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We also completed a study with Innovate Memphis to look at the last mile organizations. And when we say last mile organizations, these are the organizations that are working most closely with people who are experiencing food insecurity, so feeding programs. What we were trying to get at is, if we have 5,000 tons of rescuable food, what is your capacity or limitations to receive this food? And a lot of that is storage, cold storage, transportation, staffing, a variety of things there. So we just finished that work with Innovate Memphis, and I'm happy to share that full report with you guys. But it really provided us some data around how we could support those last mile organizations with resources and equipment so that they're able to receive more food. Again, we hired a full-time team member to increase emphasis on food rescue, and we created a safe food donation guideline with the health department. That's also been distributed to 3,000 restaurants about how to properly and safely donate food. We also did training with the health department, all of their staff, because they are the front line working with food establishments. And we also continue our 901 Save the Food campaign, which is where we're, 40% of food that's wasted is actually in our own homes. And that ends up in municipal solid waste and is a burden on the city to deal with that. So a lot of our outreach work is helping people understand how to better shop, storage, use all parts of the plant, how to enjoy leftovers, all of these things to reduce food waste and expand composting. This is just a map representation of when we did the last mile organization work. We had 30 unique organizations that participated. We paid a stipend for them to participate so that we could learn more about their programs, where they're located, who they serve, if it's youth, if it's elderly, what the hours of operation are. If they're able to receive prepared food, that is a whole different area. It's an untapped market to receive prepared food. And if you are a pantry, you may not have refrigeration. So these are the things we were trying to uncover so that we could, if that's what you're lacking, how can we get those resources to you? So the highlighted areas here, it may be a little bit difficult to see. That's just where we had the most representation and participation from last mile organizations. We know there are more organizations that are doing outreach with food. So we want, the more we can gather that information, get them into our system, the better we can make sure that we get resources to them, and that we're connecting them with people who have surplus food. So what does this mean for Memphis? So since we began doing this work, we've rescued more than 16,000 pounds of food, and this is pictures of food. This is very high quality, nutritious food that would be wasted if we were not getting this to organizations that could use that. Again, 8 last mile organizations are receiving and distributing food on top of this. And we've distributed 3,000 of those safe food donation brochures to local restaurants. We've also been doing public outreach in terms of events. We have an event coming up this weekend, Love Food, Hate Waste, where we're featuring our last mile organizations and the work that they do so we can draw attention to them, more resources, more volunteers. We have chef demonstrations. The Guilty Vegan is doing a chef demonstration there, and Drew with Memphis Made has made a beer from surplus bread, just as a demonstration of how food has value and should never be wasted. One thing that I want to talk to you a little bit about too, some of the last mile organizations that are receiving this food, you may recognize Vance Avenue Youth Development Center. If you don't know Miss Barbara over there, she's amazing. Room at the Inn, Hospitality Hub, First Congo, St. Vincent de Paul, Union Mission, Neighborhood Christian Center. These are places that are receiving food that we are able to make connections through and rescue. The other thing that I think is important, when we're leaning into this area, a lot of the food rescue that's going on is around produce, and it's important. It has a very narrow window of when it's good. We're really leaning into this prepared food area, and where we're looking at that is with the FedEx Forum and with the Renaissance Convention Center. They have an enormous amount of prepared food when they have events that is temperature controlled, has not been presented to the public, and is viable for food rescue. So we are now working with the forum. We're getting ready to do a series of audits to better understand what their surplus food is, how we train them on safe food donation, and then make those really unique connections to feeding programs, because you really have to be, it's a lot of matchmaking work that we're doing, because it has to be, prepared food is unpredictable when it's coming online, how much it is, what it is, and so making sure that we've connected them to the right partner is really important. And with the Renaissance Convention Center, they have a lot of events going on there where they have a lot of high quality food, not just produce, but baked chicken, steak, salmon, trays of vegetables, things that are very high quality and expensive food that currently is being thrown away. and we'll be able to weigh and measure those, connect those with a feeding program, and where that food can be utilized for our most vulnerable population. So again, this is what building sort of on what the work we were already doing. The support help us increase staffing to continue the local donation system. That's a lot of labor-intensive work, making those connections, doing the audits, training the staff, all of that work, helping to build that ecosystem. The funding actually also helps us to build resources for our local last mile organizations. So with our partnership with NRDC, we were able to secure an additional $20,000. We're hoping to have ARPA funds to match that. And what that does for us is it allows us to create mini grants to the last mile organization. So if they are lacking in cold storage, any of the supplies that you need, blankets, coolers, things of that nature, to do food rescue and to receive that food, we can supply them with mini grants so that they can close the gap on any of the resources that they need for being able to rescue more of that food. And again, one of the things that we're looking at too is how we're tracking and measuring this work. There's several apps out there that track and help connect people who have surplus food to people who can use it. They track their tax incentives, they track the pounds, all of that, so we can have better metrics. So that's another area that we're leaning into to really understand how can we bring a metric system to this work so that we can ensure we're on track to reduce food waste by 50% by 2030, and that we're capturing all 5,000 tons of that rescuable food annually. That's all I have for you guys today. It's really important work for us. I'm so grateful for the support you guys have provided us so far, and would love to have continued resources to support this work over the next bit of time. I do think long-term we'll be able to build funding relationships. There are a lot of EPA grants and other things out there. That takes time to build those, and having resources from you guys provides us with a runway to really build this ecosystem around the food rescue, and long-term we can build these longer funding partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very interested in a lot of this. So we're in the restaurant business, and my question that the old school thought was always more employee theft, right? But that's something that still has to be managed more than anything. Mm-hmm. But I'm curious if you can, at least to me, I'm curious to see tort against it, right? So one of the issues that we have is civil liability about product that comes out of our restaurant that can make somebody sick. And it's a very slippery slope. And I think other than your local restaurateurs that are in control of one, maybe 2 or 3 restaurants, they're much more likely to be involved and help with that. Their liability is smaller, so to speak. Sure. But in order to get larger groups involved, our concern is always going to be the liability issue. Right. Sure. And so I'm curious to know if you guys are, what you're like, because I know it's loosened up. I know grocery stores have started to get more involved, and that's because there's been some protections that have been put in for them. I'm curious to know where you are on the legal and lobbying side with the state and federal government from that.
Sure. So you have 2 forms of protection there, and we had to work through this with FedEx Forum and with Renaissance Convention Center. Everyone's always concerned about liability. So you have the Bill Emerson law that was passed during the Clinton administration that is a protection against, as long as you are in good faith donating food, you are not liable for anything that happens with that. And the state of Tennessee has also expanded that donation protection within the last few years. If we are doing big connections, like with a forum or someone like that, with their donation partners, we'll also sign a hold harmless agreement there too. But there's that case has not been tested at all. No one has taken a case yet for that, but your liability protections.
It will come at some point, but I hear you.
Yeah, so there are expanded protections for that, but we have had to work through that. But you do have the Bill Emerson law, which is a federal law, and then you also have two laws passed in the state of Tennessee for protection against any type of liability for donating food.
What about Memphis? Or Mississippi, rather?
I don't know in Mississippi, but I can find out.
Yeah, if you could for me, that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Councilman, yeah, and by the way, the NRDC also controls the seed vault, correct? Is that under you guys heard about the seed vault? Massive underground vault in Europe? Okay, we'll talk about it later. It's a fun fact of the day. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I won't read the whole resolution. I'll read the 3 most important, I think, recitals. Whereas in the United States, up to 40% of grown of food grown for human consumption is wasted. At the same time, 1 in 4 people in Memphis and Shelby County are food insecure. And whereas most of the food that is wasted ends up in landfills where it gives off methane gas that is driving climate change, therefore food waste is a social, economic, and environmental issue. And whereas the Memphis Food Waste Project has been working since 2019 to mitigate the problem of food waste in Memphis and Shelby County. Through its research, the initiative has identified 5,000 tons of healthy, rescuable food that is wasted in Memphis and Shelby County each year. Colleagues, in 2023, we shouldn't have the amount of hunger that we do. We also shouldn't have the amount of waste that we do. I think this project is a great project to help identify and alleviate some of the food insecurity in Memphis. I think this is well worth the investment, and I think it will help in a meaningful way, especially to those in our community that are food insecure. Councilwoman Logan has wished to be a co-sponsor. We'll gladly take anyone else. Everybody? Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Boscarino.
Thank you. And I wanted to say one thing about, I always try to mention this, that this is not a substitution for food, for access to grocery stores. The issue of food insecurity still remains, and people need to have access to grocery stores and produce. This is really about efficiently managing resources. There's enough food in the system that no one should be hungry, and so being more efficient and intentional about how we manage our food system is what this is really about.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the service. I have a question in regards to individuals or organizations where you receive the food from. Have you taken those individuals through some type of training or preparation so when people receive it, they can feel comfortable that everything has been done to ensure that the food is okay to eat?
Right, that we worked on the Safe Food Donation brochure with the health department, and we do training with that. So part of what we did with the last mile organizations is to go through that training, because it does have to be temperature controlled if it is prepared food. And we also do that as part of our process when we're identifying a new food donor, like with the forum or for any small and large. We go through, and the process is to do that audit to understand what is your surplus food, and then go about the training them on how to properly store, temperature control, and deliver that for the partner. Yes.
All right, colleagues, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this is unanimous. Unanimous going downstairs with positive recommendation. Do you want to throw this down there tonight? Yeah. Any objection to putting it down on same 9 minutes? You see if we can add it to fiscal consent. And go ahead and put everybody on as a co-sponsor. I don't care if they're here or not. They'll do it. All right, colleagues, seeing no other business before this body, we are adjourned.
Good morning, colleagues. Today is April 11th. It is 9:42 a.m. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I was just waiting on you to look at me.
And Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, this morning we have 4 items on the agenda. The first is a resolution to transfer and to appropriate funds in the amount of $525,000 for FS1 construction project number FS02031, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Smiley and seconded by Councilman Ford. Is there someone from administration to speak on this item? Thank you. Please give your name and address for the record, and you are recognized, sir.
I'm Stephen Chastain with Memphis Fire Department Planning Development, and my address is 2670 Avery Avenue, 38112.
Is there anything you want to share on this item?
This completes the funding for the new Fire Station 1, which we opened yesterday. In FY 23, we were given $6 million, and the plan was to further allocate what was needed for the remaining $800,000 in FY 24. And anyway, we were short a little bit of money, but we worked out with where we saved money in other projects to fill that gap. So this is what's needed to finish the station.
Okay. Thank you for that. Colleagues, any questions? Anybody have any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The item passes and will be on tonight's agenda. Item number 2 is a resolution to transfer contract construction allocation and appropriate funds to contract construction costs for fire station, canopy, and patio, phase 1 and 2, project number FS23102, all council district, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. May I have a motion and a second? It was moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Did you have anything you want to speak on this item as well?
Just that this is part of our 2023 CIP budget that we set forth earlier in the year. It's an effort towards recruitment and retainment of firefighters to make the stations more livable, more comfortable, and more inviting to both employees and the public. We're going to add patios and some outdoor activity areas with these 2 projects, and there will be 4 phases where we do every quadrant of the city.
Okay. All right. And colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of chair, the ayes have it. This item passes and will be on tonight's agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At this time, we have a presentation from the Memphis Shelby County Public Schools Director of SEED, Dr. Angela Hargrove, and others. Requested by myself. You all would come on down. Colleagues, as you recall, in our last meeting from March 21st, we had a discussion in committee regarding truancy, and felt that it was important to have, instead of talking about the problem, but actually have Memphis Shelby County Public Schools to come down so we can talk and become more aware of what's going on. When we left, the discussion was around how the council and how Memphis Police Department could assist. I think that was a request. And so since then, we have had a conversation. And today I'd like for you all to come back and kind of give us an update or clarify some of the things that we talked about before. I know we were wanting to know what the role of the SRO is and how that plays into the officers going out to, find or look for students that are not in place or in school. We also wanted to know the dynamics between the SROs, Memphis Police Department, and the Sheriff's Department, when they're going out and when they're needed, and any additional support that is needed in that regard. And I think you all had some information that you wanted to share with us and asked us to support you all in as well. Okay, go right ahead. State your name and address for the record, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Angela Hargrave, address 160 South Hollywood, Memphis, Tennessee, Memphis Shelby County Schools. And I would like to just to kind of revisit the conversation quickly, just to make sure that I frame everything as it relates to truancy. And so the efforts that are made when a student is not at school really start with just kind of the basic making a phone call to attempt to connect to the student or the parent. So phone calls from any phone numbers that we may have at the school level or the district office, and then also sending emails. We reach out to parents through emails because of our online registration system. That's another means of contact, and also just other efforts to locate them. So sometimes there may be some social media contact that schools are able to make, but all of those are the some of the things that we do to make efforts to find out where students are. As a last resort, if we're not able to locate students by any of those means, or even if we get information that there may be an address or location where students are who should be attending school and are not, then making a home visit or going out into the community to look for them is a last resort. And so that was kind of where the conversation came from around. At that point, when we are not able to locate students through those other means, then there are sometimes efforts needed or support needed maybe out in the community. So we do have our chief of security here and deputy chief, so I'd like to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, and they can speak more to you around the role of the school resource officers.
Good morning. If you state your name and address for the record, you can have the floor.
Great. Am I on?
Is the green button on? You are. Just turn it towards yourself.
Great.
Right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carolyn Jackson. I am the Chief of Safety and Security for Memphis Shelby County Schools.
Good morning. My name is Greg Sanders. I am the Deputy Chief for Safety and Security of Memphis Shelby County Schools.
So we had a Teams meeting on Friday because there were some concerns about the SROs and our school officers within Memphis Shelby County Schools. To give you just a breakdown of how we operate, we are safety and security. We're not police officers. So our primary focus is the safety, providing the services for our student, staff, and visitors in our schools. We do support our C department. So if there is a need, they will reach out to us to do a home visit with students that they've identified that are truant. We have an excellent working relationship with the Memphis Police Department, as well as the Shelby County Sheriff Department. And when we make that request, they do work closely with us on any requests that we make that have to do with truancy or student safety. We've been doing this work now for years. There's never been a problem with us working together, and we just support them in every way we can. Because we are safety and security and not police officers, we do not have the authority to go into homes, to go into apartments. We just have to request that support from our local law enforcement partners. And we do that supporting our C department. So I wanted to make that very clear.
Okay, I know when we met last time, there was a request to have more support from MPD regarding those visits. So Do I hear you say that you all can go to the home, but you can't go in the home? Is that the reason? Was that the reason for the request? If you could clarify that.
So I think it was just more of how we partner and not necessarily a request for more support, but just as we were going through the process of how we work to ensure that students are in school and how we address truancy, then that was one of the steps. That's kind of the last step. And so there are times when we do need the assistance of law enforcement or security, but that's not a problem, or that's not something that hasn't happened. That's just kind of one of the steps that we have to take as a last resort. And then we just reach out for that support when it's needed.
So what's the role of the SRO and who's responsible from, there's truancy, but then my dear colleague over here has a lot of experience in the school system, from kids checking in and then walking away, right? And so I understand that there's a text message system that, little Billy has missed class, and I think Alan was signed up accidentally as some kid's parent and was getting every time this kid skipped class, Alan was getting a text message, even though. But my question for you is what role do SROs have? Who is responsible for? And I know this is even more of a sensitive subject, but I'm going to use it in the context of keeping children on campus. Who is responsible for securing the school so that people are not bumping outside doors and skipping class once their parents think that they are in school?
Basically, that's a good question, and thanks for that. Basically, our attendance in department monitors that. So students go from class to class or homeroom, and there is a roll call that is made of those students when they come in. If a student misses a class or is not shown up for a class, then our seed department with Director Hargraves, they monitor that, and they are the ones that have that, what you call a robo messaging that goes out. So with students that skip school, and let me get to that. I think
But you're getting to your process. I'm asking a very simple: who's responsible for securing the school so that kids are not walking out of the school? So, and again, I know every school's different, but usually you can make it where there is one way in and one way out. Who is responsible on property to ensure that happens?
The principal.
Okay. So are you looking at the data for those schools in which attendance is above the norm for children skipping class? Let's stay off of truancy. For children that are missing class. And are those principals getting either the extra resource or their hands slapped for allowing that to happen?
So to answer your question about are we looking at that? Yes, we monitor the data, and so that would be logged in as cutting class, or if a student leaves campus without
I used to do it all the time. Yeah.
So right. So yes, we do have a way to monitor that, because once that student is identified, then the administration is responsible, of course, for creating an entry in our student information system. So that's how our office tracks that data. And so yes, we have ongoing training and conversation. So our team from the seed department, we meet monthly with the assistant superintendents, who are the principal supervisors, and we give them updates and communicate with them around that data and what the data is showing as far as trends as it relates to.
Do you publish that data?
And discipline.
Will you publish that data by school?
So the attendance and discipline data. So yeah, so we share attendance and discipline reports all the time. It's just, there are so many nuances to it, but if you're talking about
really,
the attendance,
respectfully,
yes,
really, there's not. Either a school has, and again, I'm not trying to beat you four up, but I'm telling you, like, we just have got to get past this stuff and get to the business leaders and public service. We've got to get to the root issue. So if I've got a school who has a classroom attendance issue where 40% of the time or 25% of the time or 30% of the time kids are walking out and missing class, what are the solutions to stop that? Is it putting bump bars on every door of the school? Is it creating one way in, one way out, manned by a substitute teacher? These are not overwhelmingly difficult conversations to have. It's just a desire to have them. And again, this is not you four. This is an overarching, my constituents are very frustrated seeing 15 and 12-year-old kids running around Memphis on Tuesday at 12:30 p.m.
Right. So teachers are responsible for taking attendance, and in high schools, where students change classes every period, teachers take attendance each period.
Yes, ma'am. I went to high school. I understand that. I'm trying to get you four to help me understand.
Councilman Collins, let me ask something before we go on. We definitely, and we can ask the superintendent back because I think they have someone they have to answer to. But today, we definitely wanted, in public safety, wanted to see what happens when they get off campus and where the MPD or the sheriff come in. And I totally agree with you that needs to be a conversation, and we can bring the superintendent back, but they have people that they have to answer to, and they can't necessarily.
But this is the cumbersome respectfully, Chairwoman. But this is the cumbersome problem with the issue. Like, the MPD is running around the city. I think we know what their role is when kids are stealing cars. What I'm trying to figure out is how do we stop them from getting out of the building in the first place? And then we don't have to worry about what MPD's role is.
Well, I totally understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying, what we asked them to come back for.
$500 million in ARPA funds. And it's like, I understand we have HVAC issues and power issues and things like that, but adding bump bars to doors so that they're accessible in an emergency, but an alarm goes off, or security cameras around the school to see a motion detector when a kid walks out a back door and saying, that kid's gone, we need to make sure he's there. I mean, those are low-hanging fruit issues. And I understand, again, this is a bigger issue, but if the principals aren't willing to do it or they're under-resourced, somebody needs to say something and demonstrate that that's a fact.
So,
all right, go ahead.
Thank you. And I hear your question, and we are upgrading our technology in our schools. We was just given funding to do that, and we're in the process of doing that. But for safety reasons, so because this is a public meeting, we don't go into details about how we do things because we could compromise the safety of our students. But everything that you're saying is in place, and we are working towards those directions. We've completed 2 schools. We are working on 3 now. We will complete those projects probably in the next school year with the technology, and provided our funding is approved, sir. We've never been given funding for safety and security in our schools to expand on the technology upgrades up until this year, and we are utilizing those funds to do that. Truancy is a community problem as well. We have a truancy hotline. When we talked to Councilwoman Logan on our team's meeting, we asked the community to support us. And if you see students that are truant, call our hotline and report it, because we can't be eyes and ears everywhere. So we ask that support of our community to provide us with that information. Once we have that information, we will will reach out to us. We will reach out to our law enforcement partners and go in and investigate those issues or that information that comes on our truancy hotline. And I heard you when you say, I skip school. Kids do that, right? So we do everything within our power to keep them in school. We put more emphasis on elementary schools as opposed to middle and high school. And that's obvious, because if you see a small kid and they run out of a school, we're going to go out after them. Middle and high school students, if they leave, we report that. We report that immediately. Parents are notified. So we do all of the things that's necessary to try to get that child back in school to be academically sound and a positive to the community.
I know, Chairwoman, we have to move on. I'm sorry. One last comment. I respectfully, I hear you, but I agree to disagree on everything necessary, or else we wouldn't have this many children running around, boosting cars, and carjacking people like we do at the level that we do at the ages that we do. And I recognize what you're saying when you have an 8-year-old child that runs out of the school that they need to be snatched up and grabbed back. But we have just as big of an issue, and truancy is different than class cutting. And by the way, when I cut class, it was usually go to lunch and come back. And I was a senior in high school. I was more just joking to try and be kind. But the reality is that no one has answered the question for me, which is how these schools, and we'll move on, and I'll go meet with the superintendent I have to, how these schools can be secured both from a threat standpoint and to safely keep children in the school so there is one way in, one way out, and without checking out, they don't have the legal authority to leave that school without a no from a parent. Because here's the deal, most of these parents, as you very well know, are probably working somewhere where they can't leave that job to go get that kid and send them back to school. They usually showed up on a bus, and what happens is, and if I talk to Deputy Chief Hines over there, they walk out of school, they need to get somewhere, they don't have a car, and so they go and take one. And so this we got to have a bigger conversation, but I thank you for your time.
Right. And then some children don't even go to school. Like they don't get to the school. So a lot of them that's why we don't want to take a lot of that time. But I totally agree. We're going to continue this conversation and because we want to partner with them. But for those that are out there that whether they leave or they do not come to school, what are we doing or what is the connection between the SROs, the truancy officers, the MPD, the sheriff department, because there are a lot of children that are out here, whether they didn't go to school at all that day, whether they're homeless, whether they, parents are at work or, so if you all could speak to that. And we're the council, we wanted to know what is it that we can do to support our children being safe at home or in school and not on the street. So I heard you say, you've answered one question that the SRO department, they're only for safety and security on campus. They will escort you all to a home when it's needed, but in order to go in the house, you would have to have a sheriff officer or a police department. And you said that you all have a great relationship and you are getting the support you need from MPD. Is that the case? Okay. And is there anything that you wanted to add? And then I'm going to ask Chief Davis if she would come and speak to the situation as well, to the topic as well. Go right ahead. And then we'll go to my colleagues. Okay, all right.
Good morning. I am Thomasina Stuckett. I am 160 South Hollywood. I am a manager with the Seed Department and an employee of Memphis Shelby County Schools. As the truancy manager for the district, we do have a tiered intervention process that we discussed before. We also have 5 truancy centers in the area. I sent that information to you, Councilwoman Logan. So we have the space so that if there are, we do get phone calls from the community who will say, there's a house down the street, we see school-aged children, can you come investigate? And so that's when we have to do a home visit. But we do have different centers in the area where parents can come, where we can have children come. This is something that was a part of our attendance and truancy task force that we started several years ago that thought that the truancy centers was a great plan. As far as having some place for children to go, just in case they have to, you see them on the street before we send them back to the school because we want to be able to contact the parent, make sure they're in a safe environment before we figure out what the next steps are.
So you're saying that once you all pick them up from wherever they are, you take them to the truancy center?
Yes, when it happens, yes.
The truancy officers or?
The truancy staff, they are not officers. They're just staff. And we do have truancy staff located at these different truancy centers.
And they transport the children back to school?
Well, we contact the parent first, find out the information, where's the student going, because there are students that are our students, and then there are students that are charter school students. So we have to figure out where they're going, what school do they belong to, but the burden lies on the parent. So we make sure that we contact the parent, let them know what's going on, and then we follow whatever next steps, are outlined in our policy.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When school security needs support to go into the community, wherever that may be, who's your first call? Is it MPD or is it the Shelby County Sheriff's Department?
If it's in the city, it's MPD, and if it's in the county, it's the sheriff department.
Does the county ever assist inside the city limits?
They assist with the schools that they are assigned to because we have sheriff deputies in several of our schools. So if it's a sheriff school, then the sheriff will reach out to MPD and they work it together, as well as Memphis Shelby County School Safety and Security. Yes.
Do they have schools within the city limits?
They do.
Okay, but they don't assist with providing support to our school's security?
Yes, they do.
When you go out into the homes?
Yes.
They do?
They do.
But MPD is your first call?
If it's a school that, let me explain. Memphis Shelby County Safety and Security, we have the majority of the schools that we're responsible for. The Sheriff Department has about 17 schools that they're in. So if it's schools that we're in, we reach out to MPD first. If it's in the city, if it's a school that's in the county, we reach out to the Sheriff Department. If it's a school that the Sheriff Department is assigned to, the Sheriff Department works that school. They will reach out to MPD and Safety and Security, and we all work it together.
Okay. Maybe there could be some more support from Shelby County, and Councilman Jones says this a lot, and I agree with him 100%. We pay Shelby County taxes too, and we have an understaffed, overworked MPD. So if we could get some support, because I don't see very frequently a Shelby County car inside the city limits, but they could certainly help out, and we could certainly use the support, and I'm sure that Chief Davis would gladly accept that support. So maybe we could work with them and see if we come up with a plan where they can help with that, because this is a large problem, as we all know, and it's very difficult for MPD to tackle alone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
That was my question. When we see young people running around the streets, whose responsibility is it to pick them up? Can it be some extra SROs in the community, especially with middle school or high school? Who's going to handle it?
Absolutely, we need additional officers in our schools as well. Let me say this, if we see them, we will pick them up, and that's Memphis Shelby County School Safety and Security. The police department, if they see students walking around in the streets, they pick them up as well. They pick them up, they ask them who they are, and they take them to our truancy centers. They work with us closely with this.
Okay, I wanted to get Chief Davis to speak to that, because I know at one time we had a previous meeting, and you all mentioned there was one truancy center. And so just to clarify what you all do if you get a call, because most of the time people call the police if they see a group of young people that are not in school. So what happens at that point? Thank you all, and we may need you to come back to speak again.
Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street. Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. So the Memphis Police Department, what we typically do is we do work really closely with the schools and the Sheriff's Department. There really hasn't been the kind of conversation to really close some of the gaps that we're talking about. I'll just, put it out there. Everything for us is based on manpower and resources. So our primary responsibility as public safety, the major public safety entity for the city of Memphis, is to respond to calls for service, priority, calls for service. When we get calls from time to time from the school system, a school representative, or even from the Sheriff's Department, it's not our practice to say, no, we're not going to help. However, we would like to see, a dedicated, entity to respond to, to some of the calls as it relates to compulsory school-age children. The status offenses are, issues that the police department typically, we don't want to have to get involved in. But because we care about our students, we care about our kids, and we know a 10-year-old that's not in school needs to have some type of oversight. So we do work with the chief and her staff on what's the best outcome for that child. I'll let Chief Crow talk about the various locations that our officers are able to drop kids off. But I think it's a good conversation that, as, county schools, maybe we can get more support from other law enforcement entities that aren't responsible for responding to some of the major kinds of issues that the Memphis Police Department has to respond to.
Thank you. And so Dr. Hardgrave and her staff said 5 centers. When we were asked a couple of weeks ago, one came to my mind, the center in Hickory Hill. And so that's the one that just came to my mind. So always try and put yourself in the shoes of a Memphis police officer, because it is a challenge what they face. If they encounter this 12-year-old at noon walking down the street, that is not a crime. That juvenile cannot be arrested. That is not a crime. So when they encounter that juvenile, one, if he is legitimately out of school, he's not truant. Skipping school is not truancy. If he's not in the Memphis Shelby County school system, if he's homeschooled, attends a private school, or if he's one of the charter schools, cannot be taken to the Memphis Shelby County School Truancy Center. And if he's on a school suspension, it's not illegal for him to walk on the street while he's in on school suspension. So the officer has to try and get that information from the juvenile he encounters, try to contact the parent, and then our option is to reunite that child with the parent, or if it does meet the criteria to transport to the truancy center, transport to a truancy center.
Okay, so we're going to go to Councilwoman Johnson, then Jones, and then Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. My question is first to the chief. Once a car theft or carjacking incident occurs, do you find out what school the child should have been attending or should be enrolled in?
So there's quite a bit of intervention with that child. Once we arrest them for some type of crime, we typically depend on the juvenile court system because they're going to assign somebody to that child, and they do a lot of the vetting as far as whether this is a truant child, whether or not there's some history, and what type of programming or referrals that child will have. But sometimes we know that information, but we depend heavily on Judge Sugarman's team, who does a lot of that, intervention with those children, determine whether or not they're truants. I don't know if the school system has more to say about that.
Yeah, so we do work closely with juvenile court, and juvenile court does share information about children, school-age children who have been detained, and so that information, of course, is then we can use that information to identify what school the children were last enrolled and where they should be.
Is there any type of analysis being done to see if the majority of the kids are coming from one school versus another school, where the assistance is needed in the system?
So, so we are actually in the process now of going through just the list of students who have been detained in the juvenile court system over the last, just over this last school year, and just kind of looking at where they live and where they had last attended school.
So what's the plan once you find out where's the problem? What particular school might actually have these kids enrolled, the majority of them?
All right, so just one of the things that we found is that many of the school-age children on there are students who may have been just homeschooled or have been enrolled at various charter schools or the Achievement School District, just other schools, and because Shelby County has so many different school options outside of Memphis Shelby County schools, we found quite a number of them that are were not part of Memphis Shelby County schools already.
Okay. I just think, again, once we can gather data, we can react to it and do better. So I think it's so important that that information is collected so we can try to find out, maybe figure out where's area town is happening, find out when the last time the student was at the school, are they talking to classmates or other individuals, and where this concept is being developed in their minds. It's okay to skip school. Right now, could you tell us which school has the largest percentage of students skipping?
We have, of course, data that we shared at the last meeting around the truancy rates. So we could tell you, which schools had the highest truancy rates. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, but I just think it's important to collect that data. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who regulates, before we go to Chairman Jones, who regulates the charter schools, private schools, home schools in terms of accreditation or permitting them or giving them the ability to be a charter school? Is that through?
So it varies. So there are some charter schools where Memphis Shelby County Schools is the authorizing agency, but there are also some charter schools in our county that are authorized directly by the state and some by the Achievement School District.
The ones that you all authorized, you're still responsible for those students even if it's a charter school and they're not in school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question that I have, it's been 10 years since I've been on the school board, but there were truant officers that at one point were responsible for, transporting, picking up students. Does that department still exist, or are there still truant officers in Shelby County Schools? And if so, what are the numbers?
So they're not officers.
Okay.
We do have the truancy specialists, and those are the staff members who are at the truancy centers.
Okay.
And they also are responsible for submitting cases to juvenile court.
Okay. I know we can have a lot of revisionist sort of outlooks on things or perspectives looking back at things, but maybe, Ms. Jackson, you were still there when I was on the school board. I don't know the conversations that took place that essentially said we don't need to have these individuals anymore, but I think this community would love to know the perspective, it could have been these are the best practices now, but when we look at what appears to be, I can't point to any article or any studies that talks about this, but anecdotally, a greater issue with children skipping school, the wisdom behind, it may have been gone for 6, 7, 8 years, but to essentially say, well, is there a point where the school district will go back and say, well, we might need to bring this particular department back. We need to have this many officers to take a look at this problem. I don't know if that conversation is taking place. But I think that it's shocking to the community, especially the older ones who remember the truant officers and what their responsibilities were. It's a hard sell to say, well, we don't need that because that department doesn't exist anymore, because that problem doesn't exist anymore.
Right, so it still exists. I think the terminology, when you use the word officer, I just don't want to use the word officer because they're not officers. But some of the truancy staff that we have been in the district for many years, so they're probably some of the same people that you're thinking about. But their title is, some of them their official title is truancy specialist, and some of them, their title is truancy attendance teacher.
Right, and so, and I guess I may have some of the functions, you know, if when I hear that, I hear somebody who's always at a facility versus when I think about the traditional truant officers, that they would be riding around and basically saying, hey, kid, hop in the car, I'm taking you back to school. You know, like I said, my history could be wrong, but having people to do that, I think that's what the community might be missing and why we don't have anything along those lines anymore. Curious as to why that's the case.
Right. So I will say that because I have been around for quite some time, and I do know that we years ago had a practice of officers picking up children that were just out in the community. However, I also know that based on the fact that some of the children, I think that there was a case where an officer picked up a child who was legitimately homeschooled. He was a homeschool student. So you cannot just assume that these children that are out are truant children who need to be in school, because there are legitimate cases where they may be homeschooled, they may be a private school student, they may be a virtual school student. So there are so many other options for education that it's very difficult to just stop a child because they look like they're school age and assume that they need to be picked up and brought to a school. And then the fact of the matter is that we really, we don't know where they should be. And by the time you have engaged that child, they're just, you know, you're running a risk of infringing on that child's rights because you don't have enough information, and they may not be a trial that should be even, you know, be stopped. So,
and I think what you're saying is instead of MPD being tied up trying to figure out where to take them, the truancy officers used to take that time and figure out where to take them as opposed to them. Okay, go ahead if it's brief. I'm going to go to Councilwoman. You sure? Good. And then after she finishes, we'll go to you, and then we're going to have to move on because we definitely want to continue the conversation. And even after the meeting, if there could be a meeting to fill in the gaps that we have talked about today, and then come back and report, you know, give an update, rather not report, but give us an update so we all can work through this together because as we've said, you know, Shelby County, Memphis City, where it doesn't matter, they're all children in our community. So we definitely want to continue this conversation, but if you would, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to add that, yes, our truancy specialists, they're not officers, but they do home visits. They do go to the home when we can't find a student, when there's been a report of the student. The only thing that we asked is because of, you know, everything that's going on in the city is that they have an escort to go to. They do visit their schools. We can't just sit in the office because each of these people have 16 to 17 schools on their caseload. So they have to be in the schools. They have to be meeting with administrators. We have SARB meetings, which are Student Attendance Review Board meetings at the district, at the police precinct, where we have to meet with parents, find out what the issues are, and then provide supports. Even though we have the truancy centers, the specialists are all over the district, and you know we're doing everything we can to make sure these students are in school.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
We have touched the surface, but we are really going to have some in-depth conversation because this is out of control. To get to the root cause analysis, we're probably going to have the superintendent to come in. But it would be interesting, following up with your comment, Councilwoman Johnson, it would be interesting to see if the schools with the highest rates of truancy, are those the areas that we're having the highest amount of crime? We really need to take a deep dive into the data to see what's going on for some next steps. I say we invite the superintendent to come and have a conversation because some of those allocations, we're gonna need her approval for those suggestions. But we've got to do something.
Awesome.
It's out of control, it's ridiculous.
Thanks for your comment, Chairman Jones, as we wrap up.
One quick parting question. Approximately, when we look at the truant centers and offices, what's the personnel count approximately?
I have 10 people to cover the entire district.
Okay. So that's the conversation that we have with the superintendent, is saying, okay, with the footprint as large as Shelby County Schools is now, which being the entire county, there is probably a need for more personnel in that particular department. But and how many schools are there? In 230, over 200 schools now. Properties. Okay, yeah. So okay, great.
And those 10 are in the truancy centers, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they are
Okay.
located at one of the 5 truancy centers.
Yeah. All right. Just want to thank you all for your presentation today. And as we said, we will have you back and we'll continue the conversation. And hopefully you all would have had an opportunity to meet and kind of fill in some of the gaps that we've discussed today. And we do appreciate it as we all work together to make things better for the youth in our city. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day. All right, colleagues, our final item is item number 4 is a discussion on public safety ordinances number 5849 and 5858 requested by myself. Colleagues, I'd like to have the discussion in this committee to clarify some of our amendments and ideas for those ordinances before the third and final reading tonight. And I know all of you all have comments, and we want to start by opening the floor for discussion on ordinance number 5849, ordinance amending the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances, Vehicle and Traffic Code. Oh, okay. Okay. To clarify appropriate methods of enforcement or traffic violation. Councilwoman?
Chair, at your request, can we discuss 5858 first?
5858? Okay. Without objection. Okay, we will. Let's see. We'll go to 5858. This is the consolidated ordinance known as the 2023 Comprehensive Justice and Policing Ordinance. Oh, Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. Thank this council for trusting me to try to figure out how we're gonna move throughout this process. To give you an update on what used to be known as the Tyree Nichols Justice and Policing Act, now known as the 2023 Justice and Policing Act, as some community members want to call it the Wade Ordinance. So this is where we are. I think the initial ordinance was an attempt of this body to rectify some of the previous ordinances passed by this body, I think a meeting or so ago, in addition to the will of this body to support the George Floyd Act. Attorney Wade and staff attempted to bring all of that under one umbrella. I think the purpose was to have one piece of legislation that we can go to that references all pollution reform bills. The reason this is important is so that we don't find ourselves in the unfortunate situation of having to go to multiple places to figure out what the law says. Previous to now, there's been multiple situations where a particular council member said, hey, what is the law on this? We would have to go to council records, we would have to call Attorney Wade, and then we would still have to do some research on our own to figure out what the law is. Having one consolidated ordinance that speaks to all of these issues gives us clarity, and specifically as it comes to administration. All right, so I had a community meeting, what I call the community conversations, this past Saturday with a number of the organizers and members from Decarcerate Memphis, members from Micah, Deputy Chief Crow was also there. We had, substantive conversations. We went through line by line of the the 2023 Justice and Policing Act. And, a couple significant changes were made. I think the concern of the community is this body fought hard to implement the previous ordinances, and the 2023 ordinance, there was language toward the end of it that said repeal and replace. We removed that language. That language is no longer in this particular ordinance. Also, there's 2 additional whereas clauses that I don't see in what's been passed out, but I know what they are. So there are two additional whereas clauses added in the Justice and Policing Act. One of the whereas clauses states specifically, the purpose of this ordinance is to broaden the scope of the previous ordinances passed by council. And then the next whereas clause states specifically that this ordinance includes by reference, and it names every single ordinance that we previously passed.
Can you say where that is?
I don't even have these are
these
the original. This is not the right one. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have the amended yet.
So the amended, yeah, this is the old one. So you can just kind of put that in front of you. That's the old one. Put that away because I read that. Yeah, that's not it. There's a second whereas clause says includes by reference the previous ordinances this body's passed and that many members of the community worked on. There's also language that defines exigent circumstances. It's the same language we talked about at the last council meeting, so that we respect the wishes of the community, but also allow law enforcement to do the job that they're here to do, which is to protect, especially when there is a situation where can be threat of serious bodily injury or death. There's also language, Deputy Chief Crow made sure we understood that law enforcement officers go through 40 hours of training on a yearly basis. New to me and new to some of the members who were there, and we were calling, and the community members wanted specific training as it relates to duty to intervene, wanted specific training related to profiling and implicit bias. I think ultimately what the community members wanted to see was they understood and appreciated the training for that the officers go through 40 hours a week, but there was 30 of it is mandated by state. I think that what was told, and there's a 10 hours, which is essentially, in lack of a better word, electives. With that 10 hours, the community members wanted to see semi-annual training that spoke specifically to duty to intervene, implicit bias, and profiling. So I think that's also included in there. And then there was a few typos, but ultimately that's where we left off after the community meeting. So what I've been doing the past 30 minutes or so, there was some pushback from some of the members of different various groups. There are some members with Micah who agree with what we have. There are some members of Decarcerate Memphis who agree with what we have, but there was also members of those different constituency groups who said, I just don't like it. So what I've been attempted to do now is this is all the red line changes. So the two whereas clauses at the bottom of the clauses that I spoke specifically to, that's been added. Whereas it is intended the council to broaden the scope of the police reform ordinances previously passed, which address in large part many of the provisions included herein with the passage of this ordinance. So then the second one is, whereas to the extent the language from the previous ordinance is not already included herein, the council expressly incorporates ordinances number 5848, 5849, 5850, and 5853 with the adoption of this ordinance. I think the reason the 5849 is highlighted is because this is the ordinance yet to be voted on by this body. Assuming this body would pass it, it would stand there. Assuming this body decides to take action other than adopting, we will remove this language out. There's also language that we're gonna include now that says, to the extent that this particular piece of legislation is contrary to the previous ordinance passed, to the extent that the legislation is contrary to the previous ordinance passed, the prior ordinances supersede or stand alone. I think that's essentially what's happening.
Yeah, so it made it more confusing.
Yeah, somewhat, but I think.
I understand. Let them stand. If those organizations think that their ordinances are stronger, that's great.
Okay.
It's no sweat off my back, or yours for that matter.
You're right.
The reality is Alan.
Go ahead.
The reality is that the vice chairman's request was to try and clean this up, put it in one document.
Okay.
They feel like it doesn't reflect their specific language, so something must be wrong with it. The reality is that this reflects the federal law, which is stronger than the 4 or 5 ordinances that are in place. So if they want weaker ordinances and that's going to make them feel like they'll win, then let's just do that.
Okay, so
I mean, here's my, and you'll appreciate this as an attorney. The whole point of the repeal was to clean it up. Now you've got conflicting languages, which defeated the purpose of having the comprehensive ordinances and going in. Now I'm going to pick up 2 documents and say, which one do I have to live by? So, I mean, that's that. I mean, you would agree with that. I think generally, not specifically, but generally as an attorney, like that's painful. When you've got a contract that references another agreement and you have to go pick that up and follow the shepherding law, it's difficult. It's the whole purpose.
Okay, so some parts I agree, some parts I agree, some parts I don't. When I read through it and I read through the previous ordinances and this ordinance as is prior to adding different language, I think if we add additional language, the language that I just spoke to in terms of to the extent it's contrary, I think that's when it gets confusing. But if we say the purpose of this ordinance is to broaden the scope, when you read this as a practitioner of the law, what any judge is going to say, the purpose is not to be contradictory. So I'm going to read it in the light most favorable to the best outcome. The judge won't read it contradictory. But I also believe that I think this is a good piece of legislation. I think the only issue that we may have, and the community members, the part that they don't like about this, and I think it's fine. I really do. I think it's fine. But some of the community members have an issue with the language right below this, which when it comes to the Memphis Police Department's policy. The issue is some of the community members have an issue with codifying what they believe codifying the police policy. To be honest with you, I don't really think it's an issue because this is the policy that the police is going to follow. The policy reflects what essentially is common law. We can't change the common law. The law is what it is. But also when it comes to a very practical standpoint from the public, it puts the public on notice on what responsibilities the police department will have to follow, exactly what the steps are, assuming they come in contact with the individual. And I'm always of the impression, the more information is better.
I agree.
So, it's clear, because it's clear.
The whole purpose was to clean this thing up.
Yeah, so I'm not taking any ownership of this. My goal was to meet with the community members, address their concern, also making sure the goal of this body is to have one piece of legislation that kind of reference, it's close enough that we will be able to, prior councils will go to be able to say, you know what, I want to know what the city of Memphis did for police reform. You can go to one bill, the 2023 Justice and Policing Act, and then it includes the work of the community. It says, here's the other ordinances as well. It includes and reference herein all the other ordinances. So the work that's been done by the community still in place, and also our attempt to consolidate so we have one place to go. We know everything is done. I don't really, the language about police policy, the policy of the Memphis Police Department in this particular ordinance, it essentially doesn't really change anything. You can remove it, you can leave it in, it doesn't change anything. That's the policy that will be followed. And I'm always of the position, you put it out there, let people know clearly what will happen when they're in a police stop. I think is the best thing. I mean, we can remove it, but then you have to figure out, where you're gonna go.
All right, thank you.
So that's my position.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to the queue. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody got to take ownership, so I don't know who to ask this question to, but okay. So where I heard what you said that you did not include the Driver Equality Act ordinance. Hold on. 5849, because you said it was the one that was not passed with the other ones. However, in the opinion letter that accompanied the first version of this, it noted that it was said that the premise behind it was about racial profiling, and it wasn't. So since that's not the case, where is pretextual stops and how it's outlined in Ordinance 5849 included in this. And I understand that if it's not because it wasn't passed with the other ones, however, with the premise that if it would be being passed, where is that going to lie in here? Because I didn't see any inkling of it in here.
Okay, so thank you for that question.
Point me to a specific place.
Okay, so go up to the last whereas clause.
Let's scroll.
Or the second to last whereas clause. I think you'll see it highlighted specifically in the second whereas clause. It's included. 5849 is the council expressly incorporates ordinances, and then you get the 5849. The reason it's highlighted, because I don't know.
Okay. So
we don't know what's going to happen.
So that's the only one. So aside from the fact that I held it because this was introduced and it was murky then as it is today. Otherwise, other than name, how is it incorporated? Other than listing 5849, where is the incorporation as the other ones?
You don't need it. So from a legal standpoint, I'll let Attorney Wade speak to it if he would like to. When you say included herein, when you read that, it's stated verbatim that I can go to that particular ordinance and know it's already a part of this. We don't have to state it.
But if that's the case, why not just put it as one page and just add a second whereas?
I mean,
and just know that all the numbered ordinances.
I'm not taking any particular ownership.
I mean, somebody got to answer the question.
I mean, we could.
I'm just trying to understand so we know what's going on later.
Attorney Wade, would you come and speak to that?
Because if that's doubled up, that means the whole ordinance is doubled up. So what's the point?
Okay, we're gonna give Attorney Wade an opportunity to speak to that, please.
I think the thinking was, you and I had a conversation about the ordinance. I've reviewed what you have here. I don't have any problem with it. I think once it's adopted, it's going to stand as alone. Now, it will stand alone, and under this language, it will also be incorporated into this document.
So the thought is that it would still stand alone. All of the other 5 come together.
Based on what they have here,
stands alone.
They will all stand alone, to the extent that that this is inconsistent. Those will control it.
So if they all stand alone, what is this?
What's this? Let me address this. Let me address this. So what happened was that the weekend before we addressed this, it was probably the first meeting in March, I spent the whole weekend receiving proposals, reviewing them, modifying them. And in my, and I was asked by the vice chairman to think about trying to consolidate them. And then when I did it, I said, well, wait a minute. And my job is this is not my ordinance, okay? My job is to understand the legislative process and to present to you as many different ideas as possible for you to decide what you want to do. And so I looked at it and I said, wait a minute, we've got one of the most horrific acts in our city. And the things that went wrong were misuse of body cams, misuse of deadly force, not intervening and not reporting. And none of the ordinances address these things that if I'm in that victim's seat, I would want those things to be there and enforced, okay? So I thought it would be better for you to consider whether you wanted to have those other aspects. That's what's here. That's not in the other things. So then I used Councilwoman Logan's organ. I put it in about no marked cars. I put in the thing that Canale wanted about the training. There is some language in here about yours, but it only allows them to do warnings with the expectation that you would come forward with yours, and then they've incorporated it. So I think that's the way it's going to work. I don't think just standing alone, you're going to really address all of the things that you want to address. Now, that's up to you. You voted up, you voted down. It's not my ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Question. So if Ordinance 5849, which is the Driver Equality Act, which is on the agenda later on at 3:30, is to pass with the support of my colleagues, how is that other than name as the others? going to be incorporated in this before a third and final reading?
Other than by reference, it won't be. If the body wants it to be included verbatim in here, incorporated in, it will take some work to get that done. And I don't know that you can get that done by 3:30, but we can try to do it.
Well, that's my friendly amendment, considering after the passing of the ordinance. Now, I know those votes supposed to be held a few minutes apart, but that's my friendly amendment later.
I mean,
so that's a
technically, I'm not the
that's an
sponsor,
early
so
X.
if I can.
I don't know how that.
Yes, I was. Okay.
Put it in there this morning.
I'll co-sponsor, and that's my amendment to my co-sponsor.
Okay, so I guess we co-sponsor. I mean, so what I don't.
Okay, let me make
I was
a
about to-
We're gonna
suggestion.
duplicate 4. We
Let
don't
me
need to
make a
duplicate them all.
suggestion.
So it's not.
Let me
Okay,
make a
okay,
suggestion.
council members, let's
Let
hear
me
their
make a
attorney, and then
suggestion.
we can go from there.
Okay, so what I would propose that we do, and the most expedient way to get it done,
No rush. We can.
if
We
it
got 2
passes,
weeks.
I mean, I think your body wants to put this behind them. Respectfully. My suggestion is, if it passes, that we reference it in the traffic stop portion on page.
Oh, this is still the old one. This isn't the update.
Don't look at the one in front of you.
I'll
That's
just
not
give
right.
you the section.
Page 5.
It's under issuance of traffic tickets A, maybe 5 or 4. I don't know which one that is. Yeah, it's right there. It talks about when the act and the operation improperly equipped vehicles, so on and so forth. We could put a reference to 4849 and say attached here to as Appendix A.
So, but Attorney Wade, in
And
your
then it would be
opinion,
incorporated in verbatim at that point.
okay. But in your opinion, if Ordinance 5849 doesn't bring up traffic citations and ordinances, is it still the correct section?
It doesn't matter. You've incorporated it in one section and you've put it in verbatim in the other. So you've covered it both ways. It's in the ordinance.
I'd like to
As you
see
do
it.
it.
Let's see what that looks like.
See section A, and you're gonna turn it over, and this is gonna be appendix A, and this thing.
I'd like to see it on paper.
Also, and I would speak specifically to why I still think this has value. All right, so in 2020 we passed a resolution supporting data transparency database. This year we passed a data transparency database ordinance. The ordinance specifically asks for some information. This particular piece of legislation requires more information than the prior data transparency ordinance. Attorney Wade, would you like to speak to that?
Before you speak to that, Attorney Wade, I'd like for Chief Davis to come and speak to that.
Morning again.
Good morning.
Good morning again.
So, Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street. So, I think the data transparency piece is the conversation that I think we've all had about how do we collect the data that's being requested and just how much work it will require. It's not that we can't, some data we can provide almost immediately. We've already gone back to take a look to see what transparency looks like and what kind of platforms we can utilize to submit traffic stop data, demographics, locations, officer demographics, driver demographics, and those type things that are typically already on a citation that we might be able to vet and start pushing out.
Council members, would you all give her her attention? She's speaking to this.
So some of the areas that, and I haven't seen the revised version just yet, but some of the areas in the original version were a little concerning for me because it requires asking motorists of their religion, their national origin. I think at one point, Attorney Wade, I'm not sure whether or not it was. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Was it something in reference to preferred pronouns and things of that nature, which could present some confrontations, and adversarial kinds of encounters, because every citizen doesn't want to tell you what their religion is.
Yeah.
And will wonder why you're asking about their religion, and wonder why you're asking about their national origin, as we have a Hispanic community that could think that the police are asking for, other reasons. So So I just wanted to make sure that we had some conversation about what that, if we operationalize this, what that would actually look like to the public as well, and how complicated it would be to actually gather that information.
Can I speak to that?
Could you speak to that, please?
I think maybe you need to review what we have. I changed it so that those inquiries are consensual, that they are not required to give you that information. You're required to tell them that they do not have to tell you that if they don't want to. But if they provide it to you, you can report it. That's the way it's worded now.
Okay. So if that's data gathering for us, that data would probably not be, as robust, especially if it's based on just, somebody volunteering. And that's not typically the course of a conversation. If I stop you for speeding, I won't lead you into a conversation about your national origin or your religion or anything. That's not the typical conversation. So we would not likely just have that kind of information volunteered. I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah.
So are you saying that that's problematic for you? It could potentially be problematic for you all?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
That would incite a different type of problem.
Right.
On traffic stops.
Okay, so all of these things need to be taken into consideration before this evening's revision at 3:30. Is there anything else that you want to add?
I'd like to have an opportunity. I hadn't had an opportunity to look at the last
revision. Okay.
And I can send Attorney Wade any type of concerns. Of course, our council, our representative, has not had an opportunity to have conversations with us about any of the changes. I'm assuming that things are extracted as opposed to additional information added. Is that right? And if that's the case, I think we might be able to do a quick review. Regardless, our main concern in the Memphis Police Department is being able to ensure that we are exercising procedural justice in everything that we do, and in our policies and in our interactions, and the municipal code and state statutes allow us to do that. I just want to make sure that everybody knows, but most of the changes that and the reform that's required in the police department will come by way of making sure that we train our officers on what the philosophy is of, the Memphis Police Department, that we are more concerned about reducing violent crime than we are, being a heavy hand and, exercising our authority to, in a way that engages people in pretextual type stops.
All right, thank you for that. Anyone else, colleagues, anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Warren, thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. Well, my question was, Chief, do you have any concerns? So I think she answered it. But I think I would like to see us wait, let the chief look at this. I can see the problems in asking somebody their religion and their sexual preference and things like that. So if we can maybe get that out of there, maybe smart.
So it's already been removed. There are some changes that are being made. I have a constituency group in the back corner currently reviewing this particular legislation. And your concerns, I don't think you've ever heard this before from this particular group. They said, we actually agree with the police. So that's a good thing. So it's been removed. It's been removed. I was interrupting you. I'm sorry.
She wants to get a
I'm
copy
used to
of
people
it.
interrupt me. It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
This is
Okay. Were you done? You're done? Okay. Chairman Jones, as we wrap up.
Yeah, quickly I want to add, there's a old saying, I think one I've heard say it the most has been Councilman Colvett, where we measure twice to cut once. So I don't think that we necessarily, I would be okay for us to perhaps hold the third reading of this. And I would, for staff, if the public can have these red line copies available for them to review prior to this, I think it would go a long way in helping form this discussion. So the fact that I don't want it to seem that a lot of these, here we have some original version, 19 pages. We're adding some additions that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has requested. So I would love for us to have this information red line for public dissemination. And there's no harm in us saying we've allowed the community 2 weeks, another 2 weeks.
Second.
That's 2 weeks to have that discussion where we distill it and look at it on its surface before we are asked to vote on it.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
Well, no, today's supposed to be third reading of this.
It's supposed to be the third reading.
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay, that was a motion. It's been seconded already? All right. All of those in favor of holding this third reading until the next.
It's got to be done.
Pardon me?
It got to be done downstairs.
Downstairs, okay.
But still, staff probably have at least 50 copies of this available.
Okay.
For public dissemination today in the meeting. Even though we still want to hold it.
Yeah.
From the floor, we still want this available to the public.
Okay, thank you for that, Chairman Jones. Final words. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Johnson.
Okay, Councilman Smiley just came back and said he has a group reviewing this.
They're reviewing it now.
Okay, so if there's any more changes,
It's going to be a lot.
then at what point do we say, make the copy and make it public? So we definitely need to get all the changes in.
Yes.
That we're really gonna be considering. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
No,
They just got it. All
We'll
right.
also make sure that city legal has an opportunity to review it.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are definitely gonna hold it this evening. Final words, Councilman Smiley.
All right, thank you. I think this process has been kind of burdensome on us all. I had the community meeting with several stakeholders and as it relates to justice and police reform. I think what I hope to happen with, similar legislation or all legislation going forward is we start to have more in-depth conversations with the community where us as elected officials do more than just sit in our rooms and talk about what legislation that needs to be passed, but actually go out into the community and have in-depth conversations with the people. I think, this legislation has very valuable input by the community members. And no matter what you do today or what we do going forward, you're going to have different constituency groups advocate for it, advocate against it. And ultimately what each and every one of us going to have to decide is whether ultimately the individuals who cast their vote, whether we believe that what we're doing is right. And then after we decide whether what we're doing is right, whether it does justice for the community. I think that's the question we have to ask ourselves if and when we decide to take a vote on any particular piece of legislation that comes before this body. So going forward, hope we have more community conversations where we're sitting down, talking to people about what our goal is and our hope is. I don't ever believe there's a true thing of 100% buy-in, but I do believe you can get to a point where you have the majority of people saying, okay, this is good. And with that, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Smiley. Attorney Wade,
Well, before you do, just one quick thing. I just want to publicly commend you, Vice Chair Smiley, for taking leadership. I was out of town this past weekend, but having this community discussion so that we can make this conversation a whole lot easier. So thank you, Vice Chair Smiley.
I do too. I think this is becoming the J.B. Smiley bill now.
I'm tired.
Allen Wade bill.
Look,
so
the question was raised about
whether we handle it downstairs, the reason we do so is because we have to have it reflected in a minute. The proper approach from this committee, however, can be to vote on whether you're recommending that it be held tonight.
It's been moved and properly seconded to move, recommend moving this downstairs. All in favor? Any opposed? Without objection? That is held? Okay. For 2 weeks? And then we'll vote on it later. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Ayes have it, so moved. All right, that's all we have today. This meeting is adjourned.
We still have to discuss 5849.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
5849.
All right. Now we're going to look at 5849.
Council members, we aren't finished with those.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. For discussion?
Yes.
Move it for discussion. Okay. Thank you.
All right, you all, we're going to go ahead and move forward, if you would. Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized. You all want to move your conversations out to the hallway so we can hear. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, go right ahead. No, I mean, we got to move. Can't be rude.
Thank you, Chair. You know, they educated me to wait all day. So with Ordinance 5849, since we discussed 5858 and the changes that'll be made with it in time for other folks to review, 5849 is still going to be on the full council agenda for this evening. I did have the chance to speak with Chief Davis about the ordinance. Because the reason I held it, because there were talks of, is it enforceable? Questions on, does it inhibit the safety of folks in the city? What does it have to do with citations? And I wanted to ensure that if we're asking a certain department or director to implement something, that it's actually clear what we're asking, and then also, is it enforceable? And so on Good Friday, Chief made herself available, and we had a conversation going through the brief ordinance, also called the Driver Equality Act, on what does it mean about primary and secondary stops as far as with pretextual stops. And so, colleagues, I did just want to share some things that we discussed, and hopefully so we can all support this ordinance later, and then also look at what it means to put it into the Ordinance 5858. I forgot what we're calling it. So with these, it has listing in Section 1 of primary violations and secondary violations. So to let just an overview, pretextual stops are stops that are made primarily without observing another offense. And so the 5 that are outlined on here is registration of vehicles within 60 days, if your registration is not up to date within 60 days. Also, the location of your registered plate, the location of the temporary tags, not to say if it's a counterfeit tag, that is not on here. The location of your temporary tag. Also, lighted lamps, single, so not both lights. It says single brake light, headlight, or running light. A single bulb and a larger light of the same, or any single light or bulb of a vehicle light. So yes, and then lastly, also loosely secured bumpers or missing bumpers, which also can go to where your plate or tag is located, if that's not a bumper. And so as I introduced this ordinance, so I guess we've been talking about this stuff for a while, February, 1st of February. If Memphis is to pass this Driver Equality Act, it would be the 6th city nationally to do so. And so Driver Equality Act is focused on really the big idea of limiting possibly negative interactions between the community and officers, but also diverting much needed police officer resources to where we need them, which is what we've been talking about all day, as it goes to actual crime, real crimes, and not things that can build up to what we may say are poverty crimes. If your light bulb or headlamp or brake light is missing, you probably know. It may just be a sense of not having the money or the time or the access to go and get it fixed. If you don't have a bumper, I know you know. You don't need to get a stop. You don't need to get stopped for somebody to tell you don't have a bumper. If your tag is visible in your back window, it's visible. And that's the things that we should be focused on. So what this ordinance does not do, it doesn't go against state law that says you can write a ticket. Citations are not mentioned here. We don't want to get the state involved in anything else going on in Memphis. But it also doesn't say that you can't tack it on to another offense that's already noticed. So it would not say if we see someone that is speeding or someone that is doing something very dangerously or inhibiting the safety of everyone on the road, and then you have a missing headlight and your tag is in the wrong place, that's secondary, right? But it's not primary. And after discussion with Chief Davis, said that this was clear in what it's asking. And yes, it would take training, as everything would, but also knowing that they get yearly training, having that addition so that officers would know how to move forward if this is passed, with all that would be required. Also, Chief Davis did say, and correct me if I'm wrong or if you want to add to it, that these things that are being outlined do not take away from entrusting and helping the safety of our Memphis roads. Is that correct? Did I say it? I probably said it wrong, but go ahead and
Well,
good to me too.
Basically, what you said is you've modified some of the restrictions that, after speaking in terms of public safety and making sure the community is safe. You know, our primary responsibility is to keep the community safe. If there is a situation that's an outlier, where there is a light that's out or whatever, and for some reason at 2 o'clock in the morning, an officer feels like he needs to stop that car, and I can't draft up with that situation, we still have state laws that will allow us to provide public safety. However, our primary responsibility is not to be a heavy hand in the community, not to create problems for people who already have problems, and counterfeit tags, a problem in our city. Stolen vehicles, a problem in our city. We can still enforce the law and address those issues. And we still have state statutes that our officers are sworn to abide by. But I think, as I mentioned earlier, the training and understanding the philosophy of the police department and our primary objective is to provide public safety and not do the unnecessary.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm glad we did have time for just to hear that, because we got a lot to talk about later on. But colleagues, later on, I do want to ask for your support of this ordinance. I know I held it to ensure that it gets all the clarity it needs. We ensure its enforceability. And also, now that we see we're going to see a rendition of Ordinance 5858 with it included, we can see if that also meets the muster for what we want to see fully on this, and say that we did a great effort as a full council with police justice reform in the wake of the death of Mr. Tyree Nichols, and then proceed with the city's work. So, Chair, I'll hand it over to you if there's anyone in the queue that has questions or comments or any changes.
We do have, thank you for that. We do have Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Canale with their brief comments.
Thank you. Okay. That's only, I was asking the sponsor if turn signals are in here only because Memphis is either a no turn signal or very, very late turn signal arena. I have a couple quick questions. First of all, I've been supportive of this from the beginning. So clearly displayed. I just want to get the legislative intent on the record. Like, I think basically saying, if I stick it in the back window of a non-tinted window, that's generally your intent, right? Is anything else comes to mind as an example, just to get it on the record?
I mean, I'm sure we could think of a million different
it's broad.
versions.
I just want to
maybe you taped it on the back with clear tape around it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm with you.
There could be a myriad.
You still want somebody to put like a tinted film, then put the plate in a tinted film, and it's in the back corner. It's almost like a plate cover on, intentionally trying to obfuscate that.
Clearly is the thing on here.
And then my question is maybe both for Attorney Wade and for the Chief of Police. This is a city ordinance. If an officer conducts a traffic stop that violates the pretext language, but then through that traffic stop discovers an illegal firearm or illegal possession of drugs, are we in harm's way of the fruit of the poisonous tree because the traffic stop was conducted under basically an illegal stop under the ordinance, or does state law supersede that? Okay.
Speak to that.
Yeah, I was going to say no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Right.
It doesn't put us in any harm's way. The United States Supreme Court has said protectual stops are legal. So, but we're trying to, through local law, limit the interactions. So those are two different things.
Awesome. I'm trying to think if anything else is out there that we hadn't thought of.
Oh, let me address one other thing about incorporating into the Nichols thing. One reason why this one would probably have to also stand alone is the way it's worded, because you are amending the traffic code, so it will appear in those sections
that amended
in the code. If it goes in the Tyree Nichols ordinance, that's going to go in a different section dealing with police reform. So you're going to have it covered both ways. So I don't know that you need to be overly concerned about how it's incorporated into the 5858.
That's it. I had one more question. How do we read? Obviously, we have tag readers. We have officers that can call in a tag through our system. What? I guess it's a statement/question. We used to have tag readers. I know there was some issues with the new plates in the tag readers, and didn't think that thing through. How do we evaluate temporary tags as far as, Councilman Easter Thomas is addressing the issue of they're all over the place, torn. We know counterfeit's an issue. How does the police department even evaluate whether a tag is proper on the fly, I guess is the best way to say it?
Well, I won't tell everybody in the world but officers know the difference between counterfeit tags and temporary tags. Some of them are very obvious. Right. Xerox piece of paper.
Seen that. Been in FedEx when it was happening.
Some of them are very obvious, but there are also other indicators, especially as it relates to stolen vehicles and counterfeit tags on stolen vehicles. Certain vehicles are popular out there that are stolen, and so if you're driving a Kia and you slap something on the back of your car, you might get pulled over because we think you may have stole somebody's Kia.
Oh, you mean I'm not going to see multiple Pure Michigan tags in Memphis, Tennessee? Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is more of a comment suggestion to Councilwoman Logan and Easter Thomas, is that not so much for because we know that the temporary tags are a real issue in this city, but for the lamps, loosely secured or missing bumpers. Do you remember back a couple of years ago when we passed the muffler ordinance and we established a fund that if you had a warning or a citation, that we had a partner, we had a couple of them actually, that you could go take it and it was covered. You could get your muffler replaced for free. I would like to see us do much like Clerk Kuhn has done for the expungement clinics, for those people that have issues with their revoked license and they're afraid to drive, or they're taking a risk driving, right? That she does the expungement clinics and cleans up their driver's license, their driving record. I would like to see us as a body, and I think that we could certainly find community partners, those that do the work, but also people that would just donate funds, that we had an established fund that if you had a light out, if you had a loosely secured or missing bumper, some of these others that truly are poverty crimes, right? That we could help. And I think that extends this and it makes it much more supportive of the community, because they can truly fix the issue that they have and further reduce the unnecessary interaction with law enforcement.
Councilman Canela, I think you're right on the money with that. If we're able to make that a council support, like you said, a council supported initiative adding on to that muffler program and finding a way to identify actual monies during this budget season to pilot it this year and then grow it. I think that'd be a great idea for us to work on as a budget priority.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sure we could find partners if we're making sure we're not asking them to do it for free. But like you said, doing that program. Thank you, Councilman.
And Decarcerate Memphis, they do have a brake light program like that where they assist people with repairing their brake light. I know. So that's a place. Thank you for that. Chairman Jones.
Yeah, I like that idea, but I think some of that is going to fall on because I saw a car with some drive-out tags on it, and I'm saying to myself, there's no way that somebody sold that to somebody. So the point is, along those lines, though, how do we prevent? And I think the problem starts with some of these used car owners selling people cars without bumpers. You know, none of us will buy anything like that, but I don't know, how do we get to preventing that from taking place? Is there something statutorily that may have to take place at Nashville to do so, to make it illegal to sell? But I literally saw a car that I said, there's no way that car should have been sold to somebody.
He wanted it.
Yeah.
So that's one issue. Now, and perhaps by colleagues as a body, I can go back. Do you all remember just the regular green? We need to have some type of uniform drive-out tag like they used to have. Perhaps the state used to be responsible for giving out those paper, almost cardboard stock. And there was no mistaking what was a temporary tag and what was not. There was nothing in between. It looked like anybody with a laser printer can go in and print out what would be a temporary tag now. So could we perhaps, maybe, and I'll work on that, send something up to the state to basically have the state responsible for issuing, just like they send a certain amount to the clerk's office, send to dealerships if you have them. But we have some type of uniform way of looking, because you could see a temporary tag from one dealership looks different from another one. And I think that that's driving some of the problems and how we have this proliferation of counterfeit tags around here.
As well as eliminating the inspection stations too. We started, then the police started having to do that when the inspection stations stopped doing it. So that's a whole different conversation.
Very
All right. Thank you all, colleagues, for that. Anyone else any final? Okay, that's it. Thank you, Chief Davis, Assistant Chief Crow. This meeting is adjourned.
Good morning. Welcome to the April 11th meeting of Transportation. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum.
I'm sorry, and Councilwoman Johnson.
Councilwoman Johnson is present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda is our monthly update. It's a backlog, so it's actually 2 months update. Ms. Malden is going to rapidly go through them, and then in the, have the handouts been, where are the handouts?
Oh, I apologize. I'll get those, yes.
Second half of the second handout is I attended a community meeting at the Cornelia Crenshaw Library several weeks ago, and Ms. Malden goes through and addresses many of the concerns that the community members had at that meeting. So with that, while Clay passes those out, Ms. Malden, I'll let you go ahead and get started.
Sure.
If you give your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Bakara Sanderson Malden, Deputy CEO, Memphis Area Transit Authority, 1370 Levee Road, Memphis, Tennessee. Good morning, everyone. It's been a little while since I've been in front of you, and so we're going to try to play catch up. You are receiving folders. We got a little fancy this morning in the name of housekeeping. We have on the left side, the blue presentation is that's the February data and what we were up to in the month of February. And then the green, the one that I'll be going through this morning, is actually our March numbers that we're actually reporting. So let's see. Sorry. Okay. So, of course, the first slide of just the major procurements that we're doing. We have several projects that we're in the midst of right now that we're moving forward with. We've had bouts of severe weather, as you know, and we've also included basically just how we addressed the severe weather operation in case any of your constituents ask questions about that. Labor needs, we're continuing to work feverishly to fill the vacancies that we have. We have 114 current vacancies, but on the flip side of that, we recruited probably close to 300 people, and of course, because of attrition, retirements, terminations, people just going other places to get other jobs, we're still continuing to work feverishly to meet those labor needs. Two very, very important hires that I want to bring to your attention, and they're sitting behind me actually. We recently hired Mr. Keith Ferguson as our customer experience officer, and that's a new position for MATA. We're really changing the focus of our agency. We're really zoning in on how we can work to improve the customer experience. And so we've asked Keith, we recruited him to join our team. We're very excited to have him. Also, Chandra Smith is also started as our customer outreach manager. And again, I highlight these two faces because as you're having your respective community meetings, you may look out in the audience and see either one of them in the audience. So know that they're a part of the MATA team as well. And so we're happy to have both of them. I will continue to kind of fly through this part, but know that you can always call us if you have any questions. These next few slides basically show our total ridership, where we rank in terms of the various routes that we have. And then, of course, we do service updates at least twice a year, and we started a very small update on this past Sunday, and this slide basically shows the updates that went into effect on Sunday. Again, this is more information on our ridership for our READY program by zone, as well as our on-time performance, our MATA Plus certifications, and our DBE activities as well. We're continuing to monitor our customer feedback, and so we are, for the month of March, at 44 comments per 100,000 boardings. And then as you see, our top 5 comment categories are there kind of in the order based on the number of comments that we receive under those categories. We're continuing to perform strongly in terms of Go 901 Mobile, and our partnership with Whole Child Strategies is continuing to go strong. We are getting the word out through media hits, through advertising, through social media, Facebook, Twitter, all of that. And that's the data that you have in front of you, as well as through our website and how much our website is used. We celebrated St. Patrick's Day. We have shown our employees and continue to show our employees appreciation on Transit Worker Appreciation Day. We also had a Real Life Hero where Operator Banks basically recognized a child that was being harassed actually by someone in the community, and she actually rescued that child and took that child to safety. And so we recognize our operators when they go above and beyond the call of duty. And so we just want you all to be aware of Operator Banks' heroics in that regard. We are out in the community like never before. We've hit several career fairs, technical fairs, and whatnot. And we also embarked on a partnership with the basketball team that you all may have heard of called the Memphis Grizzlies. We are taking the message to the people, and so we are pulling out all the stops to go where we've never gone before to make sure that people know that we are open for business, that we're hiring, and frankly, we want people to think Matta's pretty cool. So we're excited about that partnership. We, of course, went to D.C., always trying to get money, always trying to make sure that our congressional and federal partners know about what Matta is doing. We also had Senator Haggerty's field representative to come tour our new operations center that we opened, and we're also going to be extending invitations to all of you all to join us very soon. Now, one of the requests that we received was information on our customer service training. And so in your packet, there are 3 courses that we actually offer to our operators. And I actually have Ms. Tiffany Casey here, who's the Director of Performance Management, who will be able to answer any questions that you all may have about that. But those are the various courses that we offer, and they're offered at various intervals throughout from the time that they are hired and basically refreshed every 2 years or so. Or if there's an incident, they are also in line for retraining as well. We were also asked to report on the West Memphis Ready service. So in your packet, you have what the proposed logistics are, but that service has not kicked off yet. And as soon as it does, we will definitely be letting you all know when that service kicks off. Now, the meat of the presentation in terms of the questions from the Community Transit Forum, Councilman Canale asked that we include questions from the forum. On that particular day, we attended 2 forums, one with the Bus Riders Union, as well as one with other groups. I think there were representatives of MICA that were there and other people in the community. And so Councilman Canale actually sent some specific questions for us to address. And so we'll kind of go through some of those and stop me at any point if you all have questions. And so the first thing, and we hear a lot of these, there really wasn't anything that came up in the community forum that we had not heard before, but we appreciated the opportunity to be invited out to address and to continue to address the concerns that people have in the community. And so one of the concerns that came up, of course, was buses not showing up. And so when we have those instances take place, we do investigate those. We've talked over the last few months about how we've been short on operators, how we've been short on mechanics. And sometimes it's simply a matter of not having someone available to make the required run or not having the required equipment to make the run. When that happens, we do communicate through our communication means. We have Omni alerts, we have social media, we have our customer service line, and all of those tools are available to our customers when we have an unfortunate incident of not being able to cover a run. And so, of course, that leads us into the conversation of how can we better communicate with our customers? And again, that's one of the reasons why we've expanded our team to include a customer experience officer. One, frankly, that's very familiar with the community, one that has availed himself to be able to go out along with our community engagement manager to make sure that customers understand and know how to use the tools that are before them. We've partnered with Lemoyne Owen on an ambassador program, and as we're continuing to roll out new technology, we'll be training our customers on how to utilize that information. Another question that we get quite often is, why aren't more supervisors out on the streets talking to bus riders? And really, while the supervisors are always happy to help, their primary job really is to help support the needs of the operators that are out in the field. We're currently developing an ambassador program where we actually have ambassadors that are roving throughout the service area, talking to customers along the bus routes. And so that program is in development. We're looking at what some other agencies are doing in that regard. And so we'll continue to update you as well as the community at large on how we're able to fully flesh out and develop that program. Unfortunately, some riders do feel as though they get a second-class service. And so we're committed to doing the absolute best job that we can with the fundings that we have, with the staff that we have. And we're working very diligently every day to try to offer the best service possible. Unfortunately, we're not MATA in Atlanta. We're not New York MTA. We're MATA in Memphis, and we're only able to provide a certain level of service based on the amount of funding per capita that we get to operate the service. But again, we're doing everything we can to enhance the experience that our riders get, and we're very committed to that. And we're going to be rolling out new technology, new methods of communication, new positions, everything that we can do to enhance the bus rider experience. And I think a lot of these questions kind of go to that same, they're in that same vein. We've heard that a lack of funding is not the only issue. But again, the lack of funding or lower levels of funding, it can negatively impact our ability to provide a higher level of service. Because if you add frequency to routes, that's adding more equipment or more buses, that's adding more bus operators. And so if we are only able to operate within certain parameters, that prevents us from doing that, in addition to the hiring issues that we're having. One of the things that we're doing to attract more choice riders, again, we're doing community partnerships like we've never done before, for instance, with the Grizzlies, trying to basically make MATA be cool and have more people know that MATA is an option for transportation to various events. We're really working very hard. We're working on a rebranding campaign, again, so that people know that MATA is cool. MATA is safe and reliable transportation for the community, not just for those transportation needs that are critical, but also for choice trips. Take MATA to the Grizzlies, take MATA to the shopping centers. And so we're working very diligently to move forward with that as well. We are currently with our staff inventorying our bus stops. We are working on a route system with our building and grounds team to cover those bus stops and shelters. We're looking at the signs as they are right now, and we're considering actually replacing those signs with new information. So stay tuned. There's more information to come with that as well. And so basically all of those, a lot of the questions are repetitive. I do want to touch on the Hudson Terminal. Some people say that it's not open late enough. There is currently a 1 hour loitering limit that we have, and that's just for safety reasons. We've had some issues where we've had people defame our restroom facilities. We've had several incidents there, and so in order to keep it safe, to keep it orderly, we are having to heavily monitor the traffic that goes through there. It's not to target anybody or mistreat anybody. It's just to try to provide safe and clean facilities for our customers to utilize. Let me go backwards, but one of the slides that I just went past, I know a lot of children utilize our Ready service, and I think we've received some feedback that other people have not been able to get trips because we've been doing so many for children. And because it's a first come, first serve program, we have to take the calls in the order that they're received. So really, I just kind of hit the high points over many of the questions that we received. We have answers to all of the questions in your packet. I'm always just a phone call or email away if you have any questions. If you want to have even further discussions about any of those questions, we're just a phone call or an email or away. So, Councilman Canale,
Thank you,
hope
Ms.
that I tried to
You did a
go
great.
through it.
You did a great job. Thank you very much. For the record, Councilman Ford has joined us. Councilman Logan. Councilman Smiley's in the audience. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy CEO Malden. The slide you talked about included de-escalation training for the drivers. Recently this year, we had Councilwoman Logan and I passed a joint resolution with the county for all employees to do ACES training. Is that something that's also on y'all's radar? And we were using a real quick, not a real in-depth training, but it was provided by the state, and it's an online training by the state, and we did do that for the county and the city. Just wondering if it's on y'all radar too.
It is on our radar. It's a part of the initial training that operators get when they come to work, as well as they're retrained. That's a part of the retraining. And again, if there are instances or incidents that take place, we also retrain once again using that same model as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Do we have estimated target goal for when West Memphis will be up and running?
We don't. There have been some personnel changes in West Memphis, and so due to those changes, we've kind of slowed down a little bit, but we're picking up speed. We're hoping to have it up and going maybe by the next service change, which I think will be in July, because of the contract, we have to bid out the runs for all of those routes. So we can only start it when we start up a new service change. So I think the next one would be July.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many Matter Plus drivers you all have?
I don't know any exact. 67? Okay. We have 67 Matter Plus.
I had a couple of constituents to email and said that they had to miss some doctor's appointments because the driver will say they're coming or they'll be there in an hour, they'll be there in a certain time, and they did not arrive.
Okay. If you get those kinds of issues come up, forward those to me so that we can get the specifics, because it's kind of hard for me to say in general what may have taken place on a particular day, but would love to have the opportunity to look into those specifically so that we can get you a more specific answer for your constituents. Because though we take that very seriously, want to make sure that all of our customers are able to get where they need and where they want to go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Malden, for your presentation. Welcome, Mr. Ferguson, Ms. Smith, and we'll see you next time. Colleagues, if nothing else before transportation, we are adjourned.
Chair Smiley of the committee is present.
Mr. Osborne is like, why is he here? He does not want me here today. It's okay.
Canal is here too.
Councilman Canale is here as well. We have way too many items on the public works agenda. We're going to try to get through them as fast as possible. 7 items in all seriousness. Item number 1, resolution requesting the approval of a 10-year ground lease agreement between the City of Memphis and Carpenter Art Garden, District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. This request was 9 minutes. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren.
Moved by Warren.
Second by Councilwoman Swearinger Washington. Administration, Mr. Osborne. Floor is yours.
All right, good morning, council. Carlton Osborne, 125 North Main, room 568. So this particular lease is a 10-year lease agreement by the Carpenter Art Garden to use the corner of Tillman Street and Princeton Street to build an art garden. And in this, they are the reason they need a 10-year lease is because of the financing and grant funding that they're receiving in order to move forward with this project.
All right, you have a strong supporter in Councilman Canale. He's extremely happy about this. Any other council members in the queue regarding this item? All right, all hearts and minds clear. We've already moved it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Same 9 minutes.
Absolutely, there's a request for same 9 minutes. There already. All right. Being the chair, this item is approved. Item number 2, resolution requesting approval for the sale of a 3.5 acre city-owned parcel located at South Wall Street, Memphis, Tennessee, and further described as parcel number 0730870003, District 4, District 8, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. No, there's no request for same 9 minutes. It's held from 2-7. Moved by Warren, seconded by Canale. Mr. Osborne, you know what to do.
Yes, sir. This particular item was held from 2-7 with some concerns from the council members as regards to the use of the property. And we have done our due diligence to answer some of those questions and come to some resolution on the particular use as described by that the purchaser had for the particular property. So he wanted initially to have a storage facility for some heavy-duty 18-wheeler trucks, which would increase the traffic flow throughout the neighborhood. And I believe there was some objection to having that increase in truck flow through the neighborhood. We talked with some of the neighboring property owners to see if we could get some type of easement to shorten that route to come directly into that lot. And that was denied. So what the property owner has, the property purchaser has now resolved to do is to change his initial use for the property. So he is now proposing to use the property as a self-storage unit as well as some light storage that will not increase the traffic through the neighborhood with heavy trucks, but with light vehicle traffic. So if that use is permitted by if it's agreed to by council members, then that's the way we'd like to proceed. He did go ahead and get a zoning letter, and his zoning letter approved the use of the property. So with all that said, we'd like to ask for that to be approved.
Mr. Osborne, I don't like you reading my mind, because that was my next question. He was like, you got the zoning letter. But it appears that all council members, Councilwoman Swearinger in Washington is in agreement, and y'all are not looking at me, so I'm gonna say all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, item number 2.
Could I ask one more thing? Because this was
brevity. Okay, go ahead.
Because this was held from 2-7, can we get same 9 minutes?
Absolutely. I don't think anybody opposed. All right, same 9 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Item number 3, resolution to accept the recommendation of the Blight and Legal Dumping Task Force, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, you told me to be brief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, you should be receiving copies of the resolution to accept the recommendations of the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force. There were some of my colleagues that came by, and Councilman Canali is a co-sponsor, and so is Councilwoman Johnson. We met, had a wonderful task force, and really had an opportunity to drill down in blight and illegal dumping in Memphis. You know, it is a vast subject. It is widespread, but I think we are bringing forth legislation that will begin to put a dent in it. I'm going to just read some of the portions of it. We'll go down. We divided it up into illegal dumping and blight. Under legal dumping, we have used tires. And I'll just kind of read it. Whereas the Memphis City Council on June 21st, 2022 approved by resolution the formation of the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force for the purpose of identifying new initiative processes as well as to improve and expand current City of Memphis efforts to prevent and mitigate blight and illegal dumping in the City of Memphis. Now therefore be resolved that the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force members share and propose the following recommendations to Memphis City Council for adoption. Under used tires, one of the main things that we've been hearing and discussing was how many tires are across the city. And so that was one of our major areas of focus. And I want to hit this one and then we'll go on, okay? All right, to amend, number one is to amend Chapter 9-58 Code of Ordinance related to tire businesses and haulers to reduce and eliminate prevalence of illegally dumped used tires. Specific amendments include tire business retailers must keep an electronic record or manifest of tires at all times. Require tire businesses, retailers to reduce outdoor storage and indoor storage based on square footage and reduce holding time of the tires. Require tire businesses, retailers to identify the hauling company who they will be working with in order to obtain or renew a used tire business permit. Revoke permits of haulers convicted of state traffic safety laws. And last, codify the tire amnesty program up to 10 tires per day at a City of Memphis convenience center. And, we had code enforcement officers on the committee, and they were discussing the prevalence. And it's just some situations that were just terrible, and seeing, 200 and 300 and 400 tires dumped in certain places. And they're seeing these haulers that are not permitted, businesses that are not permitted to have the haulers that they're using. I myself was driving down the street behind a truck that had about 250 tires, and all they had, it was a flatbed. And the tires were just standing. And so that's not safe. So that was an area of main concern, curtailing this tire dumping by making the businesses be more accountable. The second area, which we've talked about several times in here, solid waste. And I know we're going to have a presentation on it a little bit shortly, so I'll come back to that.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I want to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay.
I think y'all made some really good recommendations here. Also, I just want to note that as it relates to used tires and item number one, I think a lot of these, assuming the council decides to adopt these recommendations, we're probably going to have to come back with some ordinances for said implementation because of resolution.
Absolutely.
So, just want to put that on the council mind. I'm added as a co-sponsor. Anybody else want to co-sponsor these recommendations?
Well, I can go to the bid, therefore further resolve.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And you all can read it, and we'll talk about it, discuss it later. Be it therefore further resolved that the Memphis City Council remains committed to addressing blight and illegal dumping and adopts the foregoing recommendations to better address these challenges for the health, safety, and welfare of all the citizens of Memphis. Sponsored by Rhonda Logan, Cheyenne Johnson, Chairman J.B. Smiley. Anyone else want to be added? Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Dr. Warren and definitely
Just don't forget about Councilman
Canali. Everybody, we'll put everybody on. Everybody present.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We made
Thank you. And you all make notes if there's anything else that you see.
All right. Thank you.
So I so move.
All those in favor? Don't sound so enthusiastic. Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, sir. And all of those that have worked so hard, all the committees and administration. We appreciate all of the work that you've done, Dr. Davis and everyone. They were wonderful and had some very good information to bring because they work in this sector every day, and it was so good to hear from them, the ones that work in this area every day, for them to add their voice to this. And so we're looking forward to the change that it'll bring. Thank you, Chair. Are you back?
I can tell you were raised in a Baptist church. All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I will note, if you're here from item number 6, we're gonna hold that. Sorry, I know you're so concerned. Item number 4, presentation on solid waste fee requested by Chairman Jones. It's been held all of last month. Director Philip Davis. Or Chief, is it Chief Director? Yeah, give me your extra title. Director Davis. It's a solid.
Trying to manage expectations.
All right, Director, the floor is yours.
Philip Davis, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119, Solid Waste Director. Let me see if I can pull up my.
Assist.
Thank you, everybody. Again, Philip Davis, Solid Waste
Real
Director.
quick. Sorry to cut you off. How long is this presentation?
It's like 5-6 slides.
Okay.
It's not many. So
you know I'm ready. Go ahead.
So this is a little bit about solid waste and what the size of our customer base, but also to answer Councilman Jones's, Chairman Jones's question about the tax base and putting this on a parcel-based fee versus the utility fee. I tried to pull some numbers together to better inform the council what that would look like, what would it be involved. There's still some legal questions about fee versus taxes, but I'll go through my numbers real quick. So we have approximately 176,000 routed customers. 172,000 of them are residential. About 4,000 are small commercial customers. In 2022, we collected approximately 410,000 tons of waste, 231,000 tons of municipal solid waste, that's residential garbage, and then about 179,000 tons of bulk waste. 2022, we used about 244 vehicles and traveled a little more than 1.5 million miles. So our current fees, charges, the base rate for residential customers in the city of Memphis is $29.96 per month. Base rate for commercial customers are given two garbage carts. They are not offered recycle or bulk waste collection, but two carted commercial customers once a week service is $79.64 a month. Our annual revenue is approximately $76.9 million. About $68.2 million comes from residential, about $8.7 comes from commercial. Our FY23 expenditures, red flag alert. $77.5 million is what was budgeted. We're projected to spend $84.1 million in collections this year. So parcel types. We have approximately 245,000 total parcels in Memphis. About 208,000 of them are residential. Again, we service about 172,000 of those parcels already. So that gives us a balance of approximately 36,000 unserviced residential parcels. Now these would presumably be either vacant parcels that are zoned residential or unmetered parcels that may have a structure on them but are otherwise unoccupied. Adding those 36,000 parcels to collections, about $29.96 at the current fee rate per location, would bring in approximately $12.9 million. Of course, that's assuming we would collect 100% on these vacant parcels. There's no utilities, so we would have to count on 100% collection through the tax base. The current budget forecast cost for those 36,000 parcels at our current service level is about $35.86 per location for a total cost of $15.5 million per year. This cost does not include our initial ramp-up cost for equipment or to hire sufficient personnel. So some considerations I was going to bring to your attention for further thought on this is the legality of the assessment versus tax needs to be determined. So there would need to be a legal determination on assessing it on the property taxes versus charging it, assessing it via as a fee versus taxing it on the parcel. The locations would need to be routed and visited weekly, so but the volume would not be consistent. So we'd be throwing equipment out there every week, but the volume may not be out there when we were out there collecting it. Collection from the public right-of-way would still be engaged by the division. We don't go on private property, so we would still be talking about from the back of the sidewalk to the curb. Anything that's going on the parcel is still going to be a code issue, so there's going to be a lot of ramp up in enforcement with code that's going to be necessary. That's the next bullet. Enforcement would still be a function of Public Works Division and would need to be appropriately addressed. Personnel and equipment needed would be refined once we've routed the locations, and the disposal volume and costs can't be projected at this time because of the undefined property use type. Since they're vacant, we don't have a firm understanding of what's being generated at those properties, and we would have to further study that.
Thank you, Director Davis. I was getting ready to cut you off, but you have a cheerleader beside me. So she's Team Philip Davis.
That's one.
You have a few others over here.
Your mom. Your wife.
Yeah.
But Chairman Jones, you've requested this item.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for this presentation. First thing I want to go back to is this parcel-based fees. So, and I'm looking at the discrepancy here between the 2996 and the 3586. Using those same numbers here, this is almost arguing that our fee should be 3586 in order to have a model where our revenues support our expenditures.
We are going to need to address the fee for service at budget because either service delivery type, the level of service that we provide, or the fee that we charge needs to be addressed. The revenue side is not sufficient in our current operational model, and that's largely tied to bulk waste collection, which these parcels, these currently unrouted parcels, that's largely what they would be. We would not be assigning carts to a vacant lot. That would be more of a bulk waste collection model type of service, and that is the most expensive equipment, the most expensive people, and the least efficient type of service we provide.
Okay, and so, colleagues, part of why I wanted to have this discussion, I think that there are four basic services that a city provides: police, fire, transportation, and solid waste pickup. We do not treat police and fire. We don't have a separate fund that we set aside for that. So I'm not the lawyer here, but if from a fee versus assessment standpoint, if we're providing that public service, there should be, I don't see an issue from it being a legality standpoint. But I think that the overall climate of this council is make this city cleaner. And I think that people understand if we have to pay more to do so, as long as they're getting that service, I don't think that anybody's going to object to that. And so, I'm looking forward to these conversations during budget, but I think that in the entire 8 years that I've been on this council nearly, people have still said our city is as dirty as it's ever been. And I don't want to leave, and that's still the same cry that people are saying 7 to 8 years later. But unless we do something differently, that's going to be the exact position that we're in. And so I presented this model too, because, and there was an example, I can't look at one photograph and say that that's anecdotal, but in some senses it can be. A photo that was sent to me on McCorkle, right in your district. Going down McCorkle, you just see these garbage bags in front of these vacant lots. And so I don't see, it may be some instances where we do need large equipment in order to pick up some of this stuff, but because we don't have a collection model to where there are just 3 garbage bags, based upon our current system right now, they're just gonna bypass it. But at least if we're collecting what would be that $29 or $36 a month, we still have some money coming in for that solid waste professional to pick it up. But right now, our model says you just gotta drive right by it. So if we can come to some type of middle ground between getting us to where we wanna be versus our current model, I'm welcome to seeing that. But when we have 36,000 vacant lots that are, and a lot of them right now, and I'm not talking about having personnel to go onto the property line. The pictures that were sent to me just randomly was right there in the middle of the street. And so it would be that right-of-way pickup that we need to have as part of this model or discussion. That's what I wanted to see of this. But I don't want us to be confined, colleagues, to essentially say, providing this necessary service, if we are short in the special revenue fund to do that it can't come from general funds to do so. There was a time, and this predated my being on the council, Mr. Ford, you may have recalled some of the discussions about this, but there were discussions that essentially talked about the solid waste, that whole department. Oh, gosh, here I am having a senior moment, losing my train of thought.
You're getting up there, brother.
I know.
You know?
But the point where I'm trying to get to is we need to make this, I'm still of the opinion, we need to make this just a primary service. Oh, what they were talking about is having the general fund, you're gonna get there one day, having the general fund to subsidize the solid waste fee. And my thing is, I don't see anything wrong with that. It was almost like a bad word, oh, we can't use general fund money to keep our city clean. So, colleagues, what I'm saying is if we have to subsidize the general fund, the solid waste fee from the general fund to do so, to me, that's just as basic as police, fire, and transportation. And we need to do so. And it should not be a bad word for us to keep this city clean.
So, Chairman Jones, is your suggestion that we contemplate a service increasing it from $29, $27 to $35, and also potentially subsidizing it with the general fund? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, let them bring back the numbers or the suggestion. But to me, it shouldn't be a bad thing where if we need to spend general fund money to keep the city clean, we do so. Just because if we say that what was presented up here, we are projected to bring in, or we expected to spend $77 million, but actually it's going to be $84 million. Well, we need to cough it up. If that's what it's going to take to keep the city clean, cough it up. But I don't think that any of us can say that over the past 7.5 years that our city is cleaner than it was or where it should be. I don't think anybody can say that. And if we need to spend money to do so, I think that's what our constituents want. We want a cleaner city. Whether we get there through a fee assessment, we don't care. Just get us there.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. My esteemed colleague to my right has been dying to get in the say a few comments.
Falling over himself.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Smiley. No, I agree with the sentiment. I think people are looking at value, and this conversation has been going on for years. In this council, and the prior council who increased the fee had the fortitude to. I mean, since we've been on, we've increased sewer, sanitary, MLGWs, gas, water, and electric, and solid waste. And I agree. I think the third, fire, police, solid waste are your three core services. And we ultimately end up trying to supplement them anyway, because if there's a shortfall, I mean, it's got to come from somewhere. So, but I think where Jones, I'm going to remind him, although I don't know that I think he's starting to win me over, but his original point is that because it's parcel based, much like an MLGW bill, is like I may own a parcel and it's empty, so I don't pay an MLGW bill and I don't have service, but I still pay property taxes on it, right? Assuming I'm not exempt. Right, George? But the issue is that the fairest way to provide the service? I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I do. I think I do, but I'm not 100% on it. What I do want to know, though, is that bifurcation of basic, what the average citizen of Memphis would consider basic trash service versus what seemingly is the most costly, which is bulk waste, and that has its own kind of subset, which seems to be leaf removal, large tree removal, and then basically what is household goods that are set out and picked up. And for me, if you're telling me that that's the $8, $9, $10 difference in the shortfall, then we need to have that conversation, because I don't think it's necessarily fair to have the entire city pick up a property tax increase or a fee increase, which was a way of getting this funded without saying, no offense to Mayor Strickland, but without saying tax increase, right? It was still a revenue increase, just through the different form. And so I think the question comes back to is what is the cost of bulk pickup, and how do we separate that out from people's average trash? And I think we have to look at both, but I think we really have to take that on its head. We joke about it, but the fact that you can put almost your entire home out on the street and within a month or 6 weeks, it's gone for $29.95 is a hell of a deal. And I don't know many other major municipalities that have anything like that, if any at all. Mm-hmm. And so as you guys are diving into this, and as we're rolling into budget season, we've already put a potential, I keep calling it a revenue increase. I'm trying to be like Ursula, just pick my words real careful, on the table. But the question is how do you really go at it to provide value? And Jones is right. And I don't know about everybody else up here, but all I've heard from my constituents is they feel like they're not getting the value they're paying for. And so if it has to be some incremental increase to get it, that's what they're looking for. So I'd be curious to see three things, I think. The breakdown between, you can keep recycling and trash, in the cart trash pickup is one item. And then bulk waste as a core service, and then what it costs us when we get into heavy volume times of year, like the fall. I was in October, November, December, we get in something like that, where we have to contract out because we don't have the amount of vehicles, because it happens every year. And then germane to that, I'd like to see revenue recommendations if you don't separate out charging specifically bulk only. And I know the other part is if you do charge for bulk only, how do you enforce people that it's not fair to a neighbor for me to go to somebody's random property, throw it on the side of the street like it's theirs. It's you're creating legal dumping by another name. So again, I mean, these are all going to have loopholes, but these are the things that we're very anxious to figure out along with you.
And I apologize, Councilman. So when you talk about the revenue generations for bulk waste separate, you're talking about like if we had a call for service,
yep.
Like what would
you got it best practices? And here's the deal: where it gets tricky though is you're going back to that city ordinance of if you set something out on your curb. Now that we have bulk waste as a call for service, and you don't call for service over a number of time, you start getting
right. And just to be clear, I mean, the industry is going to waste minimization, carted waste only, so you can utilize automated trucks to pick up carts so that you lower your liability. You need less personnel and equipment because you can be more efficient with that. And so I just throw that out there.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, and what he's really saying, guys, is we're going to have a rub with AFSCME, and rightfully so, and I get their position. But the question is if they're not on a truck, is there other ways that we can reutilize those employees to participate in the process? Maybe they're the ones answering calls for service, or they're joining. We don't need to necessarily eliminate a position and eliminate an employee that could be reutilized elsewhere in the process. Now that if modernizing what we're doing is okay,
yeah,
right. I think AFSCME might, and I don't want to speak for, might be open to that conversation. They don't want to lose 150 employees in their association because we're modernizing. Right. But if we can find a way to say, hey, we know you used to ride on the truck, we don't need this person anymore, but we need you now in the office to do X, Y, and Z. That might be an option.
Yeah, and more so, I would not be as concerned about having to trade out personnel. More so, it's behavior change. And so that personnel would be utilized likely in some sort of inspection, enforcement, to make sure that people are following the service delivery model. That's where we were after 2019. We made the change, went to the twice per month model, but then the ramp up of the code enforcement side of this got hijacked by COVID. They were at restaurants. They weren't at in the streets looking for bulk waste and things like that. So there's just a large behavior change and an enforcement ramp up that's going to be required in this.
All right, so council members, it is 12:15. Planning and Zoning Committee starts at 12:30. Councilwoman Johnson, push it back, please. Thank you. We're gonna hold the update on solid waste and recycling schedules. It was requested by me. We're gonna hold it to the next meeting. I really want to get to item number 7, and it'll be the last item of this committee. Item number 7, Team Waste Emergency Contractor Discussion, requested by the Public Works Committee, which was everyone here, just as an update, so to give you a refresher. This is the item that the entire committee requested related to, I guess, the purchasing of solid waste and a new owner and some of the concerns we've had as relates to Area E. Councilwoman Logan, I'm pretty sure you would want to be out here for this, so if you hear me, please step out. I know you want to discuss. And I know the COO of the city wants to say a few words, and then Chief Davis, the floor is yours.
I'll be very brief. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer. I just wanted to say this conversation is spot on. Not that you need my amen or blessing, but we definitely plan to have more conversations about what we will do with the solid waste fee, which is a fee that's required by state law to be a fee, but we'll definitely bring more back about how that fee is currently structured, realizing that we have experienced a lot of increases in costs, and we know that in order for it to remain a self-contained fee, there are going to be a lot of things that either we need to change, looking at the service model, which will bring some options to this to the council, and we also know that we need to look at the fee structure. So I just want to know we are aware of it. I'm glad that you guys are talking about it because we were preparing to bring it forward as a conversation in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Davis, you know what to do.
Again, Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director. With me today, we have joining us from Team Waste, Bobby Ladley, Cornelius Finley, and Stephen Litton. If you want to come up.
So the company is still called Team Waste?
It is still,
okay.
It is still called Team Waste. They were acquired. They could probably better articulate it, but they're a Waste Connections company, but they are still operating as Team Waste. Yes. I don't know who's going to go first.
So make sure you introduce yourself, name, address, title, and you use the address associated with the company.
Stephen Litton with Team Waste. I'm in municipal marketing. I live at 986 Shamborn Lane in Collierville, Tennessee.
Okay. Hit the green button, and I will reiterate, you are allowed to use the entity's address that you're affiliated with.
I won't give you my address.
There we go.
Born and raised in North Memphis. Cornelius Finley, Assistant District Manager for Team Waste, 1680 Quad County. I was part of Team Waste prior to the acquisition.
Bobby Ladley, District Manager for Team Waste, 1680 Quad County Lane in Collierville.
Okay. Do you have anything you want us to start?
Just as a reminder, Team Waste came to our aid when we parted ways with a previous vendor. We have been relying on them to service Area E. It's approximately 36,000 homes from the Wolf Chase area down to Hickory Hill. Team Waste has been a good partner in providing services. They have experienced, much like, I don't know how much Googling people do on solid waste issues, but as I've mentioned to this committee and council before, Google finds me articles every day, every morning about what's going on in our industry, supply chain, personnel, equipment. These are all issues. They're not excuses. They're just reality that we all face. And but largely, Team Waste has done a good job of providing services for our Area E customers, of which I am one.
So I have a quick question. Well, I know Councilwoman Johnson has a question. Quick question. In terms of your executive offices or positions, have you all experienced any significant change since the acquisition? I mean, if you want to know why I'm asking that question because, Councilwoman Logan was here. She had some concerns in which related to what's transpired, and it seems to this council that it transpired after the acquisition. I'm trying to figure out has anything changed as it relates to how you all carry out your day-to-day?
Other than who's overseeing the day-to-day, I would say no.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I personally wanted to have you here today, and again, we're here to say thank you. But again, we have to say we get so many complaints about trash, and we wanted just to say it to you personally. I know that's your task, and that's what you're going to be working on, but we get complaints about the leakage from the trash cans. We get complaints about they'll turn the trash can over and won't pick up the debris that comes out of the trash can. Things they miss me so many different times. And I'm just saying, I don't want you to just think that it doesn't happen. We hear it, we get these phone calls all the time. And we wanted to just ask you personally, will you please make sure you work with your staff and to make certain that these small things that may not be important, when you're trying to get X number done in a given day, they make a difference, and people are expecting excellent service. And I know that's what you want to deliver anyway, but we just wanted to hear from you personally how important it is, and we appreciate the job that you're doing. We don't want to be a Jackson, Mississippi. I have some relatives down there right now.
I can hear Mayor, I can hear Mayor Lamoma mad at us right now. He's a good friend of the city of Memphis as well, and I can hear him talking about us right now.
Right.
No offense, Mayor.
But it's serious down there. It is really, really serious. It makes a very difficult setting to live in, a health condition and various other things that they're having to deal with. But we just want to say, appreciate the work that you're doing, but at the same time, it's just still those little small details that we need to keep up with and make sure the community is happy with the service that you are providing.
So if I could have a second to address that, thank you, Bobby Ladley, District Manager for Team Waste. So thank you for the thank you, because we don't get that very often in doing what we do. I will say, to address the issues that we are well aware of, we're not perfect, and we're certainly not claiming to be perfect, but to address some of those issues, one thing that we put in place yesterday, as a matter of fact, is we hired a new supervisor. And we have 3 supervisors, operations supervisors, that are directly responsible for the city of Memphis. They don't do anything else but Area E. So that's a little bit change in how we operate, and that's a direct result of us doing what we can to address the concerns that we know that you hear, because they get relayed to us. So we're certainly not perfect. We're certainly doing what we can to address that. What I will say is, we're not running from the issue. We understand that we're going to have hiccups from time to time. We have to train new people. We have turnover and truck issues just like everybody else, just like the city and MATA and anybody else that deals with transportation. But we're not running from it. If we have issues, we work closely with Philip and the Solid Waste Division to hear what the issues are, address those as quickly and as efficiently as we can. So we're not running from them. We're here. We're going to stand up and do what we've agreed to do.
Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to, you get to see who you actually contract with sometimes. We hear about this year, a new group coming in.
All right, so quick question in terms of, in the administration point of, I know last council meeting, the council made some amendments as it relates to funding. Based on what the council did the previous meeting, is everything in place in order for you to continue your operations?
My understanding of the resolution that passed only paused. There was no active action required of the council to free up the remainder of the money.
Okay.
So it just paused it till this meeting.
And we just held it, no action to be taking place before that. I think that
So
April.
I don't think
deadline,
a resolution or anything is required by the committee.
But we're certainly not trying to make your department insolvent, so it's okay. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you so much, and I adjourn this committee. Councilwoman Johnson, do you want to say on the record what time?
After the tone, please record your name and then press pound.
You are joining the meeting as the organizer.
Good afternoon. It is 1:03, and it is Tuesday, April the 11th. And I open up the Planning and Zoning Committee. Today we have 4 items listed on the agenda. But before I get started, let's have a roll call.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. That was quick. I gotta have 4 items, and we're going to start with item number 4 today, if you would allow us. And that is a PD 23-04, Adams Orleans Plan Development. It's affecting District 6 and Super District 8. I think we have a representative here in regards to that project, and they may like to make a request. So, Ms. Cindy Reed, if you'll come up, give us your address and your request, and we can move on that.
Reeves, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. We are requesting a 2-week hold. My client's out of town, and we're working out all the parking arrangements, and we'll get with you once we get all this.
I sure appreciate that. We've had a request here for a 2 weeks hold on item number 4. Got it moved by Corvette and second by Swearingen Washington. Thank you. That will be in 2 weeks. Okay. Add Mr. Corvette to our roll. He has arrived. So we're going to go back to item number 1. That is a Z23-03. In regards to 463 North Front Street, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get someone to move it? I'll move it. Then move and second. Okay. Can I get a presentation from the Office of Planning and Development? Identify yourself and your address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. That's good. That works. Okay. So this is a request to rezone the northwest corner of North Front Street and A.W. Willis Avenue. The request is to rezone from heavy industrial IH to mixed use district, and the applicant is a Schaefer Enterprises, represented by Ms. Cindy Reeves. Guess I broke it. Okay, so this request, as I was stating, is to rezone from heavy industrial to mixed use. And this is at the northwest corner of A.W. Willis Avenue and North Front Street, as shown on the map on the screen. And looking at the existing zoning, this is heavy industrial, and to the north, south, and west is also heavy industrial. We do have mixed use zoning across North Front Street, and that's to the east. And the land use map, this is currently an industrial use, and industrial uses surrounding. We also have commercial. And looking at images of the site, it is currently vacant land. And these are images from North Front Street, looking southwest and northwest. Just pretty much have remnants of the brick and wrought iron fence around the perimeter of the site. And this is a view of the property from the rear, from behind the railroad tracks. There is a railroad that runs around the rear and also to the north of the property. And the rezoning request is consistent with our Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And just to conclude, the request is to rezone the 0.506 acres from heavy industrial to mixed use. And the mixed use district allows various types of land uses, including commercial, townhouses, apartments, and also institutional uses. There is mixed use zoning across the street, across North Front Street to the east. Staff does find that the rezoning request is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval, as does Division of Planning and Development. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from any council members? May I speak to the representative, because I would like to know exactly what your owners intend to do with that property.
He is looking at...
Identify yourself again and address.
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. He is actually has given me some renderings. He's looking at either mixed use on the bottom and apartments on top, or a hotel. So he's looking at both of those different options. But he's real excited about purchasing the land and really wants to develop it.
Okay, he's gonna put a hotel on half of an acre.
That's what he thinks.
Okay.
It would have an underground garage.
Talk about tiny houses, and we're gonna have tiny hotels.
Tiny hotels. Yeah, it would have an underground.
A boutique. It's gonna be real boutique. All right, then, that's good. I thank you for that. Can we get a motion to move this item? Anybody? Second. Okay, all in favor of the, any opposition? Hearing none, that will receive a favorable recommendation downstairs.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second item is a Z23-04, 5591 Pigeon Roof Road, Super District 3, District 3, Super District 8. This is also a first reading. The last one was a first reading, too, for the general public. Name and address, please, sir.
Jordan McKenzie, staff, 125 North Main Street. While I'm pulling up the presentation, excuse me. Not coming up. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. Again, good afternoon, council. Yes, this is Z23. This is 5591 Pigeon Roost Road. This is a rezoning of 21.41 acres from conservation agriculture to the employment district. This is a location. It's right off of Lamar's, near the state line, Tennessee and Mississippi. On the right, you see a vicinity map. It's completely surrounded by EMP, zoning EMP with a little bit of conservation agriculture to the northwest, but it really doesn't touch it. Land use map is surrounded by a mix of commercial and industrial. These are just a couple of the site photos looking from Lamar, as well as Pigeon Roost Road, as well as one of the unfinished streets extending from Pigeon Roost Road. This is a site plan of the plot. So the conclusion, again, is just a request for rezoning of 21.413 acres from CA to EMP. The request is consistent with the current uses of all the abutting properties. OS, the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, did note that there is a flood hazard towards the southeast of the parcel. So future development of the site will be extensively reviewed for flood mitigation by the OSR department. Staff finds that it is also consistent with Memphis 3.0. It's appropriate zoning for the area and is compatible with all the surrounding land uses. as well as the subject property is vacant currently. So as a result of that, staff recommends approval, and I'm here to take any questions.
Are there any questions from any of the, well, first, let me go back and move this item and get a second if I could. Who's gonna move it first? Frank Covette, and second by Carlisle. Thank you. Seeing that there is no other questions on this item, and remembering that it is the first reading, so if anything comes to mind, we still have an opportunity to bring it before this body and review it. This will go down with a favorable motion if we vote as such. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, that did receive a favorable recommendation.
Ms. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to correct, the client is David Couch, C-O-U-C-H, not Crouch, so that we can make sure that the agenda is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
The third item is a PD 23-02, Camellia Cottages. It's a planned development in District 4 and Super District 8. Can I get to move this item? Move it by Swearingen, Washington, that's right. And second by whom? Covette. This is different, people. I think you'll be interested in this one. A little different. Are you ready to present?
Almost. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development. This is a request for a planned development at the southeast corner of Sims Street and Douglas Avenue. It is a request for 4-lot, single-family residential plan development. And looking at the location map, also with the vicinity map, we did send out the required public notice within the 500-foot radius. So that was the 123 notices that were mailed to the surrounding property owners. Looking at the zoning map, it is currently zoned residential urban 1, and it is residential urban 1 or RU1 zoning to the north, south, east, and west. The land use map, the land or the site is currently vacant, and it's surrounded by single-family properties. Also institutional uses being, or the institutional use being the church across the street. And then the church also has parking in the rear of the site. So these are some images of the site looking from Sims Street. And then you can also, in the image to the right, see the church that's in the background. And additional photos of the area. The photo to the left is actually across the street from the site. And then the photo on the right is just a streetscape, and we have the subject property in the background. And you can also see the church also to the corner. So as I stated, the request is for planned development. So it's a 4-lot, single-family planned development of cottage-style homes. And this is just the concept plan, or the concept for the site. So you would have the 4 lots that are platted, and they are somewhat small. The minimum lot size would be 1,568 square feet. And so you also would have the parking at the rear of the homes, and it's like an alleyway that would come off of Douglas Street for the parking and then proceed on to Sims Street, exiting to Sims Street. And here are some elevations of the proposed housing. So we have cottage style, as I stated. Also, you have front porches that help activate the front street and help to activate this corner. The proposed is for hardy panel siding, also raised foundations, which fits the character of the neighborhood. So that's one of the proposed, that's one of the elevations for two of the proposed homes. And then this is the other elevation for the other two homes. And you still have the front porch with the raised elevations and the same type of building materials. So this request is consistent with our Memphis 3.0 plan. They're proposing single-family homes, and we have future land use of single-unit neighborhood, which matches the request. And so just to conclude, we have ETI Corporation that is requesting this plan development at the southeast corner of Sims Street and Douglas Avenue. These are for cottage-style homes, and it's a 4-lot subdivision. This is currently a vacant lot, so it is an infill project, and the residential is already established in the area, so this helps to further that. And staff is recommending approval of this project as well. The Land Use Control Board met, and they're also recommending approval.
Okay. I have questions. This is the applicant here. Would you please identify yourself and the name of your organization, please?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Anita Archambault. I'm with ETI Corporation, 1755 Linwood Road in Memphis. I am representing ETI along with United Housing in this project.
Okay. What size are these homes?
I believe they're around 800 or so square feet, give or take. They are meant to really be cottage style, close to the street to facilitate, community and neighborhood feel. They have separate entrances and to each of the condos, or not condos, the cottages, all to provide affordable and quality housing that would be owner occupied.
Okay. Now, when I looked at it, looking at size, it's a big difference between two houses compared to the other two. So can we work something, give me clarity on the size of those houses?
So we have a range, looks like on the site plan, you would have two of the homes. The smallest would be 672 square feet, and then the other two homes, about 1,000 square feet, 1080 square feet, one-story homes.
Is the 600 square feet a one bedroom?
I believe they're all at least 2 bedrooms.
Okay.
So it's similar to what an apartment would look like. I mean, it's actually a pretty robust apartment square footage, and then, of course, increasing to the 1,100 square foot.
Are these homes going to be rented or sold?
Sold. They'll be owner occupied.
What's the price?
United Housing hasn't established the price yet, but it would fall in line with their other portfolio of affordable homes in Memphis, geared towards low and immediate income.
And what were they selling for?
Again, that question I don't know. I would have to ask United.
Okay. Do I have any? Councilwoman Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you. In your presentation, it says that it was the Land Use Control Board approved it with conditions, but what are the conditions that you added? We don't know that.
I'm sorry. So it's the outline plan conditions, which we have. The main thing is that the setbacks, because of the size of the lot, that's why it would need to be a plan development. But so a 10-foot setback in the front, and so you bring in the homes forward. And then the other outline plan conditions, dealing with parking and access, the curb cuts off of Douglas Avenue and Sims Avenue so that you have that alley for the parking in the rear. The landscaping, we do have proposed landscaping, and it's also stated that the only permitted uses would be within the RU1 zoning district, which is single family.
Okay.
single-family
Okay.
homes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Well, this is definitely somewhat of a unique concept for that part of town. I know home ownership is so important, as well as trying to find reasonable housing and affordable housing. So I think this might be a nice palette to start with. I wish you had the numbers or other similar type properties that we could compare to and have an idea of what these homes will actually sell for.
I can certainly get that information from the client if they have any estimates at this point and provide it to staff prior to the meeting.
I have another question by Councilman Warren.
It's just more of a comment. You know, I think one of the things that you're seeing in building nowadays is a lot of people are wanting to go smaller. And so you've got the small house movement and things along that line. So I don't know how this fits in other than affordability, but I really think these are cute houses. And I think people are going to like them, and I want to know what they're going to sell for, just like our chairwoman. So it'd be nice to know that. I think we should approve it, but we need to find out what that is and bring it back to us. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So if you will work on that, it's going to be different. You know, it's going to be interesting in regards to how the parking, it's almost not quite an apartment complex because they're pretty close together. You're on a very small tract of land that you're trying to make this work on. But we have to try it sometime to see how it works out and go from there. So I appreciate y'all making the effort. But as soon as you get the information, let us know. I know prices are all over the place right now, so it still will be. Are you going to provide any type of financial assistance, the organizations?
Well, they finance and mortgage and qualify homeowners through their nonprofits. So that's how they would seek. They do a wonderful job of providing financial literacy and counseling and all of that to make them successful in home ownership for the long term.
I'm just not sure about that conventional foundation that you're using, them being raised up off the ground. I just think that may need to be closed in some type of way rather than it being open the way it appeared in the pictures that I saw, like that picture there.
This property will be managed with a homeowners association or United Housing. So certainly if issues like that pop up, you know, those kind of amendments to the outside, as long as, of course, they're within city limitations and regulations, can make those changes if they become problematic in the future.
Okay. All right. I have one more question.
It's after this.
After this. Okay. Okay. Let's take a vote on items. Let it show, too, that Councilman Ford and Chair Jones arrived. You do your Robinson. Okay. Thank you. All in favor, will you please say aye?
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Hearing now, none. This will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. And that concludes the planning and zoning. Oh, come on, yes.
On item number 1 that I was absent for, that particular piece of property houses the old Shelby County Jail, and the wall that is there is historic. And I understand that they're making plans to do that, but that is where Mr. Moses, who owned the African American grocery store, was pulled from and lynched, and started Ida B. Wells' career when she started writing about that particular lynching. So it's got a lot to do with our history in Memphis. And I talked to Ms. Reeves last night, and there are plans to make sure that is not just destroyed, but is going to be moved to a place of prominence so that history won't be lost. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone on the council knew that was going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're aware that that item has been held for 2 weeks?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good.
All right. Seeing no other business? Yeah, first reading, but we still need to get a presentation, which we did not get. That's what we're saying.
Correct.
Oh, 4. He said 1, but he meant 4.
No, he meant
Front Street.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I thought you meant the word 4.
Correct.
Okay, not 1. I'm sorry. Okay.
I came in late.
That's
I'm
right.
confused.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Housing Community Development Committee. It is 1:31 on April 11th. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilman Jones? Here. Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson? Present. Councilman Morin?
Warren.
And Councilwoman Johnson? And Chairman Colvett.
Thank you very much. Chair observes a quorum. We have 3 items, colleagues, on the agenda. You'll see 2, but I'm told that the Budget Committee also pitched one to us. So let's go to the first one. And in the interest of full and complete disclosure, there's a lot of talk about a hold. So let's get number 1, resolution approving a 30-year ground lease with six 10-year renewal options to Capstone Development, LLC, for mixed-use development of multifamily, residential, and retail on designated site within the district at the Liberty Park, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I go ahead and get a presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Ashley Cash, City of Memphis Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. So we've got a presentation today. What we are doing is presenting to you all the ground lease for the multifamily and retail component of the Liberty Park development. We're presenting the lease and terms today. We're going to come back at the next committee meeting, present the full thing, and ask for a vote, but we're not asking for a vote or anything today. We just wanted to present this to you so that you all have the information. Just a FYI, we had this before shared with y'all as a letter of intent, an LOI, and so we've just transitioned those terms into the ground lease and then added some more specificity to that. Do you mind? Thank you. And so this is Liberty Park. As y'all know, we completed the Memphis Sports and Events Complex back in at the end of last year. We've had a lot of great success with events, and so now we're working on the private development area up north. Capstone Development is leading that private development effort. They will be in town the next 2 weeks to present and kind of share with you, and so y'all can hear direct from them. But really, we came up with them out of a process. We went through a public RFP process for the development several years ago. We had a developer partner team. Some components of that team fell through, and through some negotiations and partnerships and relationships, we've been able to work with Capstone Development. They've done some mixed use and some retail, some residential in the DC area. Got a lot of great experience with certain flags of hotels, and so those are who our partners are. And this is the district. So what we're talking about today is at Central Avenue. We're talking specifically about the multifamily and retail. We call it multifamily and retail because it'll have some retail, but it's primarily multifamily. And I think if you can see, parcel number 8 is 100% multifamily. And then the parcel to the left of that, which are the brighter blue colors, if you could describe them, is gonna have some retail on the ground floor and multifamily upwards. Mary Claire will talk about the lease terms, and then of course we'll be available for any questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mary Claire Boris, HCD Administrator of Strategic Initiatives, 170 North Main. So this is, as Director Cash stated, the district at Liberty Park. Just to let you know, we are currently in active ground lease negotiations with tenants for the parcels that you see in the bluish color versus the greenish colors are kind of set for a future phase 2. So we're not trying to build out everything at once. We want to make sure that we build in a manner that the market can absorb and handle. So as Director Cash said, there are 2 parcels that have been identified for multifamily residential, are parcels 8 and 9, which are along Central Avenue. So they are opposite parcel number 9. If you think about it, it's basically opposite the Dollar Tree, the dollar store that's there on Central Avenue, whereas parcel 8 is opposite the Edwin Circle single-family home neighborhood. We're talking about approximately 200 units of multifamily housing, a mix of, we're still working with the developer on what the exact mix will be of, 1, 2, 3 bedroom, what have you. But basically looking at 2 buildings, 1 on each parcel. As the director mentioned, we're going to have active first floors in keeping with Memphis 3.0 and the Midtown overlay. with the exception of ground floor residential is allowed on parcel 8 precisely because it is located opposite of a single-family residential home. That parcel also has lower height restriction on it compared to elsewhere in the development. The buildings can be taller. The initial rent is set at just under $78,000 per year for years 1 through 5, and then there will be a 4% escalation in year 6 and every 5 years thereafter. During the base term, the 30-year base term for the ground lease, this amount is designed to basically pay back the city for all of our work that we're doing as the master developer for the district at Liberty Park to do the site work, put in the utilities, the parking lots, everything else. So you know, the city's going to make this investment, but we will be paid back over time. As mentioned earlier, it's a ground lease, it's 30-year base term with 6 10-year renewals to be exercised by the tenant. Another form of rent payment that will occur on the site is common area maintenance payments. Basically, because all common areas will be maintained by the city, we're predicting that will be through a contracted entity and not, you know, direct with general services or parks maintenance out there doing the work. There's microcam that covers basically the common areas that are within the district itself. The amount.
What is microcam?
Oh, sorry. That's what we're calling it. It's a common area maintenance fee. And the micro refers to the fact that it's just for that district area, right? So that mixed use development area will have certain common area expenses, taking, you know, trash removal, keeping the parking lots nice, fixing the burnt out light bulbs, everything that goes with keeping the district nice. But we are also asking... We are also asking the tenants to pay what we're calling a macro cam fee, and that's because the tenants, you know, the people who come and eat in the restaurants, shop in the retail, live in the apartments, sometimes they're going to be parking, walking, biking on the rest of the park campus, and so we're assigning them a share of the common area maintenance costs for the entire Liberty Park. Incidentally, the Memphis Sports and Event Center also pays a common area maintenance fee for the park campus. So this is a system that we're setting up basically for everybody that is on the park campus, so that it is self-maintaining in that sense. Parking, they're going to have 200 dedicated parking spots within the campus. Of course, yeah, as we all know, there's a lot on the average day in Liberty Park, there's tons of parking available. But of course, we will have measures in place to protect parking on ticketed event days. You know, football fans, don't freak out. You'll still be able to park. And one other thing to notice, we will be bringing back to council an ordinance to assess a 5% TDZ sales tax surcharge. This is something that is allowed under the TDZ statute. So we'll be assessing that surcharge kind of across the campus in every area that we're allowed to under state law. But in the case of some of the tenant developers, they will be able to receive that 5%, you know, what's generated on site can be rebated back to them to help pay their debt compensation. If you think about it, it's basically the same as what we have with the site-specific TDZs at some of the downtown hotels. So it's a similar sort of setup. And just to kind of show you all sort of what, put into better visual terms, what we mean by micro cam and macro cam. So you see that area to the image top that's kind of shaded in that bluish color, that is the district. And so all of that common area will be maintained through those, as we called them, the micro common area maintenance fees. Whereas basically the entire rest of campus, except for what you see whited out, will be covered by the macro cam. And those whited out areas are areas that either we, the city of Memphis, don't own, such as Maxine Smith and the Crock Center, or the Children's Museum, which has its own ground lease and its own set of maintenance terms, and so will not be participating, at least at this point, in the larger maintenance agreement. And that concludes presentation on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Couple of thoughts kind of getting started. I understand this is in a TDZ, And is there also a TIF in the area? I can't remember.
No.
Does the TDZ include Cooper Young? The TDZ does include Cooper Young, okay. Because the concern I have that's been shared with me is that we're doing all this and there hasn't been a meeting or any kind of partnership, or have we met with the Cooper Young Business Association?
Yes, multiple times throughout the years. This is a planned development that's already been approved, of course, by Land Use Control and Council, and so we did the required meetings before that, as well as the Cooper Young Business Association actually just held their annual meeting at the Memphis Sports and Events Center a couple months ago.
Okay, when was the last time, as regards to this project, that you met with Cooper Young? I mean, how long ago?
Meeting to present to the full business association. I would guess that it was around the time that we were getting the plan development approved.
Okay, so it's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
Okay. And what you're asking us today is not to vote on this, that you're coming back to committee, I guess, in 2 weeks.
Correct.
So guys, anybody was thinking about a hold, it's a lot of people. Okay.
Well, you get an 86-page document the night before and you ask for the term sheet a month ago and you never got it.
We just got the finalized ground lease from the lawyers yesterday. So we will be, that's why we're
Well, I hear you.
asking, so
I mean,
we'll be distributing that.
I asked for the term sheet a month and a half ago, which is what led the document.
All right. Hang on, Councilman, because we got several members in the queue, and going forward.
So, Chair, can I just, I'm sorry, I wanted to comment to your previous question. So we do have a planned meeting with the Cooper Young Neighborhood Association. Is it tomorrow?
Awesome.
So we'll
Okay.
be in a position to update them. I think there's some crossover between the business and the neighborhood, but I know they are two separate entities. And then I know we've got members in the queue, but I did just want to respond, Councilman Carlisle. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to present this. We do have that finalized version of the lease, but we want to hear what concerns there are and then give y'all a moment, some time to digest that big document. Councilman, when I sent it over, I heard you in my head saying the same thing. And so just want to make sure y'all have the information, have it available to see and view. And we're not, like I said, we're not asking for a vote or anything. We'll be back in 2 weeks at the next committee meeting.
So you hear Chase in your head?
I do.
Well,
I know. I do.
And then I'll add to that, and then I won't have any more questions. I'll take a draft of the development agreement and all funds that the city's putting in, both direct and indirect, in the project.
Sure.
Okay. What time and where is this meeting tomorrow?
That will be.
It is the annual Cooper Young Neighborhood Association tomorrow at 6 o'clock at their neighborhood association headquarters, which I believe is on Young. I apologize, I don't have the address.
I would like
It is on Facebook, however, you can find out.
Okay, if you would share that, because I would really like, I cannot attend, but I would like at least one council member there, because this comes back, we're talking about a lot of money, and my concern is I want a partnership between Cooper Young and this project, not somebody has an unfair advantage, because we like them both. We want them both to win. Fair enough?
Absolutely.
All right, Doc, you're up. Then swear in Washington.
I would recommend that what you do is have the Cooper Young Business Association meet with them separately, because it's my understanding that what's going on is they feel like they've been working trying to get this to occur, and we're putting in retail space, and we're subsidizing retail space. So we don't want to subsidize retail space that puts them out of business. The other issue was I also got a letter where our group is asking them to pay $5,000 to be able to distribute information about their businesses on the property. And if we funded this, I don't see why we should have a partner in the TDZ have to pay them money to be able to get information in to do that. So if y'all could work those details out, I think everyone here will be a lot happier. Thanks.
Outstanding. Thanks, Doc. And my jealousy of all things Ivy League is still obvious, I guess. I apologize. Council, I know they taught real estate somewhere at Yale. Council Lady Swearingen, Washington.
I just wondered if we could have a response from Mr. Ryan. He's here on behalf of the Cooper Young Business Association. If we could just hear from him and hear some of the concerns for just a moment.
Outstanding. Agreed to. May I have your name and address for the record, and then please share.
Charlie Ryan, 4257 Walnut Grove Road.
Please share.
Thank you for your time. I'm just here really to set the record clearly straight. This has been a long journey from Henry Turley and Target to now. it's been, what, 20 years? Yeah. So I want to tell you that the CYBA that I created in 1988 has been at this and talking to Mary and everybody all along. And we have always voiced our concern that we're taking tax money that we're actually helping create the bond for through our sales tax, the incremental sales tax. And then that money is being used to create other businesses in the retail trade, restaurants, retail, and so forth. From day one, 20 years ago, we all were very concerned, the business association, not necessarily the neighborhood, that this would be kind of a threat to us. I mean, we have one of the coolest districts in the country. We were named in the top 10 neighborhoods, businesses in the United States by the U.S. Planning Association. So we feel like that we're unique. We're not a shopping center. We're not a wool chase or anything like that. And what we want to do is just protect what we've created with our own money, very little government money. We built the plaza with the federal grant. But other than that, we've never asked for a dime. But what we've asked for all along, Marion, you know this, is that we wanted to make sure that the I think it's 80,000 square feet now that will be, it's labeled retail, right? That's what I read. But anyway, my point is, we just want to make sure that when you count up all the commercial area in Cooper Young, really in the square for that matter, you have well over 60 to 80,000 square feet. And so we see this, particularly in the restaurant venue category, we're really concerned. And we've always told you year in and year out after that. The most recent meeting in January, we addressed it. And we really didn't talk about what any use of I think it's 80,000 square feet of retail. That's never been revealed to us. And we've asked every year for the last 20 years. And my point of saying this is that you have a really important part of Memphis that's established and known all over the country and all over the world for that matter. And we're a type restaurant up there on the fairgrounds. I'm not saying that's not improper, but we're just really concerned that we have no clue, and we've asked over and over on what kind of commercial retail users will be cited on this spot. Obviously, it's not going to be a target like Henry had envisioned. It's going to be small, more than likely small service type businesses, or I don't know. Like I say, I'm completely, and all the business association is completely in the dark as to what that piece of the project will be. And we're just simply asking and pleading for all of you to give us a chance. Let's define what's going to happen there. Make category types in the lease. Because this lease is a 100-year lease, basically, with all the renewals. And I'm just really concerned, and all of us are concerned. The only reason why Tamara Cook is not here is because she's out of the country. She's the one that's always moving things down the field, and she'll be back Thursday. So if we really would like to have you hear our situation. And then just one note, then at the February meeting with you, Mary, the Business Association asked about communicating with the operator of the event center. And everything was fine until we received an email, all the businesses, that the information and the connection to the event center would only happen through sponsorships. So they wanted, was it Tsunami that paid you the $5,000 sponsorship?
It's not to the city. It's not to,
No, I know,
We
but
can
it's to the
respond,
operators.
Chair, when he finishes with his comments.
But it's to the
I
operators.
intend to recognize you. Mr. Ryan,
Yeah.
do you have any further thing to add?
That's it. I hope you hear us.
All right, before we have questions of Mr. Ryan, I believe Director Cash has a response to our query.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Mr. Ryan, I appreciate hearing your concerns. Would love to talk with you more. So I do want to clarify today, what we're talking about in the multifamily is about 12,000 square feet of retail space. What we have, what we're working on that Mary Claire alluded to in terms of lease negotiations is the family entertainment piece, which is about 45,000 square feet of retail. So right now that's High Five, and that is Chicken and Pickles, something of that nature, some pickle association. And so the rest is unknown. The rest is what we're trying to negotiate. So we are looking at some restaurant space as well. One thing I just want to clarify, Chair, if I can really briefly. So we are looking at bringing over 1 million visitors to not only the Liberty Park campus, but also into the area as well. The city has to make its payments on debt service, and we are looking at this as an opportunity to be additive and not parasitic to the existing businesses. We think Cooper Young is a wonderful neighborhood, as we do Orange Mound and the other areas that are around and adjacent. And we consistently look for ways to work with neighborhoods, businesses, and to make sure that we are not cannibalizing existing businesses. And so I would love to talk more about that. I do want to just make a last comment about the subscription. I think the 5,000, and I've been in the loop, but I think I'm a little bit on the outside. That is what Mr. Ryan, I believe, is referring to is an agreement with our operator, ESM, around how they receive and distribute information. And so we can certainly talk with them and try to work through and see if we can come up with some reasonable solutions. But that's not anything that the city directly controls or directly asks the businesses to pay. That is privately operated. But like I said, we do have partnerships and I think some leverage opportunity there.
All right. Thank you very much. I really want to hear in 2 weeks the word partnership a bunch. Okay, fair enough, because I hear 12,000, then 45,000, and I get where you're going. I'm sorry, you have the ball. Council, are you good? Yeah, partnership, important word. Are there questions of Mr. Ryan at this point?
I just have one more comment.
Please, because then we're going.
On that $5,000 that they're asking people to pay to be actually, it's essentially an advertising payment. We, as this community and everyone in that zone, with their tax dollars, made it so these guys could come in and run their business. Okay, so it doesn't seem fair that those guys who've taken that money and put it and helped the bond should be paying them for being a partner. And they should look at this as a partnership to where if there's an expense involved, then perhaps the expense could be something to be negotiated, but it shouldn't be a frank fee or something along that line.
Right. Understood that. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. All right, Council Lady Johnson, you're up.
Thank you. I too would be interested in seeing that lease and knowing what the total cost was for these particular improvements that the city made that you're trying to lease out and to recoup those funds. And then I would have to see that and then move on in regards to, are we getting the best rates at this particular time and how was it derived? And do you think 4%, I guess you're not trying to make a profit, you're just trying to get paid back.
That's right. So the first part of that is to get paid back that $77,000 per year. The escalator is really to look at. We know that the market is going to change, exactly, keep up with inflation, and so in 50 years we're not still receiving the same base rent. So that was the 4%.
But look like you ought to have it at market rate. Have a market rate review, not to exceed a certain percentage, but not to set it at 4%. Because the rates could go much higher.
That's true.
And 4% would be far behind.
I understand that.
Okay, the next thing, in regards to your homes, are you going to rent these homes or sell them?
Multifamily, so it would be for rental.
So in other words, the city going to own apartments?
You want to talk about the structure?
So this is a ground lease, so the city will continue to own the dirt, and then Capstone Development will be building the buildings, and they will be the owner and operator of the multifamily, and then they will sublease the 12,000 square feet of retail that's included in these two parcels to retail tenants. So, I want to make clear that although the city is contributing, somewhere in the range of about $10 million or so to prepare 18 acres of dirt, everything vertical is paid for by the developers with their private capital, and the city is not contributing anything to that vertical development. Now, they may on their own go and seek, incentives, pilot from, downtown Memphis or CCRFC or EDGE, but that is, that's on them to pursue as part of their own development package.
So as it stands, then they would be paying property tax just like everyone else.
Unless they receive some kind of abatement through Downtown Memphis Commission or EDGE that they pursue themselves, that is correct.
And they too are looking for that 100-year lease arrangement.
Right, that's what we're here for.
Okay.
And the 100-year lease terms are largely driven not by the developers. They, it's not like Capstone expects to be there necessarily in 100 years. This is largely due to the lenders and how they like to see terms before they'll lend money on ground leases. It's something that we encounter a lot on municipal ground lease projects.
Okay. Thank you. But it is interesting if they go bankruptcy or something like that, who owns that structure? Because you can't move the structure off the land.
No, if they were to go bankrupt or be foreclosed, it actually is in the ground lease that the city would have the first right to pursue purchasing the building.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Councilman Jones?
I did. One other question, I'm sorry.
Please, Council Lady Johnson.
What's those rates? Do y'all have any idea what the rates would be for those properties?
What you mean, the rental?
Rent rates.
No, but we can have that for you when we come back in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As far as the 12,000 square feet, it looks like, am I correct, that parcel 9 is the one that will have the ground floor?
Yes.
But not parcel 8?
Correct.
Okay. So have tenants, do you know if tenants have been identified for any of those?
I know they're having conversations, but I don't believe, obviously they can't sublease until they have a lease themselves.
Right. Okay. Because, but I'm hopeful that this would not be pose any type of negative consequences or outcomes for the rest of Cooper Young, and I just have to. If anything, we don't have enough outlets and options. I just got back from Denver last night and just seeing the variety of restaurants that can complement everything we need more unique establishments like the Beauty Shop, like Cafe Olay I still feel that this area can be complementary to Memphis. One of the things, before it gets too hot, I love a nice patio, so perhaps there could be an offering here that can have that option. But I just, when we look at that total area, I like the vision that we have for it. Would love to see it come to fruition, but I just feel that we need more options and don't think that anything here would be parasitic to what's currently offered in Cooper Young. Thank you, Ms.
Absolutely. The two large restaurant concepts that you see there, kind of on the right side of the image, it looks like 3 buildings, but it's actually 2 restaurant concepts that we're currently working towards. Both of those are geared towards family, things along the lines of this is, sort of like a Dave and Buster's or a Rail Garden or things like that, where it's all about fun and activities in addition to the food.
So, and we're fine with that. Cooper Young totally is fine for the performance type.
Ms. Ryan, can you use the microphone, please?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So Cooper Young is fine. The Cooper Young Business Association doesn't feel threatened by that at all. What we do feel threatened by is this number of 80,000 square retail feet that's in your offering. It's not just the bottom floor of the apartment building. It's much larger. The number is larger than 10,000 feet. And we don't have any idea what that comprises of the type of use.
Well, Mr. Ryan, I think what we can do tomorrow is y'all go into the meeting, y'all can talk, figure it out. Council Lady, can you make that
Yes,
meeting?
I'll be there.
Outstanding, outstanding. Okay, so we can have good council presence to hear that and then report back to us. Further questions, Chairman Jones?
No, sir.
Seeing none, the only other question I had, if the, also the name's escaping me, the group that's developing
Capstone.
thank you. If Capstone decides to sell these apartments to another group, I don't want to mess up their deal or their potential if they do want to sell it, but kind of like hotels, can we have a clause in there that says they have to come to council for, if not approval, just introduce themselves?
We have some language in there about notice, language that Mayor Claire referenced about city has the right of first offer, but we'll be notified. We can make sure that it's council presentation, and that way we all have an opportunity before some major change.
At least just get them on the record, you know, how much you're going to ask for rent, what are you going to do in upkeep, what are you going to do for improvements, at least get them on the record saying that they're going to continue the excellent service, yada, yada, yada. What I see a lot in hotels is just so that we can ask them the question, are you going to rent the room more than 24 hours? Or is it going to be the usual?
Yes.
All right, if we could add that language in there and just let me know if that, I don't want to mess up their deal, but if we can add it, I would greatly appreciate it. Is there anything further on this issue? Remember, this is not for a vote because this comes up in 2 weeks. Let's go to item 2. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I have been informed, we actually had 4 items, but item 3 on your list, the update of Division of Housing Community Development's funding and programs, that has been held. So you only have 2 more.
Okay.
You're cool. All right. So item 2 is a resolution to allocate appropriate $154,000 from FY22 CIP budget for the Raleigh Civic Center, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by council members Logan and Canale. Council Lady, would you like to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'd just like to move this forward resolution to allocate and appropriate the $154 from the FY22 CIP budget for the Raleigh Civic Center. As you know, Memphis 3.0 and through the Accelerate Dollars has reimagined the Raleigh Springs Mall with the Civic Center. This allocation will complete the vision of the Civic Center by adding they're completing it with a pavilion and locating a developer that can look to bring multi-use projects to the area. And to complete that, we'd like to add a food truck park and other amenities to complement this to make it more appealing for that process and to be an amenity for the residents in the Raleigh area, to continue for this to be a staple as it has been in the Raleigh community for years and years. It serves as a multifunctional civic center, and we are asking that I'm going to read the whereas the Raleigh Civic Center at 3384 Austin Highway is a reimagining of the historic Raleigh Springs Mall, serving as a multifunctional civic center. The residents to utilize and enjoy, once again establishing the site as a staple of the community, whereas funding is needed to complete the vision of the civic center with the addition of a market pavilion and vendor stands, as well as a food truck park to complement the already in progress amphitheater. Whereas the FY22 capital improvement budget included project number CC22 100 for council district improvements, and the $154,000 of that was carried forward into the FY23 budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby allocate and appropriate $154,000 from project number CC22-100 to a Raleigh Civic Center cover line for the use of constructing additional community spaces. And this will, as I said, help to continue the work that's being done through the Accelerate Memphis Mall area plans.
All right, it's been moved by Council Lady Logan, seconded by Council Lady Robinson. The motion's properly made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it's the opinion of the chair. It is unanimous. That goes downstairs with a positive recommendation. Now we go back to the Budget Committee. That is a companion resolution. This is item 7 on your Budget Committee, for those of you following along. Resolution to reallocate and reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Raleigh Civic Center, District 1, Super 9, sponsored by council members Logan and Carlisle. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we have been working on this for a very, very, very long time and are now at the point to bringing it to fruition. We are, as we heard this morning, the city There's an effort to address food insecurity, food deserts. Well, we also want to address having access to fresh and nutritious food throughout the community, throughout the city. And one way in Raleigh that we have been working on is a farmers market. And we have county and state that's going to be supporting this as well. But we want to make sure that we get it done and get it across the field. And so I wanted to read this into your hearing as well. Whereas the Raleigh community continues to struggle with food insecurity and in particular access to fresh and nutritious foods. Therefore, a tremendous opportunity exists to increase access with the addition of a farmers market in Raleigh. Whereas the city of Memphis has a remaining balance in American Rescue Plan Act funding in the premium pay project, now therefore be resolved that the city of Memphis ARPA allocation shall be amended by reallocating and reappropriating $150,000 from the premium pay project line item to the Raleigh CDC for the development and construction of a farmers market in Raleigh. And I would like to read something for your hearing.
Please.
Colleagues, I have been advised by council attorney to make the following disclosure before our vote, because I'm a board member of the Raleigh CDC. I may have a potential conflict of interest in the proposal about to be voted. However, I declared that my argument and my vote answer only to my conscience and to my obligation to my constituents and the citizens this body represents. So I needed to say that because I am on the board, but I have no financial interest in this at all whatsoever. Just trying to give fresh fruits and vegetables to my community. Thank you. Thank you.
Second.
Been moved by Council Lady Robinson, seconded by Councilman Warren. I have a question on the end from Johnson.
Thank you. I think that's a fantastic initiative. So if people listening, we need that in more places. But what type of facility are you going to be using? Is it going to be an indoors facility? Is it going to be an outside facility? How are you actually planning on distributing the food?
It's an indoor, it'll be both, open air and indoor. You'll be able to use it. The design is that it'll be open in the summer and then you can pull the doors down through in the winter.
Is it a portable unit or something you plan on
No, there's
purchasing?
already an existing structure on the property, and it'll just be, it has to be updated to be able to do that. Kind of like, there's a door like that at the one in South Memphis. They have like a fire station door that's similar to the thought for the design.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any further questions from the committee?
And same night minutes on these, I'm sorry.
All right, it's been moved, properly seconded, and includes same night minutes. Any objection to that? Seeing none, assume you are now ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Motion sent down with positive recommendation for same night minutes. The opinion of the chair is unanimous. There being no further business for this
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is April 11th. It is now 2:12 in the afternoon. I hereby call the Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhood Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Brown, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones, Councilman Ford, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Robinson, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present. The first item we have before us for this committee today is Public Service Corps. If you will please come to the mic at this time, state your name and address.
Melvin Jamerson, Deputy Director, General Service. Telly White, Operational Manager for Public Service Corps. All right, today we have a quick presentation from Public Service Corps, the Operations Manager, Telly White. How y'all doing today? All right, so Public Service Corps is, of course, it's a blight remediation program that collaborates with Manhood Universal WOWs, and Opportunity R3. Pretty much our scope of work, we pretty much get up litter, blight, we pick up a lot of tires, we clean streets, help out with some park areas for us getting it up, getting streets ready for street sweepers to come through and clean up as well. The next, hold on, where this thing go? Oh, down there, okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, right now, this slide was made, we had 53 employees at the time, all of them are part-time. But now we're currently operating with 39 because most of them come through, they leave to take full-time positions with the city of Memphis, or they seek employment elsewhere. We have one operational manager, 2 supervisors. We have 4 lead foremen, 12 foremen, which are drivers, and we usually have about 34 more crew members than we have. And we ride pretty much 4 to a truck. Since August 3rd, once I took over, we went from 18 employees to 50. Our response time, we picked up a second shift so we can respond to all special requests. Right here is our performance matrix. So as you can see, when we collect bags of trash from a 6-month period, we done collected about 41,526 bags. For as tires, this is just tires around the city. We have collected 22,543. Yes. And right now we probably averaging about 58 to 6,000 tires a month. Liberty Tire Yard. Liberty Tire Yard. Off Elvis Presley. Off Elvis Presley. Yes, sir. Our special requests come from pretty much code enforcement, 311, the mayor's office, and some city council members. If you have an area that needs to be clean, please reach out. We respond fast. It's not a delay in our response. So if you contact me on Monday morning, usually by Monday evening, we'll get into it. But that's thanks to you guys. Yeah. All right. This concludes our presentation. Any questions?
Councilman Warren.
I just want to thank you for gearing up. I remember the last time we met, one of the things you told us, you needed more people. If you could have more money, you could do more work, and you've done it, so thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson.
I want to say thank you for your service, because I know I'm one to call almost every week. I'm wearing them down. We got tires everywhere, and there are 3 tires on the back fence at Havenview Middle School right now. Just passed it this morning. Havenview Middle School. I don't know why they put it up against their fence. I guess that they wanted the school district to just get rid of the tires for them. I have 2 questions, and I don't know, this may, the city may have to address this. Is there a place that we can use tires with new technology and make them out into something else where we can make money for the city rather than taking them to a dump? Can we do something with it that can generate funds for our city? Thank you, Chandrea.
Good afternoon. Shandell Ryan, COO for the city of Memphis. There are some organizations that we have worked with. There's one in Binghamton, their name escapes me right now, but they help us to put, have you seen those pedestrian lanes or
Yes.
those bike lanes? They help to make those to put into the right of way of the streets. So we've used them in that way. It is a very tough industry because when we grind down tires and all of that, it's very expensive equipment that comes into play with that. I don't know of a way that we can make money off of it, but we have done what we can to partner with some organizations like that Binghamton one to try to do some things. We are getting a grant from for the fire department to, in one of their walking tracks, to use tires for their walking track. It's better for your knees, more cushion for your knees, and we received where we're working on getting a grant. We hope to get it soon for that. So we're looking at opportunities like that, and what it would do is would use our current tire collection, whatever we have, to build that. So we're actively seeking those types of opportunities. Is a great point.
Okay, and one other question. Do we have places that we can allow our citizens to take their tires that are in each quadrant of the city?
So we have the one convenience center that is on, is it Scott Street? Currently, we've got that convenience center. We have from time to time opened a convenience center in the area over at our facility, our solid waste facility off of Lamar. We typically used it for brush. We haven't used it for tire collection, so I would have to look into that. And where we take our tires for disposal, it is a state identified location. So that's why we use Liberty Tire. And at this time, I haven't seen where the state has allowed for public just to be able to go to Liberty Tire. It normally has to come through the municipality. So other than that, I don't have another solution for you at this time, other than the one convenience center that we have.
Okay, and thank you again for your service. If you need our support, let us know. It is budget season.
I already put the request in for those 3.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Ryan. Robinson mentioned something. You did first. Federal government, they use those tires now for railroad traffic. I've been talking to quite a few of the directors, been ignoring them. I know they do it because I had a delivery, asked the man, what is this you got on the back of the truck? That was railroad. Get them out of the tires. Wood. Okay? Didn't know it. She brought that up. I've been bringing it up for quite a while, haven't I? Okay? A lot of different things that they do.
Playground equipment,
But I
too.
talk loud. Something else I want y'all to try to do again You know, that place is on Elvis Presley Boulevard, the tire place. You know, we had an incentive, okay? We paid people to come and bring a tire. That cleaned up our city a little bit because, shucks, they filled up every truck and everything else. And hey, for a period of time, we just had to do it. Look it up. We may need to do that again to try to help clean this city back up. I think it was $1, $2 a tire.
It was $1 a tire. We've done it, yes, sir, from time to time.
Yep, and we may need to do that again because actually you're doing a very good job. Over by my church every week, you need to come and clean it up because they put tires and everything else right back there. Okay, that's at Old Horn Lake Road and Mitchell Road. And, you know, it's kind of sad that they keep doing it over and over and over because you don't want to keep coming back over and over. But they figure if I put it there, you're going to come back and pick it up again. And that's in all these different areas. You know, may need to put some kind of little, you know, where we can see who's doing that again. Because it's usually the same person. You know, but let's try to do some of those incentives again. Because, like our chair said, we got to build the city right now. Anything, if we got to do those incentives, hey, let's try to clean it up a little bit right now. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, we'll take a look at that.
All right.
All right. Seeing no more questions, we will conclude this presentation. We will now have an update from the Community Micro Grocery Initiative.
So this question came up a couple of council meetings ago, and it was held. And I think there are ARPA dollars in the amount of about $250,000 that's earmarked for this project. We have reached out to the lead on this project, and it does not appear that it's going forward. So I just wanted to give you all that update. She's actually no longer with the organization, so it appears that this money is now available for you all to reallocate. That's the update that I have today. It's the ARPA dollars. But yeah, we can take a look at it. Yes, ma'am.
Can we use, excuse me?
Go ahead.
We use those, the tires to fill in the potholes because the mixture that we're currently buying, evidently that mixture is made to make money. That's why you get potholes. It's not meant to be durable. We need to put some tires or something that is durable. So please investigate that, or find some young people and do a little science fair. They'll figure out what to do with the tires, and we can use them to fill some of these potholes.
Yes, ma'am, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Yes, right. Get these chair.
Are there any questions? Any additional questions? All right. If there is no further business to come before this committee, we are adjourned.
Good job.
start in 1 minute. Well, whenever I approve.
Hello, colleagues. Good afternoon. City of Memphis, we are starting the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee. Mr. Backus, please call the roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Chairman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Colvette. Councilman Warren. Councilman Smiley. Chair Easter Thomas.
I think I'm here.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items today. They are all appointments or reappointments. So item number 1, appointment to the Memphis Civil Service Commission, Janice Harris and Chris Williams, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Motion by Smiley, second by Logan. Ms. Harris and Mr. Williams, if you could come up and give your name and address for the record at the mic. You can sit together or apart, however you want to do that. Name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share. But make sure the green is on. Yep.
Yes, Janice Higgins Harris, 3995 Alturia Road.
Christopher Michael Williams, 251 Windover Grove Drive.
Participants are waiting in the lobby. Janice Harris. I have been practicing law since 2015, where I was licensed in Tennessee. I graduated from the University of Memphis, Cecil C. Humphrey School of Law. Pretty much my entire career has been made up of just wanting to serve others. I was a public defender for a long time before going out into private practice. I also hung my shingle for a little while taking court appointments in criminal court, also juvenile court. I was also a guardian ad litem for a little while. I just really enjoy being able to give back, and I'm really honored to have the opportunity to give back to the city of Memphis, and I'm very happy to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Williams. I graduated with academic honors from Washington University in 2017. I moved to Memphis, kind of intermittently, moved here in 2012 with a short break. So this is coming on 10 years. I mention that because as a non-native Memphian, I have done my best to join the community, to give back how I can. The immediate past president of the Young Lawyers Division for the Memphis Bar Association. My wife has graduated high school from here. I plan on being here for a very long time and contributing to the city how I can. It's an honor to be nominated and put forth for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Higgins Harris. All right. Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak to Ms. Harris' appointment. I don't know Mr. Chris personally, but I want to just share with you all that Ms. Harris is an amazing candidate for this position. Listen to him, a consummate professional, and has always been very upstanding and upright and upstanding. And I just really wanted to say that I'm glad and I appreciate administration for the appointment. We have someone that is from here. The professional went to school here and decided to stay here, and we commend that, and that's what we're looking for, and especially when there's such a talent such as Ms. Harris. So, colleagues, I think you all will be doing Memphis a service by voting her in.
Ms. Higgins Harris, what high school did you go to?
I went to Bolton High School.
It's okay. We won't hold it against you. Councilman Warren.
Now you see.
Ms. Harris, I just want to say that I know they are looking for defense attorneys. Evidently, the DA stole most of the people out of the public defender office. If you want to go back, they could use you again. And Mr. Williams, my wife is from Memphis. You're stuck. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Any other council members? All right. This is an appointment, not reappointment. All right, so let's call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations, Mrs. Higgins Harris and Mr. Williams.
I get you Jenny's number.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Item number 2, appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Downtown Memphis Commission. Soraya, am I saying that correctly? Soraya Hassan, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Warren, second by Logan. Ms. Hassan, if you could give your name and address for the record, make sure that mic is on, and any words you'd like to share.
My name is Soraya Hassan. My address is 665 Delta Express Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. It's an honor to be here today. I am a longtime 10+ years Memphian by choice. I moved here with plans to stay for 2 years, and I'm on year 10+. I currently work as a director of performance analytics at Seeding Success. Our organization really seeks to provide cradle to career support and also to advance social and economic mobility. I see this opportunity to serve on the commission as really an extension of that. As a longtime Memphian, a longtime downtowner, really just another opportunity for me to support my community, give back, be involved, bring some of the things that I've learned and witnessed over the last 10 years here in Memphis to the table, and just really support Memphis in the way that has supported me for the time that I've been a Memphian.
Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Any council members? Well, thank you for your willingness to serve on there. Let's all call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Ms. Hassan. It'll be heard in 2 weeks.
Very excited. Thank you.
Colleagues, the next two items are reappointments. Item number 3, reappointment to the Memphis Convention Center Commission. Mr. Douglas Brown, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Second. Motion by Smiley, second by Warren. Mr. Brown, your name and address for the record, and anything you'd like to share.
Douglas Brown, 1436 Carr Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. President Peabody Hotels, head butler at the Peabody. Been here for 20 years, got a master's degree, University of Memphis. Huge Tigers and Grizzlies fan, and it's an honor to serve. And thank you all for serving as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being willing to continue serving on that commission. And just a wonderful job with the renovation, too. So definitely keep up that. Any colleagues? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And lastly, item number 4, reappointments to the Memphis Area Transit Authority, Mr. Anton Mack and Edward Stevens III. Requested by administration. Can a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, second by Robinson. Mr. Mack and Mr. Stevens, you can give your name and your address for the record and any words you'd like to share.
My name is Anton Mack. I live at 151 Vance Avenue.
Ed Stevens III, 717 Riverside Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
Also 38103.
Anything you want to say? No, that's it. Just your names. We got it.
You're not going to convince us to vote for this?
No.
I move that we vote. Okay.
Yes, Council. I am pleased to serve as the Executive Director of Explore Bike Share, our bike share service for the city. We are a nonprofit organization that serves you and all the Memphians who are concerned about health as well as transportation. I serve on several boards as well, too, one of the DMC boards, most recently the River Parks Board and the Indy Memphis Board. So I dedicate my time here in Memphis to service. I'm 4th generation, even though I'm actually a Memphian by choice as well. So, but love the city and anything that I can do to support the city, the council, and all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mack.
To this distinguished board, again, Ed Stevens III. I lead Star Academy Charter School, one of the oldest and leading elementary charters in our city. Every single day, we do our best to resource and relationship children that come from underserved communities to the top. As you all know, it's not just hard work, but it's hard work. Raleigh Frazier, 38128, 38127 is near and dear to my heart. We work and worship in the same community as we have over 2 decades now. Christian Brothers High School graduate, Vanderbilt graduate, master's, doctoral work from Baylor University. Memphis is home by choice, and I'm still working to create ways to recruit top-tier talent to our city. So thank you for the opportunity to serve. Incredibly grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Mack. Colleagues? All right, let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you all for your willingness to continue serving with Madam.
Sound like a preacher.
Oh, come on, JB. We don't. I hope we don't get something soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Any other business in this council? Chairman Jones, you got your hand on the mic.
Well, no, I just want this would be matter, but there was somebody's grandmother is here.
And whose grandmother would that be?
Jasmine Carson's grandmother.
Seeing no other business in this committee, I call this meeting adjourned.
She doesn't have her identity anymore. She's now known as
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee. Today is Tuesday, April 11th. It is now 2:41 p.m. We have 2 items on our agenda, but first, let me call the meeting to order, get the roll call.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Colvette. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Chair Robinson.
Present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I didn't see you. Thank you. We have a quorum. It is my distinct pleasure today. We don't have anything to vote on. We're going to have some updates and discussion. So enjoy this, but we got to remember at 3:15 we need to be in our executive session. Did you hear what the chairman said? We need to stop before then, if possible. So it is my pleasure to introduce President Doug McGowan to share with us, 1, an update on the street light replacements, and it was requested by Councilwoman Logan, and 2, a discussion regarding our intervision report.
Doug.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Doug McGowan, 791 North Graham Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38122. So this was delayed from the last council meeting, so this is a street lighting update. I'm going to give you two updates, one on the LED street lights and then one on the existing street lights, because that was an issue that Councilwoman Logan brought up and asked for an update on. So we'll start there with our LED street lights. I'm going to talk about the conversion. I do have a note on here about the FedEx Forum. You'll hear me talk about where we started down in the Boxtown, Westwood area. I made one exception to the plan, and that was to make sure that we got lights in and around FedEx Forum for playoff time, just to make sure that there was a safe pedestrian, because there's going to be a lot of folks in town. And conveniently, it actually worked out with our schedule, so we have those lights up. And then I'll talk about the existing street lights repair and replacement. So I appreciate all of those who came out to the kickoff down at the fire station, down on Weaver Road. As you know, we're going to replace about 77,000 of the city of Memphis' street lights. That's going to be a nod to public safety. People will feel safer. You'll be able to walk and drive in a more safe fashion. Obviously, it's going to save a lot of energy, save a lot of carbon, and I think as importantly, it's going to automatically tell us when those lights are out, which is going to be a huge material savings in our efforts trying to locate lights and having people to report them. So if you're looking for a snapshot, that's what this slide is all about. And it reduces 55% of our energy consumption, which is a bonus. Okay, so this is a chart that just shows kind of how we're going to do that. We started down there in an area labeled A1 in the Westwood, Boxtown, Southwest Memphis area. And then we're going to go along the river up to the north. We'll move over to the east, come back down. That's what that serpentine represents. So that we started in January and we'll be done by December. When I show you the website, it's not there yet, but you'll be able to see when your area is scheduled for installation. But if you kind of look at the map and go across and you can extrapolate, you'll see about when your neighborhood should be there. But suffice to say, between now and December, your neighborhood will be outfitted with LED streetlights. This is a snapshot from the front page of the Memphis LED upgrade program. It's at www.memphisled.com, and you can go in there and get all the facts and figures you would like about LEDs, the benefits of them. You can see the map. I'm not going to pull it up because I'm terrified of trying to navigate a live website here in the council chambers, but here's what the front page looks like. This is what the map looks like, and you'll see the pink shaded areas, A1, A2, A3, and A4, all have some activity in them. And as I said, we're moving up the river, and so you'll soon be in area B1 up in the Fraser area. That doesn't mean they're complete, but that just means the areas we've started to spread the groups out. If you're to zoom in on the website, this is what you'll look at on a street-by-street basis. Green means that light has been converted. Red means it is still the old street light, so you can look in your neighborhood and see what's been converted. I will tell you that today, the website, it's a third party doing the website. It's not automatically updated. The team that's installing these is working on their app so they can, once they change it, it automatically turns. What they're essentially doing is every week, at the end of the week, they're giving us a list of the streetlights that have been converted. We're changing them over and adding the number to the end. So there's a little bit of a lag and a delay, but probably in the next 30 days, this will be automated, so it'll be real time and you'll be able to see what's happening. But I think it's important for neighbors to be able to zoom in and see what's going on with their particular street. So here's the schedule. We have about 9 crews doing this work. They're doing about 1,000 of these street lights a week. We have just under 6,000, about 5,700 or so that are already installed. Well, how am I going to get to 77,000 by the end of the year? Well, you'll see later this month we'll have 14 crews. By the beginning of June, we'll have 19 crews, and they'll be doing between 2,100. I'm telling you 2,100. We think by then they'll be able to get up to 2,500 street lights per week. That gets us through the end of this year with substantial completion. So we're going to have a lot of crews doing a lot of street lights. You've probably seen them in and around downtown or somewhere on the western part of the city if you've been out at all. All right, so any questions on the LED street light replacement? Yes, ma'am.
So just to clarify, it's just the light.
Yes, ma'am.
It
is not the pole. It's not the electrical wires. It is just the fixture that attaches to the actual pole. So,
even in the old picturesque type
yes,
poles.
Ma'am. In the old picturesque
with
type
the
poles, there's
faded,
special,
fuzzy globes.
Well, we have replaced some of those globes so that the light works. There's a special bulb that goes in there. The Cobra heads are the ones you typically see. They have the big arm that sticks out. They look kind of industrial. That's the majority of what we have. So on the website, you'll see we have about 77,000. We have about 6,000 of those decorative lights to replace. They're a little more complicated, a different bulb, and obviously they're a little more subject to corrosion, so we end up replacing some parts when we do that. So if you look in and around the FedEx Forum, if you're down in that area, you'll see they actually look, the glass part looks a little better. They're not that milky, kind of hazy color.
Okay, I'll get to you in just a minute. Councilwoman Logan and then Councilman Covet.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, President, for this presentation. When we initially started this journey, I think there were 89,000 out. Is this the 77,300 converted? How does that correlate to the 89,000 that were out?
Well, there was never 89,000 lights that were out. At one time there was supposed there was 89,000 street lights, but the inventory is actually 77,000.
I'm sorry to be out, but we had 89,000 street lights. I'm sorry, forgive me. I was thinking, yes, that's what y'all said. No,
Right.
I mean, you had 89, but here I see 77.
Right.
What is that?
Early
The
on,
difference?
that's the Cobra head street lights that we have, the inventory and the street lights. And once we have a better inventory, that's where we came up with the 77,000. We also have about 40,000 leased outdoor lights. There was some of that bled into that. So the leased outdoor lights are the ones that businesses and homeowners can pay and have their own light on. That's phase 2 of the project, to be able to replace those. What we're doing today is if one of those burns out, we'll replace it with an LED, but we're not doing a wholesale replacement of those.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilman. I know. Warren hadn't asked if
They call me Morgan. Calm down.
Wow.
Somebody called me Jones, though. So it's okay.
Okay, Covet, please.
Mr. President.
Turn your mic on so we can hear you speaking it.
You got 1,000+ a week,
Yep.
40-hour weeks, 9 crews. And if my math is right, that means you're changing a bulb out about one crew's changing a bulb out every 20 minutes, and that's just total law of averages.
That's exactly right.
They could do it that fast.
Yes, sir. So what you'll see
That's
is a
impressive.
crew, especially now the ones that are the more decorative around FedEx Forum, it takes probably 2 guys in a bucket truck, and depending on the corrosion and what they have to do, that brings it up. On those Cobra heads, if there's nothing wrong with it, it's about 5 minutes. They pull up, put the cones out, raise the bucket truck, pull the Cobra head off, put the new one on, and away they go. So some are faster, some are slower. At the beginning, we were a little slower trying to learn. The crews are definitely more adept now, and as more crews come in. So again, substantial completion by the end of this year. I'm giving ourselves just a little bit of room in case we run into a supply chain, but right now we are on target for getting everything done this year.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any other questions?
So I'll move to the next part, which was, what about the existing streetlights? Are you just going to let them stay out until the answer is no? The issue was there were too many streetlights that were inoperative. We were unable to keep up with the pace of the outages. In other words, the number of cut lines, the knockdowns, and quite frankly, just the burned out lights. And the volume of outstanding requests was climbing. We were up to about 1,600 outstanding lights. When I came before you in February, we talked about this, and I said, I will commit to you that I'm going to cut that in half by this summer. I'm going to find contractors. I'm going to do overtime with our crews. I'm going to ask our team to find a way to get it done. We wanted to reverse the trend and cut the outages in half. And just so you know, every month we get 1,600 newly reported out lights. Okay, so 1,600. So in order for me to reduce the number, I got to fix 1,600 and I stay flat. I got to replace more than that. So here's how we've done. You'll see that we started this in about February. We had 1,600 out. We knocked some down, got some knocked out in February, and then March we had a pretty high spate of outages that were reported. I think largely the attention that we had here, we said, please make sure you report your outage because I can't fix one I don't know about. So we had an uptick in reports in March. That was a good thing. But you'll see what the team has done. Essentially, we have been working every weekend and overtime with our streetlight crews in order to get this number down. So right now, from a high of 1,600, we're already down to 800. I promised you we'd cut that in half by the summertime, so our team, I thanked them the other day for getting there in just a few months' time, and they look to try to cut that in half again. That's going to be a large task, but a pretty gargantuan effort for our team to get that number knocked down. It's still too high for all of our liking, but we're heading in the right direction here to get those streetlights replaced.
Okay, let me ask a question about that. So when you go in and replace these lights that are currently out, are we putting a new LED in
We are
rather than
not.
the same ones?
Now, I'll make an exception. If it's in an area where we're already doing the LEDs and the crews are there and it's burned out, then we'll just ask them to put an LED up. But what we didn't want to do is for the neighborhoods, well, we're just going to wait for LEDs. No, we're just sending a crew out there, one of our MLGW crews, to replace that bulb so that the street light gets on now, because we don't want you to have to wait for an LED to get to you.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, they will coordinate. If they were going to replace it with an LED tomorrow, they'll replace it with an LED, not a high-pressure sodium.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. We still have All World handling one or spearheading one project, and MLG&W handles the replacement of the ones that's burnt out.
So MLGW is doing this work, all of our crews here. We have a subcontractor. All World is part of that subcontractor team. It's Amoresco. Amoresco is the company that's doing the LED conversion. They have a subcontractor called Elliott who's actually doing the work. If you see a bucket truck with a red logo on the side that says Elliott, that's the team that's doing the LED streetlight replacements. It looks like every other electrical bucket truck. You'll just see Elliott on the side. And then the team at All World Project Management is doing all of the data analytics here and helping us with the website build out and those things.
Okay.
Thank you.
There are no other questions?
Last thing I'll say is I just also want to mention that this is not just a Memphis thing. We have 109,000 streetlights in Shelby County that we manage. We just met with the mayor of Collierville. This morning we met with the mayor of Bartlett. And those cities, we have given them the opportunity to also jump into this as well. We think, one community bleeds over into the next, and you can't, there's no big sign that says I've suddenly entered Bartlett or Memphis. And so those communities are interested as well. So we've offered them, as soon as we get knocked out here, we'll begin working with them. If they want to get a contractor earlier to start replacing, then they can do that. But so I think you're going to see more broad adoption across the entire county.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my presentation, but I'll be standing by for number 2 after you speak with Ms. Johns.
Okay, thank you. Council members, item number 2 is a discussion about the Intervision report, and we have their representatives online. I don't have any names. Who's going? Elaine Johns. Elaine, are you available? Yes. Okay. Elaine, can you hear me?
Doesn't look like it.
Elaine, can you hear me now? Okay, we have a problem. I don't know how to instruct her and the staff.
Bring them back next time.
Let's give them a minute. Can either one of you hear me? Wave. Hello. Okay, the staff is going to give them a call right quick. Do you have your mic on?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yay!
But can you hear us?
I think they muted us.
No?
No.
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you now. So you can make your presentation now.
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes. She
Yes.
can't hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't think she can hear you.
She needs to.
Yes, yes. Everybody do this. Yes.
You don't know.
Why?
Right, yeah. Oh, they're waving.
Yes.
Now can you hear me?
I can hear Elaine, but I cannot hear the council.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
You can hear?
Can staff type in chat, yes, we can hear them?
Hi, this is Elaine. Yes. Okay. I think we have, I think we fixed it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Bye. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have the floor. You can make a presentation. Well, so, staff, will you all please just type it in the chat so she'll know she can go ahead with her presentation.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Are you ready? Is it on the camera? Yes.
Madam Chairman, can we reschedule intervision for next council meeting?
Okay.
But also, may I request we do it at like 1 o'clock? So I have a lot of questions, and we seem to always.
Okay. Council members, we're going to ask to move this presentation to our next meeting, and we'd like it a little earlier so that we can have enough time for questions, at least an hour, staff. Please let her know, staff.
No problem. No problem.
We'll come back. We just one more time to be able to interact.
1 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
That's it. Okay. President McGowan.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, since you have just a minute, I know you want to get started. Andy, could you throw the slides back up there real quick? I just wanted to provide one more update just because I think it's important. You know, I have some updates and I'll address those with Ms. Johns, but one of the things, as you know, we took over the call wait time. I just want to commend the work that the team has done since we've done this. But as you know, we were up at 47 minutes in October and November. The team has taken a round turn. They thought that they might be able to get to 9 minutes by March. As they were marching down towards January, they said, we're going to lower our own goal to 5 minutes by March. We did not do that. The team did that. They met 4.6 minutes in February, and they were 3.4 minutes in March. Now, we know there's going to be a bit of an uptick in the summertime when the high summer air conditioning bills come in, but you can see relative to where we were last year at this time that they've done yeoman's work. And I just wanted to let you know that the team is hard at work to make improvements across the board. It was not the magic wand, believe me. It's a heck of a lot of hard work and listening to the employees to say, how can we make this better, and empowering them to make a change and giving them the tools and resources they need. So I just want to let you know they're working hard for you and your constituents. You will always have a complaint that somebody had to wait a little too long, but on balance, and I also want to say there's no change in call volume. It's the same call volume, and our abandonment rate has been dropped by 80%. So the number of abandoned calls has gone down dramatically. So I just wanted you to share that bit of information. It's a bit of good news today about performance, especially in light of some of the terrible weather we've had over the last 3 months or so. Anyway, thank you for the indulgence on that, Madam Chairwoman.
May I ask one other question before you pull away? So what did we do differently so that we could bring that call wait volume down so that in the future we'll know what to attack immediately?
Right. It really is about engaging the staff and asking them for how we might do our processes better. We had some, I would just suggest some arcane business practices in the call center. We put some new leadership in place. There was a bit of a kind of my way or the highway attitude in the call center, and we allowed the employees to say what would make it more convenient and comfortable for you. When the employees are bought in to the process and feel like they have ownership in the process, and they were able to help set the goals that they could meet, you know, success begets success. When they start seeing success of the things that they've suggested, they've doubled down, and now, you know, even just little things when they hit 7 minutes, we had a 70s party to say, hey, okay, it's 70s party Friday. You hit 7 minutes. What's the next thing? So it really is all about the team. It's about giving them the tools and resources they need. There were some software changes that made them not have to navigate 10 different pages. They have it all on one page now.
Okay.
Makes it much faster and much easier for them to access the information, drives down the time of interaction, and gives the customers an easier opportunity to solve the problem on the first call.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Johnson? Thank you so much for that improvement. Did you have to hire any more staff? That was the major concern, is the staff needs.
We did. We filled some of the staff positions. Interestingly, we put a RFP out to hire some additional contractors to help with that. When we were up at the 47-minute mark, we thought we have a contract for about 100 contractors. We are going to award that contract because our new self-described goal, it's not yet official, but our team wants to get under 90 seconds if they can. We think our customers deserve that. And so we're going to do everything we can to try to get that call time down and maintain it through the summertime. We have very high call volume. So we did hire some additional staff. We have some contractors to come to help. As you know, we also have some calls about the registers. Our team will be able to focus on some of those more complex calls and get that knocked out. So it's just going to help us knock out one issue after the other. So we appreciate the support.
Okay, thank you for your service.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? All minds clear? Got one here? Yes.
I just wanted to commend you all with the Power Hour meeting. I enjoyed that community meeting. And not only did they have a wonderful presentation, but a call center on site to be able to address the constituents' concern right then and there. And it was powerful. I just wanted to say we really appreciate that.
Well, I thank you for being there, Councilwoman. I think we're going to, the next Power Hour, I think we may be doing in Ed Rice. And I think Councilwoman Easter Thomas has agreed to join us at that Power Hour. And so we'd love to, what is it? Co-host, yeah, that's right. So we'd love to be able to
your
do
next
that.
meeting is going to be in Glenview.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks
I
to
may have it
Grandma
out of
on
order,
your
but
team, we got it.
whenever we're in Fraser, we have that there. So we just appreciate y'all coming out and supporting us. I think it means a lot.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.
Good afternoon. The hour is 3:07, according to AT&T. The April 11th executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Owens, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, Councilwoman Johnson, Chair Jones.
Present. Looks like we have a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item that's currently on our agenda, but we do have some add-on items. So what I'll do first is just go through read the add-on items, and then we'll come back to item number one. Our first add-on is going to be item number 46, which is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 23 council grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Smiley. There's a request to add this to the fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Item number 47 is an ordinance to amend Title VI, Chapter 92, to extend the sunset clause for the Equal Business Opportunity Program. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add this to the consent agenda for its first reading. Item number 48 is a resolution to reallocate and reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Memphis Food Waste Project. All council districts sponsored by the Memphis City Council. Request for same night minutes. Item number 49 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $525,000 for FSI construction project FS02031, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 50 is a resolution to transfer contract construction allocation and appropriate funds to contract construction costs for fire station canopy and patio phases 1 and 2, project FS23102, sponsored by the administration. All council districts, there's a request for same night minutes. And number 51 is a resolution requesting the approval of a 10-year ground lease agreement between the City of Memphis and Carpenter Art Garden, District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Resolution requesting the approval for the sale of 3.52 acre city-owned parcel located on South Wall Street, Memphis, Tennessee, and further described as parcel ID number 07308700003, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 53 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $154,000 from the fiscal year 22 CIP budget for the Raleigh Civic Center, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by council members Logan and Canale. There's a request for same night minutes. And item number 54 is going to be a resolution to reallocate and reappropriate American Rescue Plan Act funds for the Raleigh Civic Center, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by council members Logan and Canale. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. So those would be the items for same night minutes, items number 46 through 54. So I'll, none on here. Yeah, none on here. So I'll entertain a motion that we add these add-on items, if there's no objection.
We had a hold on that.
We're going a different direction.
Liberty Park, that Liberty Park.
Okay.
Sandy Reed.
It was Sandy Reed, Z23.
And so that's item.
Willis Street.
Right.
It just was advanced without, because it's first reading.
Right.
But it's not going to be on downstairs for.
It's downstairs for first reading, right?
I think she wanted to hold it because we had some questions about parking and all that.
Oh, okay. Right.
Okay, so
Don't have to worry about it.
Item 15, Chairman.
item 15.
15.
But wait a minute.
Okay, on the wait.
Is if we're wrong, we can always, on third vote, we can do it same night minutes, which is the same thing.
Okay.
We're with you, yeah, let's go ahead and hold it, and if we're wrong about it, we can accelerate it.
Okay, so item number 15, that's on our regular agenda, will be held.
If we're wrong, it's Shannon's fault.
And then the PD 2304 on Adams. Orleans Plan
And talking to your mic, please, Ms. Johnson. Make sure we got you.
PD 2304 Adams Orland Plan Development. That was asked to be placed on hold as well.
Okay, is that,
That's number 9, Chairman.
okay, number 9, okay.
But the front street, if we passed that, and we just wanted to know what it was going.
If you're unsure, you could wait to hold it downstairs.
Okay, so up here, colleagues, we have items 9 and 15 will be held. Any others? Okay, thank you for catching that. So we'll have items number 46 through 54, and then we'll be holding items number 9 and 15. May I have a motion on those items? Second. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, so our first item is an ordinance to revise and change certain council districts due to population change reflected in the 2020 federal census so that all such districts will remain as equal as practical. all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and yours truly. May I have a motion on this item? Is there a second? Okay, has been moved and seconded. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I do want to just again, as we said in the redistricting committee, our last redistricting committee, just thank you to the council as a whole for being open to looking and being inquisitive through a process that we all, minus for senior, know nothing about. I haven't seen, haven't been involved, but having a chance to just be able to dive into, along with appointed community members in an open space that was open with transparency and communication and conversation over something that's gonna last longer than our tenure up here in these seats. And so one, just saying thank you for allowing that process to happen. In front of you, you should have I know you have two presentations with a bridge on them, but the darker colored one says Memphis Council Redistricting Mapping Proposal. That was presented and gone through by Dr. Derek, otherwise known as D. Harris. And we were about to go through it through the first special call meeting, but we wanted to make sure that we had as many council members present as possible to be able to go through that. Dr. Harris is downstairs, so he'll be making that full presentation for everyone downstairs. Hopefully you had a chance to look over it. These were suggestions for a new city council redistricting mapping proposal based on population, also input from community members and input from council members. Keeping in mind that at the end of the day, the jurisdiction lies with the 13 of us. Nothing up here should happen without at least a little bit of deliberation. So questions and comments and pushback and debate that is encouraged in a democracy. And so as we go through this and go through the presentation later, I also encourage you to have an open ear and open mind with that, being able to ask the questions or say what needs to be said to whomever needs to answer it. And so having that presentation with you, I ask that you'll take a look at this. Chair, can you remind me, is this a discussion now in executive, or is this are we voting on this item for downstairs today?
We're voting on this. I'm asking that we send it down with a recommendation for a first reading tonight.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to make sure I was going to say the right thing.
Now, so what was discussed in our special call meeting last week was we're choosing to go down the path where it's least challengeable. And that would be for us to have 3 readings in a regular meeting. And if we send it down with a favorable recommendation tonight for first reading, then that will mean that the third reading will fall on May
3rd?
23rd.
No.
What's today?
No.
The 11th. So we
25th,
have 8, we have 11th,
the
25th,
6th,
and the 6th.
and the third. What's that one?
The second.
The second. The first meeting in May.
Oh, got it.
So if we send it down tonight, we'll have our first, third reading on
May 2nd.
On May 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
If not, though, because if you go back to the letter that I was asking, or the letter that I sent to the administrative elections, was that we have it by the 16th. That would give us 2 weeks.
To give time for the mayor to sign it as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So if we send it down tonight, we can have it done by the 2nd. If not, it will be, and assuming that it passes, it will be the 16th.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
For that clarity.
Councilman Carlisle.
Something like that, yeah.
Close enough.
Yes, so that was what was talked about in the special call meeting.
Yeah.
And so this presentation is in front of you. More in-depth presentation will be done that has chance for more answers and questions downstairs with Dr. Harris. But I'll give the floor back because I think Councilman Carlisle.
My co-conspirator over here.
Councilman Carlisle.
What are we voting? I mean, I've got this, but I don't have an ordinance. I don't even have a caption. So what are we voting on? I don't have anything. You have a committee that didn't have a quorum, that didn't make a recommendation, that doesn't have an ordinance.
We couldn't do it, yeah.
I mean, I hear you,
Yeah.
but again, I'm just raising a valid legislative point. So we don't have anything to send down.
Okay.
I mean, Attorney Wade, you want to expound on that?
So I think, are we currently in the process of legal review by Attorney Wade? Is that why we don't have a drawn out?
Before Attorney Wade comes, here's my additional suggestion, tangential to this, which I was saying to Easter Thomas, what I would like, and I know Dr. Harris is here, and I don't want to exercise him multiple times, but Mr. Chairman, you're in control of our larger committee agenda. I would really like a significant amount of time to do this in committee at some point in the next meeting or the third meeting, whatever you deem is appropriate. But I hate that for all of us, these get long days, we're crunched for time. But if perhaps we as a council could say, over the next 2 meetings, these are the things that are priorities over presentations from other groups or whatnot, to where we could set aside an hour and a half. I think Patrice was saying she wanted an hour for Intervision because that's been held, and I think that that's appropriate. We talked about one other big block coming up. All I'm saying is it would be really nice, whether it's in your committee or government affairs, to get a large chunk of time on the agenda. If that means some other presentations or planning and zoning has to get kicked, that would be preferential to me, if that would be the will of the body and you as the chair in your discretion.
Okay.
No matter what happens.
Well, okay. Any other colleagues want to speak on this item? Councilman Warren.
Yes, I know we've worked on this for quite some time, but I think the general public now is beginning to see this, as you can see from the number of emails we're getting that don't like this plan. So I think that what we need to do is to make sure that the plan gets out and we hear from everybody, people who like it and people who don't like it, before we move to go on a plan that, I was on the committee, I don't like. So, I think that it would be beneficial to have more voices and other people to hear from more voices before we move this, because I don't think we're going to have it ready for this election. So if what we're doing is making this for the next 10 years down the road for the next election, let's hear from everybody. Because we've heard from the public that was on our committee, but we haven't heard from the general public in general. We've had 3 meetings, and, people are just now hearing about it. I think we need to not push this through and ram it down people's throats. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, any other colleagues? Well, thank you for those comments, Dr. Warren. But we were asked to vote on one that there was absolutely zero public input on, and we approved it. And to the other point too, there is, while we didn't have a quorum, colleagues, there's still some questions that still remain about the right population. Because I pulled up census, so we approved one that had the exact same census data that the 2020 census had, which did not take out people who were de-annexed. So we went through a process and approved one that's already on the books right now that has people in it that were de-annexed. So
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
So what I'm saying is that we were asked to approve, if anything, the other one was rammed down our throats where we didn't have public input. Is there going to be one that all of us likes? Probably not. So I'm okay with, we need to have a caption with you. I'm in agreement with you, Councilman Carlisle. So between now and then, we don't have it ready. But I would think that at the next meeting, and send it down with same night minutes.
I'm okay with that.
For the first one, as long as we have the printed caption. But are you making a motion, Councilwoman? Well, the motion has been made that we send this, that we go through the regular, the motion. Will you amend your motion? Is there any objection to amending the motion that we have this in a committee form next week, and then we can send it down with same night minutes?
Next council meeting?
Next council meting, yes.
Okay.
And I would like to add, I know that, and she doesn't want this to be like Juneteenth. So it actually has to know, and colleagues, and Chairman Jones, if you'll allow me, we are getting into budget season. We've got this major agenda item on there. I'm pleading with you, if you've got community members, somebody, if it is not absolutely essential business for the council to handle over the next 2 or 3 meetings, that you ask those individuals and organizations, or just tell them, Chairman Jones and I agreed to allow planning and zoning cases to move forward so long as they were basically unanimous consent. But we may even have to push those. We've got to spend time on these 2 or 3 big items, and we're trying. I know staff tries to maneuver that, but I guess I'm begging you, please don't ask for items to be put on the agenda if they're not absolutely essential business over the next few meetings.
Because we have a couple of things that are there's a lot of meat on the bones, and just having, you know, if you think about it, as this item was originally presented, we only have 15 minutes to discuss it in the executive, which clearly isn't enough time. So thank you for those suggestions. Okay.
By the way, he's the chair. He can knock your stuff off the agenda anyway.
Exactly. So, Chair, I was advised, and this can be different, that we were not able to make a ordinance because it still has to go under legal review. No, so it's done with legal review? Okay.
We didn't have the precinct numbers. You gotta have all that in order. I can't just dream up what he's thinking.
Yeah. So we're still waiting on legal review.
No, I'm gonna review it, but you can go ahead and do an ordinance.
Okay, so we don't have to wait on that.
Well, we have it now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't have it before.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And I think your person is having.
Okay.
We couldn't do it without the numbers.
Right. Just checking. So there we go for that. So we'll have it for then.
Taking this data that's included in here, putting it in an ordinance. Yes.
Right. Okay.
I might also suggest, I think Dr. Warren made a good point that committees met, basically was a committee, normally
Hey, Alan, you gotta get this on the record.
Yeah.
Normally on consent, we don't allow public comment. It might be wise to go ahead and have it on first reading, not on consent, but on regular, and have it all regular so people can come in for at least 3 meetings and give their input and have the ability to give you more input than you've had. I point out that there's a case in Nashville that was just decided yesterday where the General Assembly attempted to reduce their membership from 40 to 20.
What happened?
And the reason for that is because they rushed through their redistricting and screwed it up terribly. The General Assembly came in, was PO'd about it, and put handcuffs on them and told them how to do a redistricting and told them what kind of input you had to have, all the things that you had to have. And the 3-judge panel, which was created by the General Assembly to protect their legislation, found that it was possibly unconstitutional. So, but they did find that there was harm in not allowing the public to have sufficient input into the process. And so that was just for that particular thing. So I think we ought to, if you're gonna have public input, you ought to have a process that allows that to be done.
Okay. Okay. Colleagues, hearts and minds are clear on this? Yes, Councilwoman East Thomas.
Just one more thing, Chair, something that we talked about in one of the committee meetings that I think helped kind of set the tone for how we were thinking about just the process. Remembering that maps aren't about us, the individual. They're not about us, our houses, where we live, where we want things to be, where we want lines and blocks and things to be. It's about the population. We talked about it being about communities of interest and however you decide what that means, but also things about 10 years down the road and not about what I'm including myself in the 13 of us, not about what we want a map to spatially or visually look like and represent. So trying to look at it, and I struggle with that too, trying to look at it in the sense of this map is not for me. It's not for me as an elected official. It's for the city. And so taking myself and my individual thoughts and us, taking ourselves and our individual thoughts out of it and thinking about what about me, thinking about it in a sense of, is this going to be helpful for the city or the area 10 years later? So just saying that we had brought that up in one of the meetings and it helped kind of guide a more open-minded discussion on that day and forth. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. On that, And the fact that we may disagree on what we think is better for the city doesn't mean that there's only one thing that's better for the city. So if you don't like what this is, it doesn't mean that you're thinking only what's good for yourself. You may actually be thinking what you think is good for the city too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and so before we wrap up, we will have that at the next meeting, but just want to review ours. I want to remind you all that item number 9 and 15 are not held, number 8 is. Okay, they changed the agenda. Okay, gotcha.
So just 8. Just 8.
Only 8
Only 8.
is held. Yeah. So same night minutes of 18, 19, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54. If seeing no.
She's saying Front Street's held. That Front Street deal, Front Street and Willis. She said it's held. This is
Which number? Okay. This committee meeting is adjourned. See you downstairs in 2 minutes.